Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and other folks who don't identify as anything. It's good to be live on the home channel. Now, I need to get rid of this banner, don't I? That's not. How do I get rid of that thing? Anyways, the point is that we are live and we are going to be live all day today. We're going to be live for around 7 hours, basically from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. I'm just a little excited. I wanted to come hang out with you guys and see what's up. And what we're going to be doing is a variety of things. I am going full time with the Valor Media News Network, and we're going to be doing a few things actually. We are going to be breaking down the news. We are going to be breaking down online politics, and we are going to be covering red pill content. The whole goal of the day is to generate 3 or 4 segments that can be cut up into those segments, posted as pre-recorded videos on a different channel, Valor Media Network. And yeah, I was just a little bit too excited. You know, it's 9:30. I should be going live at 10, but I just wanted to come hang out again. So we already got Amphibious Orca saying, let's go. And Christian Valera saying, all right to be excited. Well, good. Thank you. I'm happy you guys are here. Now, the reason why I'm live on my home channel instead of Valor Media Network is because we did peak out around like 20 on their channel, which is fine. Like it's a brand new show. We're trying out going live on their channel, brand new, and they have like a indigenous audience that might not be as accustomed to live stream content. But I was like, hey, there's probably 50 to 150 people who would come hang out with me on my home channel. So why don't I go to my home channel, get all those folks, we can stream together, we can do a full day together, and then I'm going to encourage you guys Monday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for the next 2 weeks to move over to Valor Media Network. And then going forward after that, we'll move over to Valor Media Network. So I didn't want to leave you guys behind. I didn't want you to be like, hey, where's Connor? Connor's still here. Connor's making content. He's just doing it in he's just doing it in different places. And Christian Valera says more fun, more slurs. Listen, we still got to keep it PG-13 for the kind folks over at Valor Media Network who need to clip this up into usable segments that don't make 40 and 50-year-olds very angry. But I kind of want to check in with chat. It's brand new. It's in the morning. It's 9:30. So I just want to check and see how you guys are doing. I understand that you might be getting your coffee and doing all that other kind of crazy stuff, getting ready for the day. So if you can't type, I'm not going to take it personal. But if you have anything that you want to share, anything going on in your life, then I would be happy to hear about it just so I can sharing your joys. But what we'll do, just because I think that people are waking up a little bit, I'm going to go ahead and open up the present thing, and we're going to start our news roundup. This is how we're going to start our days. We are going to, we are going to cover the news that is currently out there. I'm going to pick a half dozen to a dozen stories in order to cover. We're going to read them. We're going to give our reaction to them, and then we'll move into more fun content as the afternoon wears on. My basic game plan is to do 2-hour segments, so to speak. So news roundup in the morning. Hopefully that'll last an hour to 2 hours. Then we'll cover a political drama. Like, for instance, I was thinking about doing the Noah Samsen attacking all of the drama commentators over Gaza and attacking Destiny. I was thinking about doing that today. And then we'll move to red pills. So I was thinking of doing Not So Erudite on the Fresh and Fit podcast, which I would have to go to Rumble in order to pull, but that's okay. We can go to Rumble. Or we could do something like The Crucible with Andrew Wilson going on to the Whatever podcast. I know that those are mind-numbingly silly, but, who knows? Amphibious Orca says, Taco Cabana has 15 bean and cheese tacos today. So yeah, with breakfast. Nice. Very based, very based. Well, speaking of, just because we're warming up, speaking of Hispanic food, let's talk about the deportations. This is one of the craziest stories that come out of the deportations. I've already seen half a dozen of these within the past week, and this is just the most recent one. Trump admin concedes Maryland father from El Salvador was mistakenly deported and sent to mega prison. Let's check this out together. The Trump admin conceded in a court filing Monday that it mistakenly deported a Maryland father to El Salvador because of an administrative error and argued it could not return him because he's now in Salvadoran custody, which is baloney. if you found somebody who was like innocent, legitimately innocent, you could call the Salvadorans and say, hey, do you have this prisoner? Okay, please transfer him back into our custody. Like, it would take a phone call, but they're choosing not to do it because, in my opinion, cruelty is the point. The filing stems from a lawsuit over the removal of Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, a Salvadoran national who in 2019 was granted protected status by an immigration judge, prohibiting the federal government from sending him to El Salvador. The filing, first reported by The Atlantic, appears to mark the first time the administration has admitted an error, even though we already know another half dozen examples, related to its recent deportation flights to El Salvador, which are now at the center of a fraught legal battle. On March 15th, although ICE was aware of his protection from removal to El Salvador, Abrego Garcia was removed to El Salvador because of an administrative error, the Trump administration filing states. Abrego Garcia, whose attorney says fled gang violence in El Salvador more than a decade ago, had been identified by his wife in a photo of detainees entering intake at El Salvador's notorious mega prison CCOT. So for those of you, Harmonic Fox says, dang, too early, even for me. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Well, good morning, and good morning. Happy to have you aboard. So CCOT, for those of you who don't know, for those of you who don't know, I'm sure everybody here does, but for those of you who are watching the pre-recorded VOD, I am, in my opinion, a rhino Republican. And if you make that into an acronym, I'm a Republican who hates isolationism. I hate ethno-nationalism, with the N being emphasized. And then I hate identity obsession, with obsession, the O being, you can turn that into rhino, into an acronym. So I'm still very much a Republican, and I actually sympathize with Bukele. Bukele took over a country that had one of the highest homicides rates in Central America. And he basically said, if you have any signs of being in a gang, if you have any tattoos whatsoever that show gang affiliation, we're putting you into our version of Guantanamo Bay. And as a result, the homicide rate has dropped by like 95%. Now, are there innocent people who got thrown into the jail or prison? Absolutely. But at the same time, they were effectively in a civil war. So if they need to weed out the gang members, or the less affiliated gang members, and then get them integrated back into society over the long term, awesome. And then if they're holding the super violent people, awesome. Now, the problem, though, is that this is effectively their version of Guantanamo Bay. And as a result, we are sending civilians who have no gang affiliations to their version of Guantanamo Bay, and then we're paying them millions of dollars in order to keep them incarcerated. So that's beyond messed up. And whatever sympathy I had for Bukele and the plight of the Salvadoran people is evaporating in the fact that they are helping the Trump administration detain and imprison indefinitely civilians who have no business being there. So yeah, it's actually, this is unequivocally evil. It's evil. It's doing what I define evil as doing something bad and knowing that it's bad. The Trump administration is doing something bad and they know that it's bad, and yet they do it anyways. So yeah, that's how I feel. Lisa Simpson, liberal, says, bruh, listen, I understand it. Not everybody should like authoritarian dictatorships, but they say if you scratch a liberal, a fascist bleeds. Well, if you scratch a Republican, then, you know, sometimes an authoritarian bleeds. So it happens, okay? If you don't agree with me, that's totally fine. Eric Brandenburg says, hey, Connor, you asked me to remind you about Osmar Rodarte. Yeah, let's do that. I'll pull that up along with the other stories that we're covering today. Osmar Rodarte. All right. But the whole point, if you're a bleeding heart liberal, you should side with me that this is unequivocally evil. And basically, there's no excuse for it. We should all be up in arms. We should all be going after the Trump administration for this. It is evil. If you're a principled Republican, you should at least believe in due process for these people, so we can determine whether or not they're actually gang members before we deport them. Because we already know of half a dozen civilians who have no gang affiliations who were deported to CCOT. Harmonic Fox says, if you scratch a liberal, they knew nothing about it. Meanwhile, if you scratch a Republican, they report it to your manager. Well, hey, there you go. At least we do something about it, right? Cory Booker's marathon Senate floor speech stretches overnight in protest over Trump actions. The reason why I pulled this up is because I think that Democrats, obviously I'm trying to work with Democrats as much as I can, but a lot of their actions feel pretty toothless. Okay. And I think that this is one of those actions that I'm sure Cory Booker is doing what he can, but this feels pretty toothless to me. So let's cover why. New Jersey Senator Cory Booker's marathon speech on the Senate floor is stretched overnight into Tuesday morning as he protests actions taken by President Donald Trump's administration, saying that he will keep going as long as I'm physically able. The Democratic senator has spoken for more than 12 hours, beginning his remarks at 7 p.m. ET evening, and is undertaking this effort at a time when Democratic leaders in Washington are under pressure from their base to do more to stand up to Trump. Booker is a member of the Senate Democratic leadership team. As of 7:30 ET, Booker was still speaking and had touched on a number of topics. I rise with intention of disrupting the normal business of the United States Senate for as long as I am physically able. I rise tonight because I believe sincerely that our country is in crisis. In just 71 days, the President of the United States has inflicted so much harm on American safety, financial stability, the core foundations of democracy. These are not normal times in America, and they should not be treated as such in the United States Senate. Yo, so the speech is this is where we get to it being toothless. The speech is not a filibuster because Booker is not blocking legislation or a nomination. So you basically just have this guy. He's doing what I'm doing. Okay, he's a sitting senator, and he just started a podcast at 7 p.m. and he's just yapping for 12 hours. And it's like, hey, why don't we do something else? And so the reason why I say something else, I'm not going to be non-specific. I'm going to be very specific. Why is detaining and deporting people in violation of their rights to due process insufficient grounds for impeachment? Why are they not introducing articles of impeachment? It's one of the most flagrant violations of the Constitution that I can think of in recent memory, is detaining and deporting people without due process. And they can argue that it's purely administrative and the Secretary of State has the right to do it, but you can use the evidence of innocent civilians being deported as evidence that they're doing it incorrectly. I don't know why that's insufficient. So, maybe there's an explanation, like he has to commit a crime, but I don't think that's true. They impeached, I think, Richard Nixon and Bill Clinton simply for lying to Congress, and they didn't bring about like criminal charges. They just impeached them. So I don't think that's a thing. Harstar says, but like, even if he gets impeached, he won't be removed. So even I don't really care. I agree, but we're trying to say, at least Republicans who care about a republic and Democrats who care about democracy, we're trying to say that this system can work. So we need to use the tools of the system. You can say that the tools of the system are insufficient to achieve the result that we want, but why are we not even using the tools that are available to us in order to go after it? That's my frustration. That's why I wanted to bring up this story. I don't know if I have any further comments. That's actually all I got on that one. So let's check in with chat real quick. If you're American, you should agree that this is Nazi stuff, K-Soko says. I mean, I agree with you there. I don't agree with the fact that it's like an ethno-supremacist liquidation program of a minority group, but it's absolutely authoritarian nightmare fuel to detain and deport people. There was one kid, I swear to God, he was in his early 20s, and he got detained because he was Hispanic and suspected of not being a citizen. They documented the fact that he had a tattoo, but his tattoo was an autism awareness tattoo because he worked with like underprivileged, disabled youth in his community, and his brother had autism, and they deported him to CCOT. And it's like, seriously, you took a Venezuelan immigrant who was like a young, normal man working in our society who had applied for asylum, and because he had a tattoo about volunteering with disabled people, you use that as a touch point to accuse him of being Tren de Agua and then deporting him to Guantanamo Bay, El Salvador. That's insane. Absolutely insane. So, or, just go on a monster energy fueled rampage. True. Christian Blair says Trump is legit trying for an illegal third term. If they are willing to do this with an asylum seeker, what prevents them from doing this with citizens they disagree with, prisoners notwithstanding? Well, I'm hoping that the Constitution and our Congress stays in the way. I'm hoping our military that swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States stands in their way, Christian Valeris. Now, whether or not anybody actually has the stones to do that remains to be seen, but we'll figure it out as the day wears on. Harstar says, yo, man, one of your Twitter frenemies here. Good luck going full time. Huge news. Yeah, Hart. So I do want to share that as we have people coming in. Okay. So I broke 100K on Warhammer. I'm very excited about that. It does bring in a little bit of money. It's not enough to pay all of my bills, but it's a substantive amount of money, right? Then, obviously, with this channel, the politics channel, I want to stream more. I want to be live more. I want to bring you guys more segments. I want to do news breakdowns. I want to do this. I want to do that. But we don't have the time. Well, I went to a meeting in Washington, D.C., and there was a gentleman by the name of Ken Harbaugh. He's an employee of Valor Media Network, which is an offshoot of Midas. Midas Touch, for those of you who don't know, is a successful liberal media company that has done quite well for itself. And so they're trying to create an offshoot that is more veterans based, more first responders, more sports, more masculine, more this, more that. And the mission of it is to kind of be like a white pill where they're going to be trying to show young men that you can be a man without being Andrew Tate. You don't have to be a rapist. You don't have to hate women. You don't have to do sex trafficking. You don't have to do all the crazy stuff that he's doing. And so the goal is to create sports, news, commentary, politics, white pill content, and red pill criticism in order to try to build a new niche for young men to not be total psychopaths. And that's the goal. So I'm going live 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. And I will be live going forward Monday through Friday, approximately from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. is the goal. That is a very long day and it's a lot of yapping, but that's the goal. So, I hope you guys will come along for the ride. Today, I'll be live on Counterfire, but I'm probably only going to do that once a week. I'm going to encourage you to move over to the Valor Media Network. I will be plugging it throughout the day. Because that's where I will be live Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So if you want to catch me live during the day, that's where you need to be. All right, let's check a few more comments and then let's keep going into the news breakdowns. Excuse me. Harmonic Fox says Bernie Sanders started a podcast where he makes the same two talking points, billionaires. Yeah, like that's not enough, right? Christian Valeris says articles of impeachment should have been issued of Trump pardon all 1,500 January 6 terrorists. Christian Valeris, I agree with you 100%. That's insane. Now, pardon power is one of the main things of the president, so I don't know if that would work, but I do agree that that was insane. Michael Smith for $20 says, congrats on the new dig. Thank you for the donation. It is sincerely appreciated. Donations are never required, but they are appreciated. Basically, my rule of thumb is if you are barely paying your bills, you don't owe me anything. Your viewership is more than enough. Be sure to like the stream, though. That way other people know that we're live. And then if you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, if your bills are all paid, if you have a retirement account, if you have a savings account, then donations are very much appreciated. Black Sheep says, is this an innocent U.S. civilian or a non-gang affiliated illegal? So Black Sheep, that's actually that's an interesting question, which we should dig into. It is a non-gang affiliated legal, like we can argue illegal, legal, but half of these people, as far as I understand, the people who are being deported who don't have gang affiliations, they've reported themselves to the federal government as asylee applicants, and they're still being deported. So this whole thing that Trump was talking about where he's like, oh, we're going to prioritize all the gangbangers. It's like, no, you're not. You're going after the low-hanging fruit. So, yeah, it's crazy. K-Soko says, I heard that. It's heartbreaking to think these people may never be seen again. Well, I think we got to fight for them a little bit. We know their names. We know where they are. So it should be easier to find them. Christopher Weaver says, oh, you think you're a full-time streamer now? Whale emoji? Well, we're going to make it full-time. I got 6 months to do it. So we have a full 6 months to stream 35 hours a week. Harstar says, and by the way, there are so many successful streamers who, no offense to them, are very dumb and not very good at talking. And all they're good is they're just React Andes. They literally just pull up other content and they go, wow, that's amazing. Wow, that's amazing. So if we can't beat those people, then I don't know. Maybe our society is doomed. I don't know. Spider-Man says, congrats on going full time. Our lovely Ginger Rhino. Thank you kindly. I really do appreciate it. Andrew Tate is garbage. We watched him yesterday. There's literally evidence that he's like a full-blown rapist, not like a cute little statutory rapist. He's a full-blown rapist. Connor put a link of Valor in your bio. That's a good point. I'll do that momentarily. Christian Valeris just did it for me, but you're right. Let me pull up Valor Media Network. Well, for some reason, Yahoo is my default. I've changed it in Chrome a dozen times and it still hasn't fixed it yet. I swear to God, I have like antivirus software that forces me to, that forces me to have Yahoo as my default. But Valor Media Network, VALOR Media Network. This is where I'm going to be live. Like, this is me. In the morning. This was me yesterday. I missed you guys. Now, we still had 600 people watch it. We had almost 100 people like the stream. We had really good metrics as far as retention and views and all that kind of stuff. However, I want you guys over there. You know, we just started 20 minutes ago. We already have 30 beautiful souls hanging out. I want you, fantastic human beings, to come watch me on Valor Media Network. But let's continue with the news breakdown, right? So let's get rid of that. Let's go to this. Eli Honig breaks down the loophole Trump's team sees for a third term. Let's watch this. Let's give him some time. Let me know if you have audio. I think you should have audio.
Are you sure your tax expert is right for you? Switch to TurboTax Full Service.
We're not trying to watch TurboTax. We're trying to watch the breakdown for the third term that Steve Bannon talks about passionately and earnestly, and Trump was mean.
It's barely started, and he's already floating the possibility of a third one, even though the U.S. Constitution forbids it. Trump telling NBC News this weekend, quote, there are methods by which he could do it, and that he's, quote, not joking. The 22nd Amendment is very clear. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. Where is this wiggle room that Trump is seeing?
Well, Bree, you're exactly right. Lawyers love wiggle room and escape hatches. And here they're looking at the word elected. So here's the argument. It's fringy, but the 22nd Amendment says nobody should be elected president more than twice. Well, the theory is, well, then maybe what Donald Trump or any two-term president can do is run as vice president with, let's say, J.D. Vance at the top of the ticket. If they win, J.D. Vance resigns, Donald Trump becomes president. The argument is that, well, that wouldn't be getting elected. That would be becoming president through the line of succession, ascending to the presidency. So now the biggest problem with this, of course, though, is earlier in the Constitution. The 12th Amendment tells us that any person who's ineligible to be president is also ineligible to be vice president. So you would think that ends the question. That seems pretty straightforward. There is a very fringy, extreme school of thought that the 12th Amendment doesn't quite close the door on this, but I think those advocates are trying to thread a needle that is not threadable.
A little too cute by half there. So Trump said, in addition to the J.D. Vance option, there are others too. That's a quote. What are they?
Well, the most straightforward option, it's completely unrealistic, but we can always amend the Constitution. I mean, we have done that 27 times in our history. It's virtually impossible in today's political landscape. In order to amend the Constitution, there's two ways to do it. One, we can convene a series of statewide constitutional conventions. That's never happened. That's not going to happen. Two, maybe equally as unlikely, you would have to get a 2/3 vote in the House of Representatives.
That's not going to happen.
2/3 vote in the U.S. Senate. And then 3/4 of the states, 38 of the 50 states would have to ratify that. So in theory, you could do that, but there's a 0.00% chance of that happening in reality.
I would put it as a 0.01, never saying never with this administration or this government or our political environment right now. However, I am happy to learn that the 12th Amendment does close the door on that. I was kind of thinking that with the, it's the 22nd, right? If I get that wrong, my apologies. But I was thinking that that legal loophole is the exact kind of shenanigans that Trump would try to exploit. And if you're like, Connor, that's insane. How would he do that? Why would he do that? Doesn't he know that it would fail, this, that, the other? I just cite to you the fake elector scheme from January 6th. He literally did the January 6th thing on a fluke theory that technically people could be appointed to the electors that weren't chosen by the states or something like that. So you could have an alternate slate of electors. There's some Democratic example from 1992 in Hawaii or something like that. And so as a result, he backed all of his ability to do the fake elector scheme on a fringe legal theory. So it's actually not outside of the possibility for him to do another fringe legal theory. The question is whether or not he's going to have the energy to do so. He already looks a little slower. He already looks a little dumber. He's already a little bit more bipolar. He's already a little bit more crazy. So are the MAGA sycophants and the Trump sycophants, I mean, they are, in my opinion, effectively a cult. Are they going to be willing to back him down that path? And I think that if they did back him down that path, they would effectively be they would be dooming their own fringe for being too insane, even for sympathetic right-wingers. So we do have people saying that they have audio. Hi, Sultan Al Fahim. It's good to see you. So we had Christian Valeris with us yesterday. It's good to see you as well. I was kind of looking for some regular folks to come meet me over on the new channel. So for those of you who don't know, I am live on Valor Media Network 5 days a week. I'm just coming back to my own channel so I can try to encourage you guys to migrate over there every day but Tuesday. Harstar says, laugh my ass off, don't get elected, just take it. Well, no, let's be real. Plenty of conservatives and Republicans actually did swear an oath to the Constitution, and I hope a healthy chunk of them actually take their oath seriously. Sapien Green says the theory is that if he becomes king, he doesn't have to be elected. Well, I'm sure that's another one that Bannon probably wants. I hate that guy with so much passion, it would drive you crazy. Christian Blair says, any conservative that supports this is a fascist and immediately becomes a domestic enemy if it succeeds. I agree. I literally agree. Now, if we want to clean up our language, they could be neo-monarchists. They could be Christian theocrats. They could be this. They could be that. But yeah, I would agree that they're authoritarians who aren't deserving of the power that they presently have, and they should be chastised and chased out of society. Casey says, Mrs. Points told me to come watch. Yeah, I should probably announce that I'm live, but generally speaking, the Counterpoints channel is good about getting a good audience in. Soko says, you need better key lighting, Connor. Your face is a little dark. I really noticed it in the new Valor Media video. Yeah, so right now, this is the problem. At nighttime, I have a 3-point lighting system that's decent, but there's the sun right here. I have a big old window, so I need to get a blackout shade for this window so it's not as stark. So we'll get it together. We'll improve the aesthetics over time. Don't worry about it. Well, he's 81. Yeah, I hope, just being real, I hope he dies. I'm more worried about Vance becoming president. Honestly, I think that's more realistic, Harmonic Fox. So, yeah. The problem is the word fascist has lost all meaning. I'm with you, Sultan Al Fahim, but that's where, that's why I talk to Keith Woods. That's why I talk to Cultured Thug. That's why I talk to BPF. That's why I talk to The Crucible. The reason why is because there are people who actually believe in philosophical fascism, and they follow Giovanni Gentile, and they believe in political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. And I think that's a perfectly fine definition that can be understood if you want to understand it. And the only reason why, somebody said this, I think it was Dev Short Fat Otaku said that I don't think that Trump is philosophically coherent enough to be a fascist. And I agree. I think Trump acts like a fascist, but I think that he's so philosophically incoherent that he wouldn't be able to tell you what he's doing. He just does it naturally. So C-Dubs B says, good morning. Happy to hear the news. Now excited for Connor to branch out into other content and continue to grow. May we bully him into looking into our favorite sci-fi and video games. True. Now it's boy, girl, non-binary person, that cried wolf situation. Maybe. Connor, have you ever spoken to Nick Fritos? I haven't. I've spoken to Nick Fuentes, not Mr. Fritos. But let's continue with the news roundup a little bit. I do appreciate, honestly, I already see like a half dozen to a dozen regulars here. It warms my heart to see your friendly faces, your friendly digital faces this early in the morning. Makes me happy. White House abruptly fires career Justice Department prosecutors in latest norm-shattering move. Let's see what other shenanigans the Trump administration is up to. Washington. The recent firings of career Justice Department lawyers by the White House is a sign that President Donald Trump is tightening the grip over the law enforcement agency known for its long tradition of political independence. On Friday, an assistant U.S. attorney in Los Angeles was fired without explanation in a terse email from the White House Presidential Personnel Office shortly after a right-wing activist posted about him on social media, according to a person familiar with the matter. Excuse me. The person spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were concerned about potential retribution. That followed the White House firing last week of a longtime career prosecutor who had been serving as acting U.S. attorney in Memphis, Tennessee. The terminations marked an escalation of norm-shattering moves that have embroiled the Justice Department in turmoil and have raised alarm over a disregard for civil service protections for career lawyers and the erosion of the agency's independence from the White House. that one of them was fired on the same day a conservative internet personality called them out for his called for his removal, as to the question about how outside influence may be helping shape the government personnel decisions. The integrity of our legal system and the independence of DOJ requires that that laws are enforced impartially, which cannot happen when the White House fires career prosecutors to advance a political agenda. Yeah, this is dumb and evil again. So now I would be open to contradictory evidence, right? So if the fired prosecutor was identified and then they were like, oh yeah, this guy has a revolving door policy where he just lets felons back out onto the street that keep murdering people, then maybe I would be more sympathetic to Donald Trump's position. But the truth is that a lot of this stuff is done with a total lack of transparency or justification. And the Trump administration doesn't care to justify itself to external parties. So even if this was a justified firing, when you're deporting people who have no business being in a terrorist jail without due process, I don't know if I'm going to extend to you the charity or the benefit of the doubt that you're firing people in good faith. So my advice to the Trump administration, not that any of them are listening to me, is that you need to be able to justify why you're dismissing these people. Otherwise, you're a douche. Yes. The cockles of your heart. I don't know what that's in reference to, but I do appreciate you saying it. Charles Burrow says, I find most words have lost their meanings. People use words to describe the speaker's feelings rather than what the word is supposed to describe. I agree. I just don't want to participate in that. Eric Brandenburg says, free Tazzy. He's a military vet, former VA House delegate, and podcaster. Interesting. Casey J says, Trump, new inspector general for the Department of Labor, is from Long Island. We beat him last year for the Congress seat, and Anthony Desposito, F&D bag, had his mistress on the staff payroll. Lol. Ugh. Yeah, it's brutal out there, chat. It's brutal out there, but we do what we can, okay? The horrors persist, but so do we, all right? All right, let's take a look at Europe, saying that it holds a lot of trade cards on the eve of Trump's tariff liberation day. Let's see if Europe could actually stand up to the United States. That's going to be interesting. In Brussels, a top European Union official warned the U.S. on Tuesday that the world's biggest trade bloc holds a lot of cards when it comes to dealing with Trump's administration's new tariffs and has a good plan to retaliate if forced to. U.S. President Donald Trump has promised to roll out taxes on imports from other countries on Wednesday. He says they will free the U.S. from reliance on foreign goods. He's vowed to impose reciprocal tariffs to match the duties that other countries charge on U.S. products, dubbing April 2nd Liberation Day. Europe has not started this confrontation. We do not necessarily want to retaliate, but if it is necessary, we have a strong plan to retaliate and we will use it. Commission President Ursula von der Leyen told EU lawmakers. The Commission, the EU's branch. So I think we kind of know what's going on. The one thing that I would invite Europeans to be, okay? So if Trump is arbitrarily adding, for instance, his 25% tariff on automotive manufacturing, that is going to increase the cost of prices for American manufacturers and for foreign cars, right? If that's like arbitrary, like he's just like, yeah, 25%, that's very dumb. And we shouldn't be doing that. However, if he's stuck to this term, reciprocal, where he just says, whatever you charge us. I think dairy was an example. American dairy gets charged at like 400% for a bunch of European countries. So if we say, let's use an example. Let's say Spain has a 400% tariff on dairy from the United States. Then what we would do is we would say, okay, Spanish dairy in the United States has a 400% tariff. We will drop ours when you drop yours. Well, at that point, it's not about punishing Americans. It's not about getting the prices down. It's not about this. It's not about that. It's about getting Spain to engage in free trade. That is actually okay in my book. But what you keep seeing from news stories, from press dockets, from our relationship with Canada and Mexico is that Trump is like a dog chasing cars, where if anybody pisses him off, then he just raises the prices. And then 2 weeks later, when they call him and say, oh, hey, we're sorry, he eliminates the tariffs again. And so the market has no ability to either calibrate to a consistent tariff policy, which is bad, but we could stabilize, or a more free trade policy, because he keeps adding it, revoking it, adding it, revoking it. And so that's where I feel like his closest advisors need to stop enabling his stupidity. You know, I think that's fairly obvious. Sorry if I'm stating the obvious, but this is the world that we're currently dealing with. All right. Please don't insult dogs again. Thanks. Oh, I didn't mean to. Dogs are my favorite creatures. Harstar says Europe is always going to be just fine, and up there is the highest standards of living in the world. However, without America trading, it's inevitable that the net amount of living standards will decrease for sure. Yeah, and it's not going to hurt the upper middle class and the rich. It's only going to hurt the working class. That's my other problem with this, is that if a rich person goes and they're considering buying a $40,000 car, and a $40,000 car becomes a $60,000 car, well, a upper middle class person or a rich person, they can afford that difference. Whereas if you're a working class person, you're barely paying your bills, and a $40,000 car becomes a $60,000 car, that is unachievable. You literally do not have the extra money in order to get those things. So what do? You hoof it. You hoof it to work. So you're actually just making Americans' lives worse. So yeah, unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Stupidity reigns supreme. It does. It does. But we got two more news stories that I want to cover, and then we'll probably move into like a React Andy style segment. Conservative liberalism says reciprocal isn't even good policy as I understand it. Is there a demand even for Spanish dairy? The good of tariffs should be to bring back good paying jobs and not for national security reasons. So I agree with you. And I think that a targeted and more coherent tariff policy would be better. As an example, like let's use Taiwan. Does increasing the cost of semiconductors and chips from Taiwan help anybody? Absolutely not. So why would we tariff Taiwan? Why wouldn't we just subsidize domestic manufacturing and create tax incentives for domestic manufacturing that makes local manufacturers competitive, right? Tariffing Taiwan doesn't magically create semiconductors in the United States. Subsidization and tax incentives do. So, yeah. Scientists release plans for an even bigger atom smasher to address the mysteries of physics. I don't need to read this because it's just cool. I like the Halcyon Collider. The only thing that scares me about it is when you're smashing particles, allegedly there's like a 1 in a trillion chance that you could create a black hole and just swallow the entire planet randomly. The scientists who conduct it seem to think that it's a small enough chance that we'll learn more and we won't destroy the planet. But it is terrifying to think that we could create a astrophysical phenomena so intense that we accidentally like blink the planet out of existence. So that's all I wanted to share. I just wanted to share the fact that I do think exploring particle physics is awesome, but there's a 1 in a trillion chance that we could annihilate the planet. Sapient Green says, I'm not sure a black hole is dangerous without mass. That's actually an interesting point. So I wonder if my concern would be that don't black holes consume mass though? So if you temporarily opened a black hole and then it consumed like an atom or two, wouldn't that become a chain effect where it continued to consume mass? Harsar says, counter argument, sick way to go out. So true. So true. Like we have like aliens who are on their way to us and then we just blink out of existence. That'd be cool. Eric Brandenburg says, Connor, the black hole is a lie. They're hiding the truth of the warp from us. I mean, that's entirely possible. We could open a gateway to an alternative dimension where there's beings who feed on the emotions of our plane of existence. It's true. He legally changed his name to Bob Dylan in 1965. Interesting. If a black hole is a phenomena that is independent of mass, then it would be dangerous. But if mass is the cause of the black hole, then it's not really a problem. That's interesting. That is interesting. I didn't think about that before, that you kind of have to have like a starting of mass in order to do it. Although my astrophysics is rusty. Okay, well, cool. I'm happy that I have a chat that's willing to engage with me on astrophysics. C-Dubs B says, have you noticed all the Republicans in office have been dressing up in blue suit, red tie? I haven't. I didn't notice that that was any change. I love red, white, and blue, so... Hill Williams says the whole micro black hole thing is more pop sci and real sci. More pop sci than real sci. That's okay. That's okay. Good. Then you guys have assuaged some of my anxiety. I hope you're correct. Now, Osmar Radate. Okay. This is something that Mr. Brandenburg in chat We're mutuals on Twitter. We exchange Twitter DMs every so often. He's a good fella. He asked me to take a look at this story because this is a story of a law enforcement officer who was recently killed. So let's just check this out real quick. Police chief tells California lawmakers to wake up after felon kills Marysville officer. Marysville police chief called on state lawmakers to wake up after a convicted felon and sex offender killed a Marysville police officer last week while law enforcement cracked down on a suspected North California drug ring with ties to Mexico. We're not going to stop giving up the fight to take fentanyl off of our streets and make the community safer, Police Chief Christian Sachs told reporters Monday. And maybe I shouldn't say this, but I'll be completely transparent with you. This starts in our legislature and the broken system. Officer Osmar Radate was shot Wednesday morning while executing a search warrant at an Olivehurst home as a part of the SWAT unit. He died soon after at Adventist Health and Rideout Hospital in Marysville. The search was part of a years-long effort by local, state, and federal agencies investigating a group of family members suspected of transporting potentially thousands of pounds of drugs from Mexico into California, supplying street-level dealers in Northern California, authorities said. And then here's a gentleman, Mr. Rodarte. So Rick David Oliver, 60, a suspected low-level drug dealer whose warrant was one of 20 served in Yuba, Sutter, Butte, and Tehama counties during the investigation that morning, ambushed officers inside the Kestrel court home, shooting and killing Rodarte. Oliver, who was shot and killed by return fire at the scene, had prior convictions for unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor, a felony, and was registered as a sex offender with a history of drug offenses and failing to appear in court, authorities said. In my professional opinion, the gentleman should have never been out of jail, Sachs said, and yet here we are. Sachs called for stronger criminal penalties and stricter inmate release standards for repeat offenders such as Oliver. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't have too much to add. If you're considering a career in law enforcement, I'll tell you, just from a personal perspective, I loved it. I thought it was one of the best jobs on the planet. I would be still doing it today if it wasn't so stressful. And you just have to know that while the statistics are good for you to go 20 or 30 years without getting seriously injured or killed, people still get seriously injured all the time. People still get killed a healthy chunk of the time. You will see dead people. You will see heavily injured people. You will deal with schizophrenics. You will fight people with your hands. And so while tragic, you just have to know that this is a possibility. There are people who are 25 years into the job and they get smoked and they basically only had to pull their gun a half dozen times throughout their entire career. And then there are rookies who it's their first day and they get smoked. So you don't get to choose what call you go on. And you don't get to choose when somebody's going to pull a gun or try to stab you or anything like that. So, yeah. All right, let me do another Valor Media Network shout out just because we're about to break 50 viewers. And then we're going to pick what our content of the day is. So I want to thank you. I want to thank the 50 plus people who are hanging out with us cross platform. It's a beautiful day to be live with you fine folk. It's a beautiful day to be hanging out with you fine folk. I am going full time at minimum for the next 6 months. Valor Media Network is willing to back me as a channel for the next 6 months to try to become a live streamer. I will be live streaming 20 to 35 hours a week, Monday through Friday. The plan is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. as best I can. It is a lot of yapping, so sometimes my voice hurts when I go for that long. But we'll be covering the news, we'll be covering online politics, and we'll be covering the red pill. So I'm actually going to be hanging out with you until 5 p.m. is the plan. And so if you like what I do, if you enjoy my political content, if you enjoy my commentary, then I invite you to go to YouTube and type in Valor Media Network, hit enter. Here's the channel. It's the white microphone, and then subscribe and ring the bell so you can see when I go live. And right here in the morning, this was me yesterday. I was live for 7.5 hours. Hanging out with beautiful Valor Media folks. So I'm going to post this link in the chat. If you want to hang out with me consistently, then come hang out with me. So I will be live tomorrow at 10 a.m. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Now we have a variety of options. All right. I would consider that our news roundup. We've only done it for an hour, but to be honest, like yesterday I did it for like 2 hours and my voice was blown by the time I was done with the news roundup. My voice was totally shot and I still had like 5 hours to go. So I kind of want to keep it down to an hour and just hit the highlights. And so the question is, What do you want to do now? Now, what I would say is I want to cover good stories no matter what. We already watched a substantive portion of the ContraPoints conspiracy video. It was very good. We watched Candace Owens being a total schizo about Israel and the JFK assassination yesterday. That was very good. League of Legends. Listen, I'm not Destiny, okay? So I was thinking that one of the things that we could check out that's kind of relevant recently is Noah Samsen going after Destiny in the commentary community. So how do you guys feel about that? Or is there something like more relevant that you would be interested in? I would be interested in Noah Samsen going after commentary. Tell me, chat. That's where I would go. I hate Noah Samsen. I agree. But the truth is that when you watch someone that you hate, oftentimes that's the best content because it pisses me off. It pisses you off. We all want to yap and talk shit and have fun. And so just your very mention of your hatred for Noah Samsen makes me kind of want to do it. Yeah. So Casey mentions Noah Samsen is actually a gross creep for what he did to that girl. For those of you who don't know, this is
ways. There are more overt forms. If you like my
and he was in a polyamorous relationship for several months, and he had unprotected sex with the girl while having unprotected sex with other partners. And the girl found out that he was sleeping with multiple people without protection against her consent and lied to her about it. So it's not, isn't he a male feminist? Yeah, 100%. But this is the thing, like there's a calibration in our culture where guys like Noah Samsen are like, I'm one of the good ones. Men are so gross and so bad, and they have toxic masculinity and stuff. And then they do shit like that, where they just like go wild and kind of do crazy shit where they have unprotected sex with dozens of people. And then the women find out and they get pissed off. And then all the women are like, oh, turns out that this archetype of the male feminist is actually a creep. And so if we add in, no offense to Destiny, still love Destiny, but if we add in the crazy shit that Steven did, if we add in the crazy shit that Vosh has done, if we add in the crazy shit that Harry Sisson has done, if we add in the crazy shit that Noah Samsen has done, then I'm hoping that women are kind of figuring out it's like, no, all men, including the ones who pretend to be nice guys, can be monsters. So you kind of have to, you need to up your vetting game of who is and who isn't a good person. So, all right. Looks like, as usual, it's women's fault. True. All right. If you guys are ready, it looks like there's a healthy chunk of people who hate Noah Samsen the way that I do in chat. So if you're ready, I'm ready. Let's go for it. I'll play the clip. I'll take notes. I'll pause intermittently in order to give you my takes, and then we'll take it from there, right? So let me put a little line from my notes from the previous day. Let me put this in for this segment, and then I'll do a little intro, and then we'll get watching, okay? Yes. NA, don't include Harry, lol. Listen, Harry Sisson is nowhere near as bad as everyone else, okay? But Harry Sisson, he sexted a bunch of women. He got their Snapchats and he got their nudes. He didn't leak them, but he was like, oh no, baby. Well, according to the girls, right? I'm not saying this is totally true, but the girls are like, oh yeah, I asked him multiple times if he was talking to anyone else and he said no. But we also said that we weren't exclusive and that we weren't serious. So for me, I am going to victim blame there. That is the girl's fault for, essentially sexting someone who lived in a different state, who is famous, and then being like, is there anyone else? And he's like, no, baby, you're the only one. That's like silly. That's not really something that you should cancel somebody for. I'm just saying that I want girls to update their vetting of men to include alleged male feminists, because there's plenty of male feminists that are terrible. Excuse me. Yeah, I never meant to imply that Harry Sisson was a bad guy. I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's young and dumb. Experienced tax evader says, any person promoting he's or she's good is already a D-bag. True. True. All right, let me do a little intro, and then let's get into the content. So, hi, guys. We already got 50 people live on chat. It's great. It's a great day to be live on the Counterpoints channel. We are a part of Valor Media Network. We are going to be going live a healthy chunk of the time. We're going to be live Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. most days. Of course, the schedule is going to be flexible as the needs of the channel go. Today, we're taking a look at Noah Samsen. Noah Samsen is a far left, in my opinion, insane leftoid who has gone after a healthy chunk of people in the online political sphere for being insufficiently sympathetic to the plight of Palestinians. And so he's criticized a lot of people we know, and he's also defended a lot of people that we dislike. And so we're going to go into this a little bit blind. I'm going to take notes as we get information, and we're going to talk a little bit of smack while not using too much profanity, and we're going to have fun. So if you guys are down for the ride, let's go ahead and get into it.
If you like my videos and want to help me make more of them and faster, consider joining my Patreon. Thanks. About a month ago, the 6 million subscriber YouTube channel H3H3 Productions released a video called Content Nuke Hassan Piker. In this video, the host, YouTuber Ethan Klein, alleges that the political streamer Hassan Piker is an extremist that supports terrorism and terrorist groups.
And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
Promotes anti-Semitism and is radicalizing his viewers to do the same. He accuses Hassan of being a rape denialist and goes on to accuse him of prolonging what he calls the Israel-Palestine conflict with his radical views.
This conflict will never end until people realize that Palestinian liberation and Israeli security are not mutually exclusive. You need both, and it can be done, but not while people like Hassan lie, propagandize, and incite hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict indefinitely.
In this video, Ethan...
So hold on. We're actually, yeah. Let's give him a little bit more rope.
Also criticizes Twitch, the platform that Hassan streams on, accusing the company of having a systemic problem of anti-Semitism. He cites the company's open support of Hassan, its sponsorship of a live event that Ethan claims was anti-Semitic.
I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage.
And its alleged discrimination against Jews through a recent ban on new account signups from Israel. So I'm going to tip my hand a bit here and say at the outset that this video is quite possibly the worst video I've ever seen. It's plagued with factual errors, misrepresentations, contradictions, and overt pro-Israel Bush-era U.S. State Department propaganda. For a more thorough breakdown of all of this video's problems, I'd recommend the YouTube channel Bad Empanada. He's gone...
I recommend Bad Empanada. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, so hold on. We have to go through what's being claimed, and we have to go through the debunking. Okay, now we're going into this video a little blind, the YouTubers who backed a genocide by Noah Samsen, but the statement is made: Hassan Piker is an extremist that supports terrorism and terrorist groups. Well, I already know that we have clips of Hassan Piker saying like, oh, you know, I don't support Hamas explicitly, but I understand why they did what they did, right? And by the way, this is like in the wake of watching Hamas supporters gun down civilians, hold up their heads as if they were hunting trophies, chop off people's heads with gardening implements, and substantiated sexual assaults that have been told by released hostages and have been documented through physical evidence of women being tied up to trees and then shot in the back of the head with their panties around their legs and their crotches being burned. So saying that Hassan Piker is an extremist. Oh, he also supported Hezbollah, where somebody asked him, he's like, oh, you know, what's Hezbollah? And he's like, oh, well, it's this organization in Lebanon that resists Israel. You know, I don't have any problems with them, blah, 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 blah. And he basically says everything that would make you think that he can't endorse them because they are actually a terrorist organization, but he's not going to criticize them either because he thinks that their cause is just or whatever, right? And so Hassan is an extremist. He does support terrorism. He does support terrorist groups. We can argue about promotes anti-Semitism, but I've seen the man do rape denial. And Ethan doesn't say that Hassan Piker specifically is an obstruction to peace in the Israel-Palestine conflict. Hassan Piker isn't big enough for that. But what Hassan Piker's propaganda does is it says that the only solution is a one-state Palestinian-controlled solution in Israel. Well, guess what? Israelis are never going to do that. And Israel currently has all of the military power. So his perspective does prolong the conflict. So far, Ethan is like 5 out of 5 on his perspectives. Twitch does have a systemic problem with anti-Semitism, in my opinion, because they do back creators who are anti-Semitic, or at least anti-Israel, if you don't want to accept anti-Semitic. And then the hummus panel was mildly anti-Semitic. I thought it was funny. I just didn't think that it should be sponsored by. I just didn't think that it should be sponsored by Twitch. And then IP banning Israel, I think, is pretty messed up. And then he's saying the worst video he's ever seen, Bush era State Department propaganda, which is funny because he should. Maybe we'll watch a Bad Empanada video. I have no idea. State Department propaganda. You still haven't said what's wrong with it. And then he recommends Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada is a psycho. Okay. So maybe he has good analysis on history. We'll take a look at his content and see what's up. But Bad Empanada, like, stalked aristocracy, stalked another half a dozen creators. Whenever he finds somebody that he dislikes, he like schizo posts about them for like days or weeks on end. I wouldn't be surprised if we watched a Bad Empanada video and we were critical of it. I wouldn't be surprised if he got like schizo about us. So he's annoying and he's kind of a freak. And these people admit that he's a freak, but they like his content because it's going after Ethan. So anyways, this is about as far as I got before I got pissed off last time I watched it. But Noah Samsen has debated before and he falls apart like wet tissue paper. So let's see if he has anything substantive in this video.
Point by point with these and debunked them, many of them months prior to the release of Ethan's video. Hassan himself has also responded to most of these claims also months ago. I will leave these.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't. Hassan Piker has not addressed that he's an extremist who supports terrorism and terrorist groups. He hasn't addressed his rape denial. He hasn't addressed the fact that a one-state solution is unrealistic. He hasn't addressed that Twitch has a systemic problem. He hasn't addressed the hummus panel in a substantive way. He hasn't addressed that Israel was IP banned. He hasn't addressed these except for to hand wave them. So Noah Samsen asking us to take that on faith is very dumb.
These videos linked below in a playlist. Given the existence of these dozens of other responses, I'm not here to repeat their arguments. You can just go watch them. No, the real reason I'm talking about Ethan's video today is less about what he says in it and more about what he doesn't say, the things he chooses to leave out. Save for a passing mention of an outdated, vastly underestimated death toll of Palestinians in Gaza, Ethan omits the Palestinian side of the story entirely. He doesn't talk about Gaza. He doesn't give any specifics about what Israel is doing there. And this is an issue for a few reasons, but mainly all of the points he raises are directly tied to the Gaza genocide. The main targets of this video are some of the only groups in the world that have violently resisted Israel's genocide, and the few figures in independent media that are willing to tell the Palestinian side of the story. By leaving out the broader context, Ethan is able to present a false perception to these millions of viewers about the motivations behind the people his video attacks. He's able to frame them as mindless, terrorist-supporting, America-hating anti-Semites, and not what they really are, which is anti-genocide people that are against genocide. Western media manufactures consent for large-scale.
All right, this is way too charitable to his side. This is insanely charitable to his side. Accuses Ethan Klein of lies of omission. Okay, I'm good with that. I'm happy to take a look at what other information that you have that Ethan Klein omitted that you think is relevant to the story. Telling the Palestinian side of the story. Okay, I'm okay with that. Mindless terror-supporting anti-Semites. I think these people are quite dumb, and in some ways they are quite mindless, but I'm happy to listen to new information, and that these people are just anti-genocide. No, they're not just anti-genocide. So saying that they're just anti-genocide is kind of, I don't even know if missing the forest for the trees is an appropriate way to phrase this. Who is it? Hassan was watching and praising the raids of Houthi pirates on commercial ships and then spoke with a Houthi teenager. I don't care how many times the lefties try to gaslight you on this. He was a propagandist for the Houthis. Okay? So don't let them gaslight you and say, oh, he's just a kid. He's just a teenager. No. He posts social media with weapons. He talks to the hostages that the Houthis have taken. He tours the boats that have been captured. He posts social media posts that talk about how he's ready to die in violent resistance against the state of Israel. No, that kid is clearly a Houthi propagandist. He's not just some random teenager, right? It's crazy. And so, no, these people aren't simply anti-genocide. They are justifying the Houthi government shooting rockets into random commercial ships, hurting and killing and injuring people who have nothing to do with the conflict, and then also damaging international commerce. Now, these people are leftists, they're socialists, so they don't care about international commerce. That's totally cool, but it's not cool at all. But I'm saying, like, that can be a perspective that you hold, I guess is the better way to phrase that. But don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining, right? You are supporting these bad actors who are doing bad things. So yeah, don't lie to me, right? Harmonic Fox says, Hassan a kid? He's like 45 years old. No, Hassan is in his mid-30s. He's like 2 or 3 years younger than me. He's not that old. And then also, I wasn't referring to him. I was referring to the Houthi. The Houthi kid is probably like 23, 24 right now, but I think he was like 20 or 19 at the time of the interview. Anyways, let's continue. Noah Samsen is, in my opinion, off to a rough start, but we're only 3 minutes in, so we got to give him some time.
Terror operations are against not what they really are, which is anti-genocide people that are against genocide. Western media manufactures consent for large-scale terror operations across the globe in a number of ways. There are more overt forms like atrocity propaganda. There are also more subtle ways like deceptively framing information, using passive language, and creating false perceptions about conflicts through things like burying the lead and lies by omission. All of these tactics are present in Ethan's video and the wider online smear campaign that.
So hold on. Western media does terror apologia for Western military operations, lies of omission, burying the lead, and I don't know. He said something about like framing. Oh, sanitized language. I mean, this is just true that people do this, conscious and unconscious. But terror apologia, he's already engaging in rhetoric, right? So when he says that the government is involved in like excusing terror operations, what he's already doing is he's making military operations by armed, uniformed military services who have rules of engagement. He's making that equivalent to suicide bombers walking into markets and blowing themselves up and killing dozens of civilians. So no, like I reject that these two things are the same. I reject that a squad of uniformed troops walking through the street and getting into firefights with jihadists who ambush them is the same as walking into a market filled with animals and then blowing yourself up and killing dozens of civilians. I reject this. And the fact that we have this guy who's saying that these things are equivalent through rhetorical games kind of tells me that this guy's full of shit. Now, let's see how full of shit. Harmonic Fox says, Destiny and Dan bullying the realistic AI is still some of the funniest stuff I've ever seen. Good stuff. Jonah Boy says, what's up, guys? Well, hey, man, Jonah Boy, welcome aboard. Good to see you. We have some regulars hanging out in chat. It's beautiful. We got 60 people cross-platform. It's beautiful to see all of you. I'm just going to do a very, very brief shill. Valor Media Network. If you haven't done so already, type that into your YouTube search. Subscribe to that channel. I will be live there 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, okay? The reason why I'm here hanging out with you guys and we're doing a full day of content today is because I want you to enjoy the content that we produce today, and I want you to follow me over to Valor Media Network where we will be doing this full time, okay? Let's continue.
That motivated it. But it's that last thing that I think does quite a bit of damage, lying by omission. The way Ethan's video is framed seems to imply that Israel's genocide in Gaza is not actually a genocide. He never explicitly uses the term himself, but it's presented as just another thing that's happening in the Middle East that's sad, but ultimately the product of a war. That there are deaths on both sides, and that all we need to have peace is rational dialogue between these two sides. This could not be further from the truth, and to better understand this, we need to talk about Gaza. Thus far, I've been using the term genocide in reference to Israel's actions in Gaza, but it seems like a lot of the people using it on social media here have a general lack of understanding of the gravity of what that term actually means. Genocide isn't just a bad thing that's happening where people are dying. No, that's not what it is. It's a Holocaust. The US-Israeli Holocaust. That's what it should be called. Israel is using everything in its power to eradicate Palestinians from the planet. The fact that Israel's actions in Gaza amount to genocide isn't controversial, not among the experts at least. This is the near universal consensus among top human rights groups and humanitarian organizations operating on the ground in Gaza that Israel is committing genocide, countless war crimes, and crimes against humanity. There is the Amnesty International report, a 300-page report that accused Israel of genocide in Gaza. There was the Human Rights Watch report accusing Israel of crimes against humanity and genocide in Gaza, specifically through the intentional deprivation of access to clean drinking water. The United Nations, Euromed Monitor, Doctors Without Borders, the International Committee of the Red Cross, Israeli human rights groups like B'Tselem, various Holocaust scholars, they're all saying the same thing. Last year, the International Court of Justice ruled that the case for Israel's genocide in Gaza is plausible. It was a preliminary hearing, and the final rulings on cases of genocide typically take multiple years, but the ICJ issued several provisional measures to prevent the possibility of a genocide taking place, provisional measures which Israel has failed to follow completely. And then there was, of course, the International Criminal Court, who issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who are now wanted international war criminals. Towards the start of his video, Ethan mentions a death toll figure of 40,000 Palestinian people.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war.
The figure he cites is wrong. It's just wrong. Credible estimates have placed the full scale of the slaughter in Gaza at over 65,000 deaths due to traumatic injury alone, with further projections that include indirect deaths in the hundreds of thousands, potentially over 10% of the population of Gaza. Ethan's brief...
Okay. All right. So now we just need to do a little bit of research, chat. A little bit of research, okay? So what is the current death toll in Gaza? Sorry for pausing, but we need to take a look. 62,000 is still accurate. 15 months of war, ceasefire deal, 76%. All right. The head of the Gaza Government Informational Office told a news conference earlier today that the bodies of 76% of Palestinians killed in the conflict have been recovered and brought to medical centers. However, at least 14,000 people are believed to be trapped in the rubble and inaccessible to rescuers. The updated death toll from Israel's war on the besieged thing is 61,709, having added thousands who are missing and now presumed dead. Here are the latest casualty figures in Gaza. Killed at least 61,000, including 20,000 children. Injured more than 111,000 people. Missing and presumed dead 14,000. So that puts us at like 80K. The latest figures from the Palestinian Ministry of Health in occupied West Bank. Killed at least 905. Injured more than 7,330. Israel has lost 1,200 people. Injured at least 9,000. Devastation across Gaza. 80% of commercial facilities have been flattened. 88% of school buildings, healthcare facilities, 50% of hospitals, 68% of road networks, 68% of cropland has been destroyed. Journalists killed in Gaza. By December 27, 2024, more than 200 journalists have been killed in the Israel-Gaza conflict. According to Protect Journalists, at least 2,017 Palestinian, 3 Lebanese, and 2 Israeli journalists have been killed. Forced displacement. That's probably going to be my biggest concern. How the Hamas attack unfolded. Okay, so I'm not gonna argue these details. Okay, because let's assume that everything is correct. Okay, we got 60K dead. Add in another 15K presumed dead. That's 85,000. And then he's just saying that there may be another 200,000 indirect deaths. Okay, so the reason why I think that this isn't working the same way in my mind as it works. And I think a lot of Westerners are very similar to me, is that when we think of the Holocaust, okay, when we think of the German ethnocide of Jewish people in Europe, all right, what we think of is taking all of European Jewry, putting them into a ghetto, keeping them there for a limited time, moving them to work camps where those people are worked to death, resulting in thousands dead, and then also taking those people to death camps where they are executed and summarily buried or burned. We also think about the fact that there were, I think there's something called like normal men or something like that. And I think it's about Polish police or German police who are deployed to Poland, and they spend weeks just executing people. They literally just they dig holes. They have people dig holes, giant graves. They walk hundreds, if not thousands, of people up. They start at 9 a.m. and they shoot people in the back of the head until 8 p.m. Right, and they just do that every day for weeks. So the reason why, comparing that level of ethnocide and genocide to what's happening in Gaza, the reason why it doesn't work for the Western mindset is because that's what we have conceptualized as the Holocaust. And then when we look at Gaza, what seems to be happening is the Palestinian resistance forces, if you want to be charitable, they have rocket-propelled grenades, they have AK-47s, they have homemade rockets, and they have IEDs. They attack Israeli forces that are operating in Gaza and the West Bank, and then Israel responds with small arms fire and tank shells. And so those small arms fire and tank shells hit the area that the Palestinian resistance fighters are coming from. And because of the population density, there are so many Palestinian civilians around the people who are shooting at the Israeli forces that for every, Palestinian fighter killed, there's a few civilians killed. And then cumulatively, you add that up to people being dead. And so when you take a look at getting into a firefight and then killing civilians as the result of the realities of urban conflict versus intentionally marching out people and executing them all day, every day, there's a spectrum of violence here that is not being met. And so Noah Samsen, he can have his opinion. I don't begrudge him his opinion. I don't begrudge people seeing Palestinian children buried in rubble and their heads crushed and running to hospitals and sobbing parents. I don't see that. I don't begrudge them being angry, being hateful, being resentful of the Israeli government. I don't. But I feel like their language, the way that he's accusing people of using sanitized language, is the way that I would accuse him of using hyperbolic language in order to communicate a point that is demonstrably different. Oh, geez. So let's just check in with chat real quick because we have been watching this for a few minutes. The displacement is a real worry. Yeah, that's one of my things is they're talking about moving 2 million people out of their homes. That is where I think that you can easily make an argument for ethnic displacement, which I would agree is 100% like a crime against humanity. Aren't all the buildings destroyed? I think 80% of the buildings in Gaza are destroyed, and I think that the IDF intentionally destroyed all of the infrastructure in Gaza, where if you use the United Nations definition of like trying to destroy a people in whole or in part, or to give them such conditions that they cannot live, I feel like that definition is too broad, but you can use that definition 100% to accuse Israel of genocide, especially if you think that they're trying to deprive them of the capacity to live in that area. Christian Valera says, you cannot trust any NGO or Gaza Palestinian-sponsored org. Probably not, but we still have to parse out the information as best we can. KC says, at every step of the process, by the way, Jews were dying of starvation and disease. Yeah. Jonah Boyd says, Poland. Harstar says, yes, that's the thing that made the Holocaust so bad was the systemization of the killing. Well, I mean, yeah, so you need to show me the systemization. If you're going to say that it's the U.S.-Israel Holocaust of Gazans, and then you say 60,000 dead over the course of 2 years, there's a variable here that's not adding up. The best claims against Israel IDF is being less controlled in bombings during the start of the Gazan war. They stopped using knock warnings before airstrikes. True. Which I think they would be pissed off after 10-7, right? Germany was an extreme example, but I can be swayed to the argument that this is more so a convenient excuse of getting rid of the Gazans. Caldis, I agree with you. If they move 2,200,000 people out of Gaza using this operation as an excuse, I am with you. I think it's inexcusable. It is a crime against humanity. I just resent the implication where they're like, this is the U.S. Israeli Holocaust. And then you're like, hold on. The Holocaust was the systematic killing of people, 6 million people over the course of 4 years. It's been 2 years. How many people are dead? And they're like, well, 60,000 are dead as a result of war. And then maybe another 185,000 are dead as a result of like deprived conditions. And it's like, okay, so 200K over 2 years, 2 million are still alive and are surviving in the rubble. And we're comparing that to 6 million liquidated over the course of 4 years. We can call it bad without being hyperbolic. Yeah. Okay. All right. Listen, chat, I'm happy to be corrected. Okay. C-Dub says, I'd also count the 200K as I'd count the ghettoization contributing to millions during World War II. Exactly. Yeah. So I'm all for considering what's being said. I am not for accepting their hyperbole, but I've yapped enough. Let's continue.
Belief and false citation leaves a lot of other things unmentioned, like how the vast majority of these deaths have been Palestinian civilians, including over 15,000 children. The United Nations described Gaza as a graveyard for children just months into the genocide, and after that, Israel only ramped up its child killing. Ethan does not mention that over 1,200 families have been completely erased from the Gaza civil registry, meaning that every single member of their bloodline has been killed. Nor does he mention that the mass slaughter of these innocent civilians has been intentional. Israel has a long history of intentionally targeting Palestinian civilians for slaughter. This dates back to the Nakba, the ethnic cleansing of over 700,000 Palestinians from their land in 1948, which included the massacre of thousands of civilians. And it's also evident in all of Israel's many previous violent incursions into Gaza specifically. During Operation Cast Lead, starting in late 2008 to 2009, Israel slaughtered about 1,400 Palestinian people. 300 of those were children. During this widespread massacre, Israel ordered people to shelter in schools, so-called humanitarian safe zones, then proceeded to bomb the schools and kill people by the dozens. This practice has continued at an even larger scale in the latest escalation in Gaza.
Firas, my brother Firas, he screams. The pain is overwhelming as corpses lie by his feet. These are the moments just after an Israeli strike on a school, sheltering thousands of displaced Palestinians.
During the 2018 border protests, or the Great March of Return, which were recognized by human rights organizations as being overwhelmingly peaceful, Israel fired on the peaceful crowds with sniper rifles, injuring thousands and killing hundreds. The UN reports concluded that Israeli snipers were intentionally targeting children, medics, pregnant women, and disabled people. Israeli snipers later publicly, gleefully recounted their experiences of hunting Palestinians for sport, bragging.
Hold on. Because here's the thing. I actually know some of these details. So let's go here. Over 200 Palestinians were killed and nearly 8,000 were injured during almost 2 years of weekly protests at the Israel-Gaza border. Israeli army snipers tell their stories. 42 knees in 1 day. Okay. So you're not going to like this. I don't think anybody should like this, but this is something that was told to me by an Israeli soldier. Okay. So there are dozens, hundreds, thousands of protests along Israeli security checkpoints every year. And so part of the security protocol is that there are so many protesters who are throwing rocks, throwing Molotovs, they sneak a gun into the crowd, et cetera, that they don't want to allow the protesters to bunch up on the fence, right? And so in order to get them to disperse, they want to wound them without killing them, but they want to make sure that the wounds are so substantive that they have to be removed. Because if you hit people with tear gas, they can come back in 30 minutes. If you hit people with pepper spray, they can come back in 30 minutes. If you go out and beat them with sticks, then you basically you run the risk of 1, physical confrontation, but then 2, if they sneak a gun or a suicide vest into the group, then they can kill plenty of your people. And so what the Israeli soldier told me was that they have dedicated 22 caliber rifles, 22 shorts, and 22 long rifle. And for those of you who don't know what a 22 is, it's basically this big. Okay, it's a very small round. And so you can technically kill someone with it. If you hit an arterial pathway, if you hit them in the heart or the head or the eye socket or something like that, you can still kill somebody with a 22 short or a 22 long rifle. But what the Israeli people were told or trained to do is they were taught to shoot people in the calf, shoot people in the thigh, try to aim away from their arteries, so they don't actually kill the people, but they give them a wound that they need to be like evacuated from the protest for. And so when I see 42 knees in one day, what I'm presuming, what we're actually seeing is Israeli sharpshooters, not snipers. Snipers are different, but Israeli sharpshooters shooting people in the kneecap with a 22 short or a 22 long rifle caliber bullet, which is not designed to kill them, but is designed to wound them and remove them from the state of play. Now, is it messed up? Yeah, 100%. But could they technically just bust out like a 308 machine gun and hose the crowd and kill thousands in seconds? Absolutely. And so this is where I get a little frustrated with the framing, where we just saw kids who got blown up in a school or whatever, where I'm not denying that that's a thing. I'm not denying that we don't have 20,000 dead kids. I'm not denying that there aren't 60,000 total dead. I'm not denying that there aren't another 185,000 people who might have died as a result of deprivation of water, food, starvation, exposure, et cetera, et cetera. However, what I would say is that Israel has 500-pound bombs. They have 1,000-pound bombs. They have fighters that the Gazans cannot resist. They have tanks that the Gazans cannot resist. They have already flattened all of the buildings, allegedly killing 60,000 people, which is amazing that the casualties aren't higher. And number two, if they wanted to just walk explosives across all of Gaza, Gaza is about the size of Detroit, they could just create an artillery barrage line and cover every square meter with an artillery shell and kill every single human being on like inside Gaza. And so when you tell me that 200 Palestinians were killed and 8,000 were injured, I'm assuming that the 8,000 were people who were shot with 22 short or 22 long rifle, then, and you say that, oh, this is an indication that Israel's engaged in wholesale slaughter of Palestinians. It's like, no, I know that technologically they could walk artillery across the entire state of Gaza, and you're showing me 8,000 people shot with 22 long rifle. There's a spectrum of violence here, and you're telling me it's one, but it's very clearly the other. You can say that both are bad, but don't pee on my leg and tell me that it's raining. So I think there's a detachment from reality here. Isn't that illegal by UN rules? 100%, but that's what Russia does. Russia just shells any position that they think has civilians or Ukrainian soldiers in it. They don't care who's in it. Do you see Russia getting indicted for war crimes? No, they just do it. They just do it, and everybody goes, oh, that's Russia. Russia just does that. It's okay. The more I learn, the less I feel I know. Well, that's history for you. Max Thrax says there's a good amount of footage from the Great March of Return. I wouldn't be surprised. While throwing petrol bombs and firing weapons, yeah, Christian Valeris, I'm sure that there were some weapons mixed in. This is why carrying water for either side is messed up. So tired of this ideologically driven conflict. I mean, conservative liberalism, I'm with you. I generally speaking agree with Israel's right to exist, but I'm not going to endorse. I'm not going to endorse what they do. They do obviously messed up stuff all the time. Horrible actions of the Israeli army. They can't. We would stop them. So you're wrong. I call BS. Call BS on what? Tell me things. Like the US uses white phosphorus. Yeah. We use white phosphorus for illumination, but you know what white phosphorus does? White phosphorus sets the air on fire. So if you breathe it, it'll burn your lungs inside your body. If you're just walking through a cloud of white phosphorus, it sets your skin on fire. And so we use it for illumination. But guess what? When we were in Fallujah and we were doing sieges, we put white phosphorus tank shells into buildings, not because we couldn't see the buildings accurately, but because we knew that it would set the air on fire. So yeah, it's definitely a war crime, but you know, I want to make a joke, but I want to be sensitive to the people who are taking this seriously. So I'm not. I'll make my joke later. On them bombing out Gaza. Well, if you're saying that we simply couldn't allow that, make the joke. I'll make the joke in a second once we settle into the fact that it's a joke and I'm not making a serious statement. On them bombing out Gaza, we wouldn't allow that. Well, yeah. There's technological capacity there, and then there's morality and there's legality, right? So morally, all this stuff is bad, but it's not as bad as walking artillery across all of Gaza. Technologically, they could, right? So you could say that the United States wouldn't permit it, but they could, right? Make the joke. Okay. The joke is very simple. It's just, it's not a war crime if you're having a good time. Okay. It's a obviously military saying, probably mostly about white phosphorus, mostly a meme, but yeah. All right, let's continue.
Publicly, gleefully recounted their experiences of hunting Palestinians
Exactly.
for sport, bragging about the number of kneecaps they could shatter. This trend has continued in Israel's latest escalation since October 7th to an extreme degree. IDF snipers are intentionally targeting children for execution by shooting them in the skull and in the heart. Healthcare workers have testified to seeing Israeli drones hovering outside of hospitals, picking off children. That's where they're shooting them and injuring them and then circling back to execute them.
What I think I found particularly disturbing was that a bomb would drop maybe on a crowded, tented area, and then the drones would come down and...
Please take your time. We're incredibly grateful.
So the drones would come down and pick off civilians, children. And we had description after description. This is not, an occasional thing. This was day after day after day, operating on children. He would say, I was lying on the ground after a bomb had dropped, and this quadcopter came down and hovered over me and shot me. And that's clearly a deliberate act, and it was a persistent act, persistent targeting of civilians day after day. We had 1 or 2 mass casualty incidents every day, and that meant 10 to 20 dead, 20 to 40 seriously injured.
Just hunting Palestinian children for...
Okay. So let's do a little bit of research. Does Israel have quadcopter drones with guns on them? Eyewitness in Gaza say Israel is using sniper drones. The shelling isn't far from us at all. Okay, I'm not looking for eyewitnesses. I'm looking for the drones. These are all people saying the same thing. Armed drones in the Middle East. Does anybody have pictures of these? Quadcopters in Gaza. I'm not saying it's not possible. Is that a pistol or a rifle? That's a United States drone. L-beat. All right, let's take a look. Maybe we'll learn something new today. As part of its genocide against the Gaza Strip that has been ongoing since 7 October 2023, the Israel army has been using small drones or quadcopters to fire directly at Palestinians, killing and injuring many of them. Israel's army has increased its use of electronic-controlled quadcopters, which were previously restricted to use for intelligence purposes for killing and injuring Palestinians. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just surprised. I can't tell what that is. Can we get more specific? All right, these are more people saying the same thing, but I'm looking for... This is counter drone tech.
On Monday, City showed an Israeli drone threatening Palestinians that Hamas's actions would lead to a second or third Nakba, or ethnic cleansing, to happen to them. The message seems to be aiming to reduce support for Hamas, that many patients could not be safely evacuated, with loudspeakers were playing sounds of crying children and women in distress to draw Palestinians.
What? We don't have any pictures? Seriously, like, I'm sorry for continuing to research this, but it's like, if you're going to make a claim like that, you should probably substantiate it. A U.S. tech firm has developed a drone that is able to aim and fire at enemies while flying midair. Okay, this is a U.S. drone. Birds of Prey, Elbeat Systems. Okay. Let's see if Elbeat Systems is... These are 3D drawings. Come on, man. Listen, I'm sorry if I'm boring you guys to death, but like, this should be something that should be easy to substantiate. Elbit Systems is an Israeli-based international military technology. So I'm not saying it's not possible. It's entirely possible. Elbit Systems gun drone. Okay, so they exist and they've flown them. Come on, man. Okay. Listen. All right, I'm going to expand. Don't worry, I'm not going to leave you, okay? All right. So I'm sorry for taking so long in order to Google that, to try to research it, to try to substantiate that. The reason why I'm trying to break this down is because if you had, let's say we have a Palestinian Hamas fighter with an AK-47 or an RPG, he's several blocks away from an IDF checkpoint, and it looks like he's creeping on people, right? It's okay, in my opinion, for a gun drone or for a bomb drone or for an airstrike or for a helicopter to try to take that guy out, right? So they hit him with some kind of explosive, right? Hits, injures, kills him, and then there's other people that are around him that are injured or killed just because of population density, okay? You're now talking about a gun drone flying up and systematically shooting people on the ground and executing them despite being unarmed. I'm not saying that's not possible, okay? It's possible. But you would think that we would have video. You would think that we would have photos. You think that we would have military tech demonstrations. You would think that we would have news articles saying that we developed this technological capacity and we are flying drones in the Israel-Gaza conflict, because most military industrialists advertise their products. So the fact that we have American drone manufacturers who are advertising that they have the capacity, but they're not saying whether or not they're doing it. Then we have Israeli people who say that they have the capacity, but they're not saying whether or not they're doing it. It seems like there's a gap here in information that seems like exaggeration to me. Nate says I should dual stream on Kick. I probably will. I probably will. Really? Speakers with crying children? Yeah, you think we would get more information on this. What's the name of the new channel again? Valor Media Network. Valor Media Network. Yeah. The smart shooter and the smash dragon. Okay, let's Google that. Smart shooter drone. And we'll get back into the content. I'm sorry for putting us down a segue, but if we're gonna make pretty broad claims, then we should be able to substantiate them. The smash dragon. Smash dragon drone. Sure. I'm with you. I mean, it's definitely. Ooh, there we go. It says drone killer. So they're alleging that this is for the purposes of killing other drones. All right, let's just watch this. And then we'll get back into the content. I'm sorry for putting us down a segue. There you go. Thank you. Thank you for substantiating the photo. Okay. Well, we learned something today, which it's definitely technologically feasible. I would want to see it. More substantiated, but still. All right. The name of the drone just makes me think of the Becky Let Me Smash meme, but with dragons. True. Let Imagine Dragons smash you. All right. Let's continue.
Sport. It's pure terrorism. The Israelis also have a history of murdering Palestinian civilians by running them over with bulldozers and tanks. Recall the story of the killing of Kamal Zair from April of 2002. Israeli tanks shot and killed him and then proceeded to run him over. He was 57 years old, wheelchair-bound, and waving a white flag. Another prominent case of this was Rachel Corrie, a 23-year-old American peace activist who was murdered by an Israeli bulldozer while protesting the destruction of Palestinian homes in Gaza. Israelis, for years after her murder, celebrated the day by making pancakes with Rachel Corrie's face painted into them. In the latest escalation, individual Israeli soldiers have admitted to committing these atrocities by the hundreds. The only reason we have these admissions is because Western outlets have written articles with concerns over how the mass murdering affects these soldiers' mental health. Another element to the case that Israel is committing genocide is its continuous intentional deprivation of the basic necessities for life for Palestinians in Gaza. They've been using starvation as a weapon of war, a war crime, and a crime against humanity. Most recently, Israel's response to the quote-unquote ceasefire in Gaza is to continue this mass starvation while explicitly stating it as a matter of policy. They have blocked humanitarian aid throughout the genocide in violation of international law, the ceasefire orders, and the ICJ's provisional measures against genocide. The pretext they've fabricated for this policy of intentional starvation is that Hamas is looting these aid trucks. They have provided no evidence for this claim. What we do have evidence for is that Israel has protected and supported criminal gangs with ties to ISIS in areas that Israel has full control over. And these groups have been looting.
The Israeli army is allowing gangs in Gaza to loot aid trucks and extort protection fees from drivers. Armed clans in the Rafah area are blocking trucks and entering Gaza from Israel, leading some organizations to avoid sending desperately needed humanitarian aid. These incidents are occurring in an area under full IDF control, with the army refraining from action due to concerns that harm to aid workers could provoke international criticism. So there's a pretty common trope, and it's in the opening scene of Black Hawk Down. If you guys haven't seen Black Hawk Down, it's a phenomenal movie about the 1992 conflict in Somalia. And there's UN aid trucks that show up with a whole bunch of food, and then the local warlords come and pillage them. That way they can disperse the food as they see fit. And so I'm not going to be surprised if Israel is being jerks and screwing with the food supply in order to screw with Gazans. I'm also not going to be surprised if there are actual legitimate security concerns where Hamas or other armed groups are taking over food, because food is power. So, yeah. Christian Valera says, reread my first tweet. Sorry, buddy. That you have to bear in mind that there's like a whole bunch of stuff coming through. So there, I would have to scroll through a lot. So if you want to retype it, retype it. No mentions of the massive amount of food and aid during the conflict. Well, yeah, Jeff Lewis, that's the other thing too, is that there's been a huge amount of support for material support for Gazans. So the picture, I'm not saying that this isn't possible. I'm just saying that it's there's a more complicated picture than what Noah Samsen is painting, as demonstrated by the casualty numbers. But let's give him, I've been pausing and researching and all that kind of stuff, and I want to give him the opportunity to speak. So let's just see if we can let him get someplace substantive. Right now he's saying, here are all the reasons why I think Israel is bad. and Ethan Klein did not mention sufficiently that Israel is bad. That's what he's saying right now.
Aid trucks. Israel is intentionally depriving Palestinians in Gaza of access to clean water. Oxfam reported that Israel has destroyed over 1,000 miles of water and sanitation networks, leaving less than 7% of pre-war water levels in Rafah and North Gaza. Israel has also partially or entirely destroyed over 80% of water and sanitation infrastructure in Gaza, including all 6 of its mainline wastewater treatment plants. Brutal, violent attacks on the healthcare system are another aspect of the genocide. They've damaged or destroyed every single hospital in Gaza and murdered countless medical workers, doctors, nurses, rescue workers, and healthcare staff. They've kidnapped doctors and held them without charge, where they've been tortured. Dr. Adnan al-Bursh, Gaza's leading orthopedic surgeon, was kidnapped by Israeli soldiers, brought to an Israeli prison, and then reportedly raped to death. The latest
IDS state the drone is being used specifically for drones and entrenched Hamas combatants, which makes sense, but could be used in war crimes. Not likely, though. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible. It's definitely possible. Rights expert condemns death of Palestinian doctor in Israeli custody, urges independent inquiry. A renowned Palestinian orthopedic surgeon death in Israel detention has been labeled horrifying by UN human rights expert, prompting calls for an independent international investigation. Raping people to death is bad. Okay, don't rape people to death. I think conserve liberalism made this point earlier. He was like, this is why I don't carry water for either sides, because both of them are extremely messed up. So I'm gonna go with conservative liberalism on this one. I just wouldn't be confident in saying not likely when we just acknowledge that they're kneecapping people and commit war crimes on the regular. Well, yeah. So I guess we shouldn't carry water for either side. Conservative liberalism. The only reason, conservative liberalism. The reason why I put X to doubt on some of these things, for instance, there is a greater game at play in information warfare. And so, for instance, that story of, the Israelis are using drones in order to say that the Palestinians are about to undergo a second and third Nakba. Okay. So my perception would be that Israelis wouldn't want to say that kind of shit because Palestinians have smartphones and they would be willing and able to video record and audio record that and then post that to the internet. And effectively it would be Israeli saying like, yeah, we are coming to Holocaust you. Right. Whereas I do think that from an information warfare perspective, a Palestinian force saying they are on the verge of committing a second and third Nakba on you. You need to do this, you need to do that or whatever. I would think that more likely in the age of information warfare. So the things that we can prove are already bad enough that we don't need to make shit up. I guess is my main point. And Serenaded Swan says, yo, is this live? And yeah, what up? So, we're live. We're going to be live from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. 5 days a week. I'm going to be live on the Valor Media Network covering news and covering online politics and covering Red Pill. This is going to be our new schedule. I have 6 months to build up a channel and build up a show. So you 50 people cross-platform who are hanging out with me, you're helping me to do that just by being here. If you haven't done so already, please like the stream so other people know that we're live. Also, please follow, subscribe, do all that kind of stuff. And then if you have money burning a hole in your pocket, feel free to donate it. So thank you for the help, though. Christian Blair says, because the IDF has a history of using methods to avoid civilian deaths in the past, whereas Hamas hasn't. Sure. K-Soko, if there's a perspective between defaulting to the IDF because they're the more technologically sophisticated and have more rules of engagement and blindly trusting them, and then if there's being skeptical of everything that they're saying, I think we should probably be 60% to the skeptical side. That's where I would be. Conservative liberalism says, I get that propaganda is layers deep. Buying into anything any side says without expressing skepticism is a fool's errand. I just don't see the point in always expressing benefit of the doubt to either side continuously. I agree. I will try to amend my skepticism, or I will try to up my skepticism a little bit of the Israeli side.
Israeli soldiers, brought to an
Moderately.
Israeli prison, and then reportedly raped to death. The latest UN reports have concluded that over 90% of the buildings in Gaza have been severely damaged or completely destroyed. If you watch any of the footage coming out of Gaza, this is made quite clear. Israel's destruction includes every single school, hospital, mosque, cultural center, church, residential areas. Everything has been bombed. It's estimated that it will take a minimum of 15 years to remove the debris and unexploded ordinances from the Gaza Strip. That's just removing it, by the way, not rebuilding. In September, the UN released an estimate that because of Israel's illegal and inhumane blockade around Gaza, which regularly limits the transfer of things like concrete into the Strip, fully rebuilding Gaza will take 350 years. Gaza is about 25 miles long and 5 miles wide. It is one of the most densely populated areas on Earth. It is in this area that Israel has dropped equivalent to that of multiple nuclear weapons. Israel has done this with full knowledge that over half the population of Gaza is children. So no, this isn't just a case where 40,000 people died. A lot more than that happened. One of the most tragic elements of the Gaza genocide is that, as crucial as it may be for the factual record and eventually holding the perpetrators accountable, merely recounting these statistics does not afford Palestinians the dignity of humanity. They are simply reduced to numbers, to tens of thousands of names on a registry, as if they aren't human beings with dreams, hopes, hobbies, interests, and love for the people around them. If you've had this feeling as well, I want to recommend a book. It's called If I Must Die. It's written by renowned Palestinian poet, author, and teacher Dr. Rafat Al-Arir. It's full of stories and poetry and history about life, or rather survival, in Gaza during occupation and genocide. It is beautifully written and humanizing beyond anything you'll ever get from most coverage of Gaza, especially in the West. I have a friend from Gaza. His name's Ahmed Sarsour, and he's a very talented poet. We got in contact on social media, and when I read his work, it moved me in a very similar way to the way Dr. Rafat's words have. Ahmed has a sister, Rania. She is a mother and a gynecologist from Gaza and is seeking help after being displaced in February of last year. She and her children were forced to flee their home, and her life was further devastated when her home and her family members' homes were destroyed. She gave birth to her baby, Rose, in a hospital without proper care and no anesthetic, and now faces a dire situation with limited resources. I've linked your fundraiser in the description. Support if you can. The funds raised will go towards essentials like diapers, baby formula, medicine, basic living items, rent, and travel expenses for relocation. Another friend of mine, Ahmed.
Oh, that's nice. That is nice.
Ed Matar is a 27-year-old inventor from Gaza. He makes these brilliant videos showing the process of constructing creative inventions to use in order to survive in Gaza. After the
Listen, I'll admit to being a little Islamophobic. When I see a young Arab man messing with a paint can, I get a little nervous, okay? But I'm happy he made cooking utensils out of it. Good for him. Good for you, Ahmed Matir. You're a good dude. All right, hold on. Serenaded Swan says, what do you make of the reports that Britain is providing significant intelligence operation services to Israel and Gaza through their base in Cyprus? They say half of the aerial recon missions during the war have been by the RAF. Okay. Israel is a Western ally, right? So, I mean, I kind of expect that, right? Casey J says, that guy was a member of Hamas, by the way, and said, blame Democrats if I die, laugh my ass off, rest in... Whoa, Casey. Whoa! Listen, that doesn't mean that a member of Hamas can't be a good poet. Jeez, bro. Did I get my... Abaddon says, did I get my copy of that book yet? If you're referring to the poetry by a Hamas poet, no, I haven't done that. Condemn what you can and should be. No reason to pick and choose. I mean, I agree. Lol, no ID. Okay, I'm happy somebody else, actually 2 or 3 people in chat. 2 or 3 people in chat thought the same thing that I did. Okay, good. I'm happy I'm not crazy. All right. Or if I am crazy, I'm just a little crazy. Sean Kaplan, no. I am going full time. I was live yesterday. So check out Valor Media Network if you haven't done so already. VALOR Media, common spelling, Network, NETWORK. I'll be live there 5 days a week. I just came back to the original channel because they're going to be running a show on Tuesday. And also we wanted to spread the word on my home channel that I'm moving over to Valor Media. Of course, I'll still be posting pre-recorded stuff here, but we need to get the we need to get the pipeline up and running. So hold on, let me just I'm going to pay Noah a compliment. Okay. I am probably biased towards Ukrainians because I did relatively pro-Ukrainian coverage when the war first kicked off. And I had Ukrainian people reached out to me. And as a result, I have a human connection with at least a few civilians in Ukraine. I sympathize with their perspective. I sympathize with their plight. As a result, the war is more personal for me. And so when I see us backstabbing Ukrainians, I get really upset. And I just think about the people that I like, that I kind of like share a fraternity of humanity with. And I get upset that they're in a situation in which they're getting screwed over, and my government is helping them get screwed over more. And so I sympathize with Noah Samsen in this piece, where there are plenty of things to object about Hamas, about Palestinian support for Hamas, about jihadist terrorism in general, about Islam feeding into jihadist terrorism, and also a wildly impractical perspective on a one-state solution. I think all of those criticisms can be levied, and you can still sympathize with Noah Samsen for having friends and people that he has met and talked to through the internet who are in Gaza, who are having a terrible result as a result of the war. So I don't have to agree with Noah Samsen in order to appreciate that he's actually sympathizing with human beings on the other side of the planet who are getting screwed over partially through American support of Israel. So if I had to pick a side, it's Gaza. Well, I think that's kind of where we're landing, is we're not going to pick a side, because there are plenty of things that you can say to defend and support Israel, but they're obviously doing a bunch of messed up stuff. And then I think that we all know that Hamas has done pretty messed up stuff because they videotaped it and they posted it to Twitter. Christian Blair says, Iraq-Iran war, Syria war, Saudi war, and Yemen, every one of these conflicts have killed more civilians intentionally than all deaths in the entire Israeli-Palestinian conflict going back to 48. I mean, that's true, but murder is still bad, right? So if I get murdered, the Holocaust is worse than my murder. Murder is still bad, though, right? Abaddon quadruple six says, yes, but this Abaddon quad triple six or quad six says that Noah Samsen's mustache burns up his charity. It's true. Common Cure, hello, good to see you. It's good to see familiar names in chat. Conservative liberalism says, don't forget Saddam gassed his own population too, although I don't think he ever claimed the Kurds. Well, conservative liberalism, we sold him the gas. So we have some blood on our hands there too. Razzle Smasher says, I dislike the current Israeli government, but the country has a right to exist, and Hamas is much, much worse. I think Razzle Smasher, you and I can break bread on that. But before I continue to yap, let's let Mr. Noah enlighten us. And so far, all I've gotten is that Ethan Klein insufficiently demonstrated the plight of the Palestinians. Here is everything that Israel has done that makes them bad. That is what I've gotten so far out of the first 15 minutes of this video.
The so-called ceasefire was implemented, Ahmed and his family returned to their home in the north only to find that it had been looted, vandalized, and destroyed by the occupation forces. Support his campaign if you can. I will leave these fundraisers as well as a link to Dr. Al-Arir's book in the description. The book is devastating, though, especially considering the fate of its author. Dr. Rifat was killed by Israel in a targeted assassination in December of 2023. He was killed alongside his brother, Salah, with his son Muhammad and his sister Asma, and 3 of her children. This came after having over 30 members of his and his wife's family slaughtered by Israel over the course of their lives.
Okay. Recifit Alir. What's his?
With these numbers, also members of Muhammad and his sister Asma.
Rifat Al-Alir. Al-Arir. Rifat. Al-Arir. There we go. All right. So let's read his Wikipedia. The only reason why I'm asking is that, so we have from Noah Samsen that he's a fantastic poet. He wrote a book, If I Must Die. It's heartbreaking. It's got this, that, the other, blah, 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 blah. His fate sucks. Let's just check, what's going on. Rafit Al-Arir. That's the best way to say it. Was a Palestinian writer, poet, professor, and activist from Gaza Strip. Al-Arir was born in Gaza City in 1979 during the Israeli occupation, which he said negatively influenced every move and decision he made. Al-Arir earned a BA in English in 2001 from the Islamic University of Gaza and an MA from University College London in 2007. He earned a PhD in English literature at the University Putra, Malaysia in 2017 with a dissertation of John Donne. He taught literature and creative writing at the Islamic University of Gaza and co-founded the organization We Are Not Numbers, which matched experienced authors with young writers in Gaza and promoted the power of storytelling as a means of Palestinian resistance against the Israeli occupation. On 6 December 2023, Al-Arir was killed by an Israeli airstrike in northern Gaza, along with his brother, sister, and 4 of his nephews during an Israeli invasion of the Gaza Strip. The Euromed Monitor released a statement saying that Al-Arir was deliberately targeted, surgically bombed out of the entire building, and came after weeks of death threats that Rifat received online and by phone from Israeli accounts. On 26 April 2024, his eldest daughter and his newborn grandchild were killed by an Israeli airstrike on the Gaza City home. In December 2024, his final collection of writing, the posthumously published If I Must Die, Poetry and Prose, became a bestseller. So let's do, during the 2021 Israel-Palestine crisis, he wrote an opinion piece in the New York Times about the war occurring in the Gaza Strip, ending it with a conversation with his 8-year-old daughter, Lena. On Tuesday, Lena asked her question again after my wife and I didn't answer her the first time. Can they destroy our building if the power is out? I wanted to say, yes, little Lena, Israel can still destroy the beautiful Al-Jawara building or any of our buildings, even in the darkness. Each of our homes is full of tales and stories that must be told. Our homes annoy the Israeli war machine, mock it, haunt it, even in the darkness. It can't abide their existence. And with American tax dollars and international immunity, Israel presumably will go on destroying our buildings until there is nothing left. But I can't tell Lena any of this, so I lie. No, sweetie, they can't see us in the dark. Oof. Oof. I'm looking, somebody in chat. Oh, here we go. In the immediate aftermath of the 2023 Hamas-led attack on Israel, he described the attack as legitimate and moral and said it was exactly like the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. He also rejected allegations of Hamas engaging in sexual violence during the 7 October attack as lies to justify the Gaza genocide. All right. Patrick Kingsley, Jerusalem bureau chief of the New York Times, wrote that Al-Arir's critical remarks about Israel drew accusations in Israel being virulently anti-Israel and anti-Semitic in response to the claim, since debunked, that Hamas had killed a baby by placing it in an oven. Al-Arir jokingly responded with or without baking powder on Twitter. Oh. Oh, man, Barry Weiss is involved. This backlash includes an online harassment campaign from Barry Weiss, which led Al-Arir to tweet, if I get killed by Israeli bombs or my family is harmed, I blame Barry Weiss and her likes. Oof. Mega oof. All right. Maybe he didn't deserve to get slaughtered inside his home along with his entire family, but maybe he also, he's a dead guy, so it's hard to criticize him. Maybe he shouldn't have joked that, like, you know, in the wake of Hamas actually executing children and women and these being verified on video, maybe he shouldn't have joked about an Israeli baby getting put into an oven with or without baking powder. Maybe the same way, bringing this back to Noah Samsen. Noah Samsen is accusing Ethan Klein of lies of omission. I would consider him not bringing up the things that Rifat Al-Arir did and said as a lie of omission, but that's okay. He's obviously biased to one side, right? We kind of knew that. Oof. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no. Oof. Yeah. All right. Looks like chat's a little looks like the chat is a little divided on the fate of Mr. Rifat Al-Arir. But I'm going to be right back. I'm going to use a restroom. I'll let Noah Samsen keep you company though. Okay. So I'll be right back. Give me 60 seconds.
And 3 of her children. This came after having over 30 members of his and his wife's family slaughtered by Israel over the course of their lives. What these numbers also fail to communicate is the weight and depth the effects of this crime has had and will continue to have for generations. To speak only of the children of Gaza, they will forever hold the wounds and trauma caused by Israel's genocide in their minds and hearts. It was reported that when asked, over half of the children in Gaza expressed a desire to die. Many of them already held such wounds, though, of course, but in terms of sheer scale and intensity, what we're seeing now is incomprehensible except to those experiencing it. Throughout these 17 months of genocide, the international community has left the people of Gaza to languish and die. If there's anything we've learned about Israel in the past 100 years, it's that there is no crime they can commit that won't go unpunished, up to and including genocide. In the latest escalation, again, the world has watched this happen and done nothing. And some have, of course, actively made this genocide possible. Most notably, that would be the United States government. The US and the Biden administration is fully complicit in this genocide. They've repeatedly sent billions of dollars in weapons shipments and provided military and diplomatic support. Over 80% of the killing machinery that has been used to slaughter Palestinians in Gaza has been provided by the United States government. They've also provided rhetorical and diplomatic support by whitewashing Israel's crimes against humanity, laundering Israeli atrocity propaganda, and denying and dismissing genocide allegations. That last one should come as no surprise, given that a genocide ruling against Israel does also implicate the United States in the crime of aiding and abetting genocide, since they sent the bombs that made it possible. The ICC is already being urged to investigate Joe Biden and Antony Blinken for their role in perpetrating this very crime. These actions have shown the US to be acting in violation of both domestic and international laws by sending weapons to a regime that is actively and intentionally blocking access to humanitarian aid against a civilian population that they are occupying, and ignoring the arrest warrants issued by the International Criminal Court against Netanyahu and Gallant. This is just another plot on the long chart of the US and Israel's position as rogue states in the international community. There's a comment I saw on Ethan Klein's video. It read, "I feel like a lot of people can't separate Israelis and the Israeli government, and the same with the other side. Like, you are allowed to hate on the people who actually kill people and not hate the innocent adults and children that are being killed from both sides." This is a popular framing among liberals.
Oh no! Sorry, I'm pausing because I need to prepare myself for the psychic damage that I'm already going to take. I can kind of already hear what he's going to say, which I'm assuming is he's going to evaporate the distinction between civilians and their government, which, if you want to justify terrorism, this is exactly what you do. So just to be clear, when we open this thing, Ethan Klein said Hassan is an extremist who supports terrorism and terrorist groups. He denied the rapes that happened on 10/7. His perspective on a one-state solution and people like him prolong the conflict. Twitch has a systemic problem with anti-Semitism. Citing the hummus panel and the IP banning of Israel. This is the worst video he's ever seen. Bush-era State Department propaganda. I recommend Bad Empanada. So he accuses Ethan Klein of lies of omission, telling the Palestinian. He doesn't tell the Palestinian side of the story. He characterizes his opponents as mindless terror-supporting anti-Semites when they're really just anti-genocide. Western media does terror apologia for Western military operations. They do lies of omission, bearing the lead in sanitized language. And then he says that Gaza is a genocide and it's a U.S.-Israeli Holocaust. I already gave you all my talks in reference to that. We wrote down the hard stats. He also just told us a bunch of really sad stories of dead Palestinians. One of them ended up being a Hamas supporter and made a lot of jokes about 10/7, but that's okay. Just because you make messed up jokes on Twitter doesn't mean that you should get J-damned. Maybe there was a more substantive reason for why he got hit with a bomb, but we don't know that. And now we might move into the blurring of lines of civilians and combatants, which actually is just justifying terrorism. But, you know, let's see how far he goes. Let's see where we land.
Liberals and liberal outlets that we should separate the Israeli people from the actions of their government. While there are some examples from the past where this may be true, such as the case of the American public's attitudes towards the end of the Vietnam War, which diverged from their government, the same cannot be said in the case of Israel. The vast majority of the Israeli public supports this genocide. Months into the genocide, polling showed that over 95% of Jewish Israelis supported the IDF's actions, with a majority of those indicating that the IDF was not using enough force in Gaza. The force in question there being, genocide. They wanted more. It wasn't enough, apparently. 17 months later, and nothing has really changed. Just weeks ago, polling indicated that the Trump administration's plan to facilitate the ethnic cleansing of Gazans was supported by over 80% of Israelis. This headline refers to Israelis as a whole, but that 80% support statistic is actually only the perspective of Jewish Israelis. A majority of Palestinians with Israeli citizenship, or Arab Israelis, as the Israeli government tries to call them, considers this ethnic cleansing plan to be immoral. When it comes to Jewish Israelis, however, that number drops to just 3%. This should come as no surprise given Israel's history. A country that exists on the logic of ethnic supremacy and colonization requires a certain level of dehumanization to keep its inhabitants from collapsing under the weight of the reality of their rotten society. Another way to get a handle on the seemingly ubiquitous genocidal fervor among Israelis is by just talking to them.
How many civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know?
Who gives a shit?
Okay, but don't you feel like, for example, children?
Children grow up to be Arabs. I read the numbers last week. My memory died and went to heaven. I don't think children should suffer, but they're always casualties. And since they do a lot of pruervu, that is the natural result.
חפים מפשע נהרגו בעזה.
טוב, אז כנראה שנעצור.
את לא רוצה לענות על זה?
תודה.
אוקיי, אפשר לשאול למה?
כי אני לא חושבת שיש מישהו שהוא חף פשע שם.
אבל ילדים אבל, נגיד.
הילדים מסכנים, אין ספק, אבל הם לא יגדלו להיות ילדים חפים מפשע, לצערי.
Most of the kids there that are getting killed, I never support little children dying, you know? I never want it. But most of them will grow up not only supporting Hamas, which is a crime by itself, but joining them, which is the worst of the worst.
בפשע נהרגו בעזה.
לא, זה גם לא מעניין אותי.
לא? למה?
לא מעניין אותי. אני הייתי עד 7 באוקטובר האמנתי בשלום ובשיח ובדו-שיח. אחרי זה הבנתי שאין לי מי לדבר. כולם שם מחבלים. לצערי הרב.
אבל ילדים, כאילו.
לא, אני אומרת בכנות, לא מעניין אותי.
There is no such thing as Palestinians. They're Arabs who have many countries to flee to and nobody wants them to. But if we do call them Palestinians, their parents use them as human shields to gain sympathy. The natural instinct of a Jewish mother is to protect her child. Palestinian women do not have that.
These people know that they're on camera and that these remarks will be posted on the internet or shared on the mainstream news. This is normal to them. This is normal in their society, which is a testament to the fact that their society is not normal. It's typically...
Hold on. So Noah Samsen is probably a child. So let's check this out. Noah Samsen, age. Born 1997. So he is calculator. He would have been 4 during 9/11. 2025 minus 1997. I think he needs to grow up a little bit. It's not an indictment of being critical of this perspective. However, this is the perspective of people at war. Okay. So after 9/11, on 9/11/2001, I was like 13 or 14 years old. I forget my exact age, but I saw airplanes fly into buildings, set those buildings on fire. And then for 3 or 4 hours, my teachers kept the television on because they knew it was such a crazy historic event. And we watched civilian Americans jump from the building to their death because they didn't want to be burned alive in the building fire. Then we watched those buildings collapse, presumably killing dozens, hundreds, thousands of people, right? So that was 3,000 dead. Now, when it comes to the war on terror immediately after that, if you would have asked anybody 6 months to a year out from the war on terror, they would have been like, what should we do about Arab Muslims who support terrorist organizations, and what should we do about the terrorists? The answers universally would have been, let's kill them all. And then when it's like, oh, well, if we accidentally kill civilians, then won't we be as bad as the terrorists? Almost all of the Americans who saw 9/11 and took it as a personal attack on their country, they would say, I don't care, right? And it's not because if you show them an injured child, they're not going to take care of an injured child. It's not because if you don't show them an innocent child, they're not going to, try to prevent and, harm and save the child and all that kind of stuff. It's because when you go down to the human psychology, down to the lizard brain that we all have, we come up with tribal binary thinking, and we will extend empathy and kindness and understanding to people who are a member of our tribe, but we will not extend it to the enemy tribe because that makes war infinitely harder. If you think about the fact that this is something that Dick Winters, the infantryman from Band of Brothers, dealt with. He ran across a field. He ambushed an SS division. But when he ambushed the SS division, he pulled up on this hill and he sees this like 17-year-old kid in uniform who's staring him in the eyes, and he catches him without his weapon. His weapon's on the ground. Now, if they were in a firefight shooting at each other, then neither one of them would have cared. They would have both killed each other. But Dick Winters, in this moment of vulnerability for the other person, sees a human, like he sees like a 17-year-old kid. Well, guess what he does? He overrides his sense of empathy and sympathy, and he shoots the kid in the chest. And that's something that he dealt with psychologically for the rest of his life. But the truth is that if you're going to fight a war, then you're going to have to override your sense of empathy and sympathy in order to win the war. And you're like, okay, well, this is evil. This is bad. This is the worst parts of human psychology. I think even the people who undergo those psychological transformations will admit that in hindsight. However, this has been a necessary part of human psychology in conflict since we were incepted as a species. So come on, you know, like you can, Noah Samsen can act like, oh man, these Israelis are so bad because they don't sympathize or empathize with the Israeli, with the Palestinian civilians that they're slaughtering. And it's like, okay, let's go do a street interview with Hamas. Let's go do a street interview with the kids. Let's go watch, I don't know, the 10,000 videos of plays of Palestinian children being brought up in public school where they reenact Hamas slaughters. Like as a matter of fact, let's go ahead and do it now. Like, I get that this is annoying, and it's annoying for me to do to like segue away from the video because we're supposed to have like clean segments. But let's just look up Palestinian children play Hamas. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So literally. So top 3 videos already pulled up. I'm sure here's another one. There's more down here, more down here, more down here. So right here, this is a 1-minute clip. We got all these children, literally dozens of them, being taught that Hamas is based. You should go do obstacle courses. You should practice with weapons, all that kind of stuff. Crawl through tunnels, etc., etc. Position of attention, learning how to use weapons. And these kids are like 6, right? They're like 8. These are kids, but they're being indoctrinated to be warriors. Same thing here. These kids are like 8. And we literally have, oh no, we got an Israeli hostage. We have a soldier. We have someone cheering it on. We have a woman in a burqa who's only 8 or 10 with a knife fighting Israeli soldiers and then stabbing them in holy war.
They call them the Pioneers of Liberation and the Sword of Jerusalem summer camps, run by Hamas and Islamic Jihad. These videos, posted by Memory, the Middle East Media Research Institute, show what the youth of Gaza are doing this summer.
We did not come here to enjoy ourselves or to play or anything like that. We came with our souls, our blood, our martyrs, and are wounded to sacrifice ourselves for Palestine and for our people.
This promotional video urges students from primary school, high school, and college to participate. In the camp, target practice involves AK-47s, anti-tank weapons, and video simulations.
So that in the next phase, Allah willing, these boys will be able to confront the plundering enemy and disfigure its face in the next war.
In May, Hamas and Islamic Jihad called the 11-day war with Israel the Sword of Jerusalem. Their goal, preparing the next generation for the next war.
We say to the enemy, these children picked up these weapons, and we train them how to use them, as well as how to take security measures, so that they will follow in the footsteps of their fathers and take up arms, Allah willing.
I chose to spend my vacation in the Pioneers of Liberation summer camp in order to continue the path of my father, the martyred commander Walid Shamala Abu Bilal, and in order to strengthen our determination and to liberate Jerusalem, Allah willing.
These young men and boys learn anti-Semitism at an early age.
We asked Hitler why he left some of you alive. He did so in order to show us how wicked you are. We will come to you from under the ground and hammer fear into your hearts, and above the ground we will tear your bodies apart with our rockets. Scram into the shelters, you mice, you sons of Jewish women.
Memory has been monitoring these summer camps for 10 years.
the videos and images from those camps illustrate and reflect the way Hamas is operating and deepening its control. In 10, 15 years from now, the kids will be adults or parents and maybe even an officials in Gaza and decision makers. So the extremism in Gaza will be even worse.
Hamas took over the Gaza Strip 13 years ago in a bloody battle with the Palestinian Authority.
So since birth, this generation has been raised only on the values of these terrorist movements. This is, of course, only deepening the crisis there, thwarting any chance for dignified, peaceful life for the kids and for all the residents of Gaza.
She feels the international community needs to speak up about these camps. While these kids are in camp, Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh is visiting nations like Mauritania, pledging to continue the war against Israel.
You guys get the point, right? So Noah Samsen, again, like I'm just going to bring this up just so I can reinforce it to you, okay? Accusing Ethan Klein of lies of omission, telling Palestinian side of the story. Listen, I have no problem if you're sympathetic to Palestine. I have no problems if you're sympathetic to Palestinians. I have no problem if you have friends who are Palestinian, who are in Gaza right now, who are getting screwed over. I have no problems with that at all. But he just posted a 3 to 4 minute interview of Jewish civilians in the wake of October 23, what was it? Was it 2023? Being unsympathetic to teenage and children casualties in the war in Gaza. And it took me 3 seconds to find children as young as 7 or 8 being trained to be terrorists when they grow up. So, yeah. So listen, if you want to say that is lies of omission, tell both sides of the story. Kay Soko says Israel teaches their side, the other side is evil, both doing the same thing. Well, listen, it's easy to believe that the other side is evil when they're training to kill you their entire lives. What was it? I've waited my whole life to kill you. Meme. There's this meme that goes around the internet every now and then, and it's a kid in like a soldier uniform, and there's a kid who's playing jihadist, and the meme says, I've waited my whole life to kill you. I don't know why I can't find it now. But it exists. I've seen it dozens of times. And yeah, of course, when you're trained in the United States, when you're brought up in the United States, you're brought up that you're brought up that jihadist terrorists are obviously evil. It's easy. And a lot of jihadist terrorists are evil and they should get killed. But that doesn't mean that they can't look in a mirror image and see the American warriors who are coming to their lands in order to plunder their petroleum and support the state of Israel, and that they can't come up with a coherent narrative for why we're evil and why we deserve violence as well. So, yeah. So, K-Soko says, but the other side feels the same way. We shouldn't be using our weapons to force peace. Like Trump said, we will have peace through power. Let's do it. We'll see. But anyways, I've yapped enough distracting from Mr. Noah Samsen's pedophile goatee. So let's get back to the content.
Bad form to cite street interviews as being some meaningful indicator of widespread attitudes. But again, with Israel, it's just different. Not just because these attitudes align perfectly with the wider Israeli polling data, but also because it's almost impossible to find anyone in Israel saying anything else. The amount of truly anti-Zionist Israelis living in Israel numbers in the hundreds. This figure is according to anti-Zionist Israelis themselves. They are alone.
Everyone around us are completely genocidal maniacs. Everyone around you. And
Abby Martin is a very strong-wing left-wing propagandist. I'm not saying like, oh, we can discount everything she's ever said, but she is like a Noam Chomsky America bad leftist. All right.
I don't mean it metaphorically. It's not metaphorically. It's literally everybody. It will be your family. It will be your teachers. It will be your colleagues. Everyone around you. So you're alone. Even if we will gather all of those anti-Zionists together from Jerusalem or Tel Aviv or Haifa or whatever, it will not be more than, I don't know, 500?
There's no tangible internal opposition within the country. The Israeli left is a myth. This is reflected once more in the openly genocidal sentiment we see on social media from IDF terrorists who have been willingly, gleefully, posting their own war crimes on the internet for everyone to see for a year and a half.
They go into the homes of Palestinians, and they're often clearly staying there, and they just smash them up, and they film themselves smashing them up. They also delight in going through women's underwear drawers, and this is a sort of recurring obsession. You have to see Israeli soldier videos in the context of the broader output of Israeli society.
If you gave me a button to just erase Gaza, every single living being in Gaza would no longer be living tomorrow, I would press it in a second. I would press it right now. Give me that button and press it right now.
There you go.
And I think most Israelis would.
There's an Israeli song called This Was My Home. And what they would do is dress up as caricatures of obviously what they perceive Palestinians to be, being sung mockingly to people who no longer have homes. We're not looking at some sort of obscure subculture within Israeli society. This is mainstream Israeli society.
People have been keeping tabs on this. There are a number of archives documenting the names and crimes of these Israeli terrorists. One of the most thorough of these databases was created by a historian, Lee Mordecai. It's called Bearing Witness to the Israel-Gaza War. It is presently over 100.
I feel like I need to let Noah go, but we're still waiting for these. So the YouTubers who backed a genocide. Okay, I want to get there. We're gonna give him the entire runtime because it is 1 hour. It's not, that's not super crazy of a runtime to react to. So I want to give him his full runtime.
20 pages long with extremely detailed footnotes. There's that one tweet that's like, hitting translate from Hebrew on Twitter is like discovering a lost page from Mein Kampf. This holds up pretty well. Here, let's try it on this tweet. The survivors of the 2025 Holocaust are proof that every trace of the murderous mutations in Gaza must be erased, from delivery rooms to the last elderly person in Gaza. 100% dead in Gaza. That there is Barashi Kinneret, the host of a mainstream Israeli news channel. One more example that I found particularly striking was the Right to Rape protests. A group of Israeli prison guards were placed under investigation after security camera footage leaked showing them gang raping a Palestinian prisoner. The Israeli public reacted in uproar, not because of what they were alleged to have done, but because they were potentially going to be punished for it. Protests were held outside of the prison, attended by top Israeli officials. Mainstream Israeli news channels brought on one of the alleged rapist soldiers for interviews, supporting him and his right to kill and rape Palestinian hostages. Again, this wasn't some extremist fluke. It was reflected in broader polling of the Israeli public. According to a poll taken around that time, 65% of Israeli Jews opposed criminal prosecution for soldiers suspected of raping Palestinian detainees. And 47% of Jewish Israelis answered that Israel does not need to abide by international law and maintain moral values in the war. Simply put, it's a genocidal society, top to bottom. Perhaps the most complicit party to enabling this genocide, aside from the material support of Western governments, is the Western media. As previously mentioned, this support largely takes two forms. The more overt kinds, like spreading misinformation and explicit Israeli state and IDF propaganda, and the other more subtle, yet significantly more frequent and effective, is that of manufacturing consent. Reporting on Palestinians has some clear differences in coverage, language, and framing when compared with other groups. In the first 100 days after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, 262 children were killed. In the first 100 days of Israel's assault on Gaza, more than 10,000 children were killed. The true number is likely much higher, but mentions of child deaths and related terms were 33.4% higher for Ukraine than for Gaza. During this time frame, CNN mentioned child victims of the war 2,446 times for Ukraine versus 2,110 times for Gaza, and MSNBC mentioned child victims of the Ukraine war 1,775 times versus 1,522 times for Gaza. This means that for each child death from Ukraine, children receive the equivalent of 16.1 mentions on air, whereas children in Gaza receive the equivalent of 0.36 mentions. MSNBC did not run a single segment in the first 100 days that focused specifically and exclusively on the plight of children in Gaza. MSNBC ran over a dozen segments.
Oh my God, he's making the same point 7 different ways. I understand. And what I would say is, not only is the United States an ally of Israel, and probably in some way, form, or fashion supports Israel over Gaza, and therefore doesn't want to do news segments that makes Israel look bad, but also that we just watched the videos of Palestinian children being trained for terror operations, and therefore it's easier to dismiss the dead of Palestine than it is to dismiss the dead of Ukraine. As an example, logically, from a Western perspective, okay, if a Ukrainian child, let's say that they're being trained from the age of 8 into the age of 18 in order to fight Russians, they are being trained to load AKs, fire AKs. They're being taught counter ambush. They're talking about IEDs probably. They're talking about drones. They're talking about this. They're talking about that. But what they're doing is they're going to attack the uniformed enemy that is in their country that is being invaded. That is, relatively speaking, justifiable morally. When you look at the tactics used by Hamas, when you look at what they're encouraging their children to believe is accurate, we literally just watched this video 30 seconds ago. They're talking about taking a woman who is in a burqa, concealing a knife on their person, and then stabbing people to death on the streets. Now, within the play, thank God, they were allegedly stabbing IDF soldiers, but in real life, oftentimes stabbing, shooting, and bombing attacks conducted by Hamas are indiscriminate. They attack civilians. And we actually just got done with Noah Samsen giving us justification for why they are morally justified in slaughtering civilians. So it's easier to dismiss the death of Palestinian children if they are being trained to ignore the civilians on the opposite side. It literally makes it easier for Israelis to ignore civilian deaths because they're saying there's no such thing as civilians because they're all being propagandized in order to hate and kill all of us. It actually makes the slaughter of each side morally easier, and Noah Samsen is contributing to it rhetorically. So, Jesus Christ, right? Like, I get it. You're not descriptively wrong, but you're also playing into it. Jesus Christ. Sorry. Hill. Williams says, this is where a hard lefty goes, well, they don't have a choice to train child soldiers. There's a genocide. Exactly. Serenade Swan says, how do you feel about the takeaway that woke is being put away in America because lefties and minorities have overreacted to Israeli actions in the war and Jews in position of power and U.S. overreacted in their own right and put woke away by various means? Hey, listen, whatever needs to be done, okay? If powerful American Jews realize that they would be cannibalized by progressivism along with the whites, and that's what evaporated support for the progressive agenda. You know, listen, I know really good progressive people who care about really good policy. There are also a lot of really dumb progressives who support wildly stupid policies. So if this opens up some level of sobriety in American politics, then, you know, it is what it is, right? That I'm not going to complain about that. Conservative liberalism says Hamas believes the Israelis are in their country unfairly too, or at least that's the propaganda they push. They don't have nuanced discussions on the borders of the wars. It's just settlements. Right. So then you get to slaughter Israeli civilians indiscriminately because they all support the war. Right. Anyways, sorry for yapping, but sometimes these people with pedophile mustaches, they don't see the consequences of their own rhetoric, and yet they say it anyways. It's like if we took everything that Noah Samsen said at face value, we now understand that Israel's bad. It's conducting a genocide. Ethan Klein lied by omission, and Israelis are so bad that you actually could rape and slaughter them because they all participate in the war complex, and we are complicit in the genocide. That's the logical inference that we take from this video, is that, yeah, actually slaughtering Israeli civilians is acceptable. So, yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. Serenade Swan says, we come to listen to you yap. Well, thank you. I do appreciate it. I really do. Woo! Sorry, I need to pace myself because I am taking a healthy chunk of psychic damage, but we're doing okay. We're halfway through.
Focusing specifically on the plight of Ukrainian children during the first 100 days of that conflict. Emotive language was barely ever used to describe the killing of Palestinians. This comes despite the vastly higher death toll over the same period. On CNN and MSNBC, the words war crime and genocide were mentioned.
Ooh, guys, guess what? It's noon. Do you know what time it is? It's Dad Bod Fitness time. So you do not have to participate with me, and we are going to continue the content momentarily. However, I want to point this out. While I was working my desk job, I decided that I was not going to be able to work out. I wasn't going to be able to go to the gym. I wasn't going to be able to work out regularly. Despite that being true, I have lifted weights 2 to 3 times a week at my desk. And so what I encourage you people at home, anyone who has a little bit of extra cash, I recommend that you pick up a set of 20 or 25 or 15 pound dumbbells. And what we're going to do around lunchtime every day, because I'm assuming that half of you, 3/4 of you, 80% of you are watching me while you're at work. We are going to lift weights while we're at work. So we'll continue consuming the content. But I'm also going to lift weights while we're doing this. So if I'm a little bit weirdly out of breath while I'm making comments, it is what it is. But we're going to get stronger. We're going to get bigger arms. We're going to get bigger chesticles. We're going to get bigger backs while we're consuming content and while we're streaming. So if you don't have your weights, that's totally fine. This is the first time that I've ever told you about it. However, if you are working a 9 to 5, or if you know that you're going to consistently be able to watch my stream around noon, then I want you to buy a pair of dumbbells that you can reasonably lift. Okay. My recommendation is 15 to 25 pounds. I have my 25-pound weights. I'm going to be doing back and biceps today. So the first exercise that I'm going to do is traditional curls. I'm going to use my knee in order to, I'm actually going to stand up and show you. So I'm going to pick up my knee. I'm going to brace my elbow against my knee, and I'm going to curl. And I'm going to do normal bicep curls. I'm going to do hammer curls, and I'm going to do reverse curls. Then we're going to move into the back. But it's noon. So we are dad bod fitness time along with I'm a girl. Oh man. Well, listen, girls and trans gals, you don't have to work out. Don't worry about it. You guys can go do cardio later. It's fine. But chest and triceps tomorrow. Absolutely. Absolutely conserve liberalism. So get your dumbbells if you have them. Okay. All right. Girls have muscles too. It's true. Girls can lift weights, but I know some of them prefer cardio over lifting weights. So girls it is called dad bod fitness for a while, or for a reason. Okay. So we're going to add back in the video. We're going to continue to react. But if I am moving my arms in weird ways off of screen, it is not because I am doing anything funky. I'm not pulling a Vosh. I am just working out, and you should too. And you should do bicep curls, hammer curls, and reverse curls. So yeah. All right. Let's continue the content while we're working out.
17 times more in the context of Ukraine than in the context of Gaza. Ukrainian victims were labeled as subject to war crimes or genocide 1,790 times compared to just 104 mentions for Palestinians. We still see this now, obviously. During the hostage exchanges as a result of the latest so-called ceasefire, for example, you may notice that Palestinians detained without charges in Israeli jails, of which there are thousands, they are referred to as prisoners, whereas the IDF soldiers, that is, actual militants that were captured by Hamas on October 7th, are referred to as hostages. One of the greatest tweets of all time that I've ever seen described the capture of an IDF terrorist during October 7th as him being kidnapped from a tank. Kidnapped from a tank. Kidnapped from a tank. Coverage has been focused almost.
Listen, he is that's a point there. That person should not have tweeted kidnapped from a tank, because obviously if he's in a tank, he's a combatant. However, I would say that the conditions in which the prisoners are kept are probably why there's sanitized language around militants who are kept inside Israeli jails, because we're assuming that Israeli prisoners are receiving 2 hots and a cot. They get 2 meals a day, they get a place to sleep, and hopefully they're not being raped to death, although there are a few that have been raped to death. Whereas what did happen with several Israeli hostages were they were beheaded, they were denied medical care, they were starved, they were shot, all that kind of stuff. And so the reason why we use the sanitized language for people in prison is because they probably will not get slaughtered or raped in prison or jail, although it does happen. Whereas the hostages who are in Palestinian care, in Hamas's care, I should be more specific, in Hamas's care, have suffered sexual, physical abuse and malnutrition and slaughter and rape. So yeah, that's a difference in sanitized language. What, guys? I'm just using my shake weight. Nothing to see here. True.
Almost exclusively on the condition of these IDF quote-unquote hostages, rarely making mention of Israel's contribution to their condition, like how they starve out the population of Gaza, which obviously affects all of the people in Gaza, including the Israeli hostages in Gaza, or the fact that they rain airstrikes on them all day, every day for 16 months straight. Is that good for your health? Is that healthy? The same cannot be said of coverage of the Palestinian hostages. Despite emerging from these Israeli jails with clear evidence of extreme physical abuse, images of the Palestinian hostages are rarely, if ever, shown. The assumption is just granted. It's relied on that they're terrorists, criminals, and whatever else. So whatever happens to them, that's just what happens in jail. The Western media lies in other subtle ways, like burying the lead in stories and deceptively framing headlines.
Real quickly, part of the reason why it's so easy for Western media to do that, though, is because there's Palestinian propagandists who lie about the stuff. For instance, there was a popular tweet that was going around that was showing a woman who looked normal, and then it showed the woman who was getting released from custody and all her skin was burned and disfigured. They didn't mention in the tweet that the reason why she was burned and disfigured is because she set off a suicide bomb that didn't fully explode. So they were trying to blame the Israeli government for abuse when this was a suicide bomber who hadn't been killed by their own device. So is it wrong? Is it lies? Is it information warfare? 100%. Is it bad? Should it be criticized? 100%. Everything that he's saying can be Uno reversed.
This is especially apparent in coverage of things like ceasefire negotiations. These outlets have consistently framed the lack of agreement to terms as being Hamas's fault, that they won't agree to Israel's terms, but they interestingly decide to use only one definition of the ceasefire agreement, which is Israel's definition, that being one which is only temporary, with no guarantees that the genocide will end after these temporary pauses. They're not really ceasefires, but in order to frame Hamas as disagreeing with them, that's what they have to call them. The ceasefire
A ceasefire is not a peace plan. A ceasefire is a temporary stopping of hostilities. That's definitionally true, but let's see what he has to say about it.
That ended up being agreed upon in January was the exact same ceasefire that Hamas had agreed to over 6 months prior. Israel continually sabotaged these negotiations, but if you read any of these mainstream outlets, you wouldn't know that, not until the very end of these articles, at least. The latest reporting on these negotiations continued this trend of misleading coverage, such as this story from early February. The majority of the article, headline included, frames Hamas as the instigator to a potential ceasefire failure. However, both independent observers and Israeli officials themselves acknowledged that it was actually Israel who had already broken the terms of the ceasefire agreement immediately after it was implemented. To anyone with a brain and eyes, this would be apparent given the evidence we have of these violations, but because these outlets didn't show their readers that and also prioritize the input of party committing genocide, this citation here is crucial for its readers. They need to see this to understand what's happening. But the New York Times waited to mention it until 9 paragraphs in, like basically the end of the article. This is a textbook example of bearing the lead, but it also goes beyond that into just a lie, right? The entire article is framed in precisely the opposite way of what this confirmed fact revealed. If the Times weren't running cover for a genocide, the headline of this article would read, "Israel violates ceasefire, confirmed by Israeli officials." Probably the most insane example of this sort of thing is the following headline, once again from the New York Times. Lebanon's ceasefire appears to hold despite Israeli strike. If Israel struck, they violated the ceasefire. The ceasefire did not hold. Israel violated it. It's just absurd. The genocide is...
Hold on. Israel said it had targeted militants headed to a rocket facility, but neither Israel nor Hezbollah seemed keen to immediately return to full-scale fighting. Bruh. Bruh. Noah! Noah! Do you not expect me to be able to read? Do you not expect me to be able to read the words on my screen? If Hezbollah militants were headed towards a facility filled with rockets, presumably so they could recover the rockets and then fire them into the state of Israel, then that would be them making a move in order to violate the ceasefire or engage in military aggression. This would make them legitimate targets. And so what the article is saying, just in these two sentences, is that there were militants, they were moving towards weapons, Israel blew up those militants, but Israel and Hezbollah have said, hey, those guys were doing their own thing. We still want the ceasefire. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Don't do that, okay? It's insane, because if I was still lifting weights, I wouldn't have noticed that he was doing this thing, but he's accusing people of lying through omission. He's accusing people of burying the lead. He's accusing people of not, giving sufficient context in order to understand everything. And yet he's doing it in the same video in which he is criticizing that behavior. Somebody said, do you have a Discord? I don't know why it keeps doing that. The hide use copy button. Why doesn't it just give me a link? Edit invite link, 7 days, no limit, generate a new link. How do I copy it and have a generated link? I work in a sweatshop. Well, you know what? Discord is like my sweatshop, okay? All right, just DM me on Twitter. All right, Counter Connor, COUNTERCONOR. COUNTERCONOR. Just follow me. I'll probably follow you back because I follow everybody back. And then just DM me or at me. I'll send you the link. I don't know why it doesn't work in YouTube chat, but it doesn't. Oh, yeah, exactly. Casey says basically Hezbollah disavowed their own militants in order to continue the ceasefire. Yeah. Or Twitch chat. When I posted it, goes to both. All right. Well, yeah, just DM me. I'll get you the Discord link somehow. There's so many back-end things that we need to fix, but obviously we need to generate content. Speaking of which, we already had somebody, we're probably 2 hours into the content. We did have a very generous donation at the beginning of the thing. Mr. Michael Smith donated. Congrats on the new gig. Thank you kindly. Now, that being said, ad revenue is obviously going to help us out. Generating new content and then posting it consistently is going to help us out. However, if you're broke, don't worry about it. If you're just paying bills, if you're just surviving, I don't need your money. However, if you do have cash, if you do have a 401k, if you do have a retirement, if you do work a good job, if you do have a stable salary, if you are able to take care of your family, then a tip is appreciated. Doing a super chat, doing a Twitch sub, doing a YouTube membership, it is all appreciated. So if you have the dollar dues, please spend them. If you don't have the dollar dues, don't worry about it. Also, liking the stream. If you are broke or if you just don't want to give me money, that's totally fine. Like the stream. That way other people know that we're live. And then also subscribe if you're not subscribed. Some light wrist weights would probably be pretty chill for that, though. Well, no, I'm going to do full things. I do have a Twitch. It's just kind of small compared to the YouTube. The YouTube's bigger than the Twitch. Anyways, we've been giving Noah Samsen a platform and with to watch. But, dude, we're halfway through the video. And all he's done is say, actually, Israel bad. Okay, Israel bad. We got it. We understand it. And I'm going to give him like another 5 minutes to wrap this up. But if he doesn't wrap it up, then I'm going to, as a matter of fact, let's just move 10 minutes ahead and see if he's still talking about Israel bad.
With the BBC's repeated genocide denial, evident in repeated instances of
cut off as terrorists played with their bloody breasts like a football. They cut off the breasts of women and throw them around.
Broader media system that allowed it to happen. Let's now return to Ethan's video. In the
Jesus Christ, I literally skipped 15 more minutes of Israel bad. So, okay, Noah Samsen, I'm not trying to be rude to your coverage. However, you created a video, the YouTubers who backed a genocide, and I assume that there would be substantive evidence that they backed a genocide, but you spent 43 minutes describing the genocide. I probably understood at 15 minutes where you were going with it, and I definitely understood by minute 30. I'm sorry for skipping 15 minutes of your video, but we all understand it. We got 60 people in the chat. They all understand Israel's bad. It kills people. There's 60,000 dead people guaranteed. There's 185,000 people who have been killed incidentally as a result of the conflict. There's 2 million people who are living in tents because 90% of the buildings are destroyed. Israelis are very callous to Gazan civilian deaths because they view them all as terrorists. And therefore, logically, I'm going to make an inference. Israel kind of deserves what it got on 10/7, okay? So it is what it is. We understand. Tell me why the YouTubers are bad too.
Content Nuke, you can find just about every type of what we just looked at in terms of manufacturing consent. Ethan spreads atrocity propaganda. He shares the Hamas mass rape hoax, the same hoax that was used by the Western media, the US government, and the Israeli government to justify a genocide. He said,
okay. Sorry, still lifting, so it's a little bit. 7, 8, 9, 10. That's my right arm done for regular bicep curls. Okay, so he cites the screams before silence. All of the Noah Samsen Hamas piker fans dismiss this piece, screams before silence. And yet, there's a portion of it that you could say is debunked, which I don't know, dead babies, raped people, whatever. But we already have half a dozen hostages who survived, who talked about sexual assaults and rapes that happened before executions. The morgue crew and the criminal forensic people who took photos when they did go out there, they found women who were executed, who were tied to trees and tied to poles, who had their panties pulled around their legs, and who were murdered. I'm assuming that that is circumstantial evidence of rape. And then we have 2 or 3 hostages who talked specifically about their sexual assaults or rapes. So if you want to say that the media exaggerated how systemic the rape was in order to justify this genocide, that's fine. But if you want to say no rapes happened, no sexual assaults happened, and it's inconsequential to how we should perceive the organization of Hamas, you're full of shit, or you're retarded, or you have the reading comprehension of a middle schooler. So I'll let Noah Samsen say what he needs to say, but there's 100% circumstantial evidence of sexual assault and rape, and there's probably 24 either secondhand accounts and firsthand accounts. And by secondhand accounts, I mean witnesses to rapes and executions. And then there is for sure half a dozen firsthand accounts of rapes that have been videotaped and put on Israeli television. So yeah, let's see how big of a piece of shit, because who is it? He took issue with the fact that Hassan Piker was a rape denialist. Let's see if Noah Samsen is a rape denialist.
Cites the same sources that these parties cite when they go on stage to legitimize more military killing machinery shipments to Israel.
And October 7, last year, Hamas committed horrific acts of sexual violence. Cheryl, I thank you for all your work to bring to light the horrors of this issue and for your film about what happened on October 7.
In his video, Ethan spreads overt misinformation, just straight up lies about Hezbollah and Ansar Allah, or the Houthis, in order to delegitimize their struggle against Israel's genocide. He cites baseless claims from Saudi state propaganda outlets to attack the Houthis. He also cites a documentary about Ansar Allah, which he uses as proof of the claim that they brought back slavery, when the documentary wasn't even about the Houthis. It was about the Yemeni government before the Houthi takeover. He spreads long debunked Nakba denialist talking points that have been used for decades to legitimize Israeli colonization of Palestine. Ethan cites sources that contradict his own claims directly, such as the UN report he claims proved.
Let's actually read this, because I think Noah Samsen might be stupid. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe the conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape and gang rape during October 7, 2023. Credible circumstantial information, which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, or cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered. That's what the word says. That's what the paragraph says. Let's see what Noah Samsen says.
The Hamas mass rapes allegation.
There's a UN report that concludes it happened,
which the report itself
The mission team was unable to establish the prevalence of sexual violence and concludes that the overall magnitude, scope, and specific attribution of these violations would require a fully fledged investigation. A comprehensive investigation would enable the information to be expanded in locations which the mission team was not able to visit, and to build the required trust with survivors and victims of conflict-related sexual violence who may be reluctant to come forward at this point. So the first paragraph says, based off of currently available information, there were rapes and gang rapes, and there was genital mutilation and sexual violence against Israeli civilians. That's what the first paragraph says. Then this second thing says that if we want to know more about these sexual assaults and rapes, then we need to expand into a larger investigation. Let's see how Noah Samsen, the feminist, characterizes this paragraph.
Denies. He spends 20 minutes.
Denies! You fucking moron! You fucking dipshit! Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Ma. Sorry, Ma. I apologize. I apologize, Ma, and I'm sorry, Ken. Okay? I'm sorry for using bad words. Okay? When I bump into a male feminist who doesn't know how to read, who says that rapes didn't happen, and the paragraph says something different, I get enthusiastic for my distaste about that person. So let's watch that again and just make sure that what I just watched happened.
Legitimize Israeli colonization of Palestine. Ethan cites sources that contradict his own claims directly, such as the UN report he claims proves the Hamas mass rapes allegation.
There's a UN report that concludes it happened,
which the report itself denies.
Noah Samsen, you are a moron. You're a very dumb person. If we go back to this page, we're going to read it again, just because, like, honestly, like, Noah Samsen viewers must be middle schoolers who are incapable of reading. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including the form of rape and gang rape during the October 7th, 2023 attacks. Credible circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, or cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment was also gathered. Circumstantial information which may be indicative of forms. So what they're saying is they have witness testimony and they have photos that indicate sexual violence, genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. They're also saying that based off of witness testimony, they believe that there were rapes and gang rapes during October 7, 2023. This isn't a denial. This is saying that you have circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence doesn't mean no evidence. It means that you don't have proof positive. Okay? And then this is not a denial. I literally think this moron doesn't know what words mean. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Clues it happened.
Which the report
denies. This is not a denial. Let's read it one more time. The mission team was unable to establish the prevalence. The word prevalence means frequency. Let's just make sure that I'm not stupid real quick. Noah Samsen, you absolute dipshit. Definition. The proportion of a population who have a specified characteristic in a given time period, the factor condition of being prevalent, common. So the mission team was unable to establish how common sexual violence, and concludes that the overall magnitude, which is another synonym for prevalence, scope, which is another synonym, and specific attribution, who did it, whether or not it was civilians or Hamas of these violations, would require a full-fledged investigation. That doesn't mean that they didn't happen, you dipstick. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Ma. I'm doing my very best. A comprehensive investigation would enable the information base to be expanded in locations which the mission team was not able to visit and to build the required trust with survivors' victims. They're saying it requires further investigation, not a denial. You absolute dipstick. You dummy. You moron. You stupid fish. You goldfish buffoon. You pedophile mustached freak. Anyways. Holy Fazoli, is this guy a moron? He's not special, he's just dumb. Well, he's a wildly successful, stupid person. So that's what we have to contend with. Nothing like a Nothing like a little bit of rape denial to get the blood flowing, huh? Nothing like a little bit of illiteracy to get the blood pumping, huh? Jonah Boy says, Noah just wants to be another Hassan, but he wants to fudge as many of his fans instead of escorts and celebs. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. All right, so we got 15 minutes left. We established that Israel is bad, according to Noah Samsen, and he just denied the rapes because he doesn't know how to read, which should be surprising, but it's not. And then he's attacking Ethan still. So there's 16 minutes left in the video. Let's see if he can wrap it up in a way that's not completely stupid. I'm losing faith in that capacity.
Court itself denies. He spends 20 minutes.
It literally, I just need to say this one more time. The report does not deny it. It says that it needs further investigation. He doesn't know how to read. He doesn't know how to read and understand words.
It's in the video smearing a 19-year-old survivor of the U.S.-backed Saudi genocide in Yemen as a terrorist with zero credible evidence. He makes
zero credible evidence. Do I need to show? I guess I'll show this, right? He's not showing anything. And one of the things that Chud Logic and other people complain about is that people make allegations without showing the evidence. And so we have this guy. That's a commercial ship that has been taken. He travels onto the commercial ship under the watch of the Houthi militants. He has photos with AK-47s. He posts about being ready to die in holy struggle. There's him with another AK-47 and a magazine thing. And he also like refers to himself as a militant. So we're just lying. We're just coping. And then he sings about being ready to die in holy struggle. Here's him with more things. He talks about hanging out with hostages. So he's not just a random teenager. He's a Houthi propagandist. Okay. Then let's see what he wants to do. Tweet about Zionists. There's one in here. What does he want to do to Zionists? X.com. I normally don't type in X.com. I normally type in Tim Houthi Chalamet Zionist tweet. It's got to be in here. Oh, yeah. Here's him showing all of Israel getting nuked. Very cool. There's one in here. I saved it to another video where he shows somebody. It's a medieval picture of somebody being impaled with a spike. And he says, this is what I want to do to Zionists. So he carries AKs. He wears ammo. He talks about nuking Israel. He says that he's ready to die in holy and armed struggle. And he might have deleted the tweet, but there is 100% a tweet where he shows a medieval torture picture of somebody being impaled on a spike. And he's like, this is what we're going to do to all Zionists, which, by the way, according to Noah Samsen in his own video, that means 97% of Jews in Israel. So I'm supposed to give this guy the benefit of the doubt. I'm supposed to extend charity to him. Why? Why would I extend charity to him? You're insane. Yeah. Good Lord. This guy is a flippin' moron.
A number of transparently false anti-Semitism accusations, like his claim that Israel's ban on new account signups from Israel was anti-Semitic.
Around the end of the year when people...
Hold up. How is it not? How do you know that it wouldn't be the 3% of the Israelis who protest the alleged Gazan genocide? How do you know that it wouldn't be them who are creating Twitch accounts? You are literally banning people because of their nationality. How is that not anti-Semitic? You can say it's anti-Zionist if you want to parse words. Sorry. Just need to keep doing my dad bod fitness. But What the fuck, Noah?
People started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered the Israel ban when he was sent the code proving the block happened.
In reality, the ban also affected millions of non-Jews living in Israel and Palestinians in Palestine, as shown in the evidence he himself cites. The IP ban went into effect in both. Like all these Western liberal outlets, Ethan just takes the State Department line of thinking when it comes to terrorism, which his video is ostensibly a crusade against. By his own definition of terrorism, both the US and Israel are the largest terrorist organizations in the world, given their history of killing millions of innocent civilians across the globe. His focus is not on them, though, rather the groups that they consider to be terrorists, aka, the bad guys. He actually...
Okay. So Noah Samsen's a moron, and it pisses me off that 852,000 people watched this video uncritically. Okay. Hopefully some of them watched it critically. Let me explain something. I'm going to go full screen for this, just so you guys can hopefully understand something. I know that you beautiful 70 souls across platform, you already understand this, so I'm really preaching to the choir, but hopefully there's other people who watch the video and they learn something new, okay? When the United States conducts military operations, they have the capacity to walk into a city and shoot every single man, woman, and child and animal living in that city. They have the technological and logistical capacity to do so. However, the rules of engagement state that the only time that you can really engage is if you are believed to be yourself or believe yourself to be, or civilians or your comrades to be an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. So that means that you need to see somebody with a gun, with a mortar, with a rocket launcher, with a grenade launcher, with a this, with a that. You have to be able to articulate who has a weapon and why, and then therefore you can use deadly force and you can kill them, okay? What happens, because insurgents operate around civilian population centers, is that I'm going to bring you over here so I can look myself in the eyeballs, so I can also look you beautiful souls in the eyeballs. What happens is that because oftentimes insurgents operate around civilians, as an example, let's say they shoot a rocket-propelled grenade outside of a building window. What will happen is an American tank or an Israeli tank will rotate its main cannon and fire a tank shell into that window. And what will happen is that room will explode. And if there were civilians inside that room, they die with the insurgent. Those are the civilian casualties that happen in war. And not just that, he's talking about how the United States is like a monomaniacal evil villain that just slaughters civilians for fun. That's not true. And if you actually go to the Iraqi Body Count Project, which is an anti-American tracking of Iraqi civilian casualties, even they say that 80% of the casualties within the Iraq conflict is a civil war between Sunni and Shia militias. 80% of the people who are killed in conflict are not killed by United States soldiers bringing a machine gun out and going, ha, 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 look at all these brown people. That's not what happens. What actually happens is, one, like I said, the rules of engagement, there's collateral damage as a result of those firefights and as a result of those tank shells and artillery shells and airstrikes. That's one way that it happens. And then 80% of the way that civilians die is that gangs use the power vacuum involved in warfare in order to seize territory and resources for themselves, and they kill anyone who resists them. That's what happened in Vietnam. That's what happened in Iraq, is that we effectively took part in a civil war in which civilians were massacring each other. Okay? So to pretend, even for a second, that what happened was the United States just showed up and just blasted people for fun, it probably happened on a small scale, but that wasn't the rules of engagement. The difference between here we go. This is the actual difference. Now that you understand how the military operates, let's talk about how terrorist organizations operate, okay? Terrorist organizations, they don't care who dies as long as their group obtains more power. And particularly with jihadist terrorism, they will frame it in the way that God is the ultimate judge and arbiter of everyone's souls. And so as a result, you can kill everyone and God will sort them out. The good people will go to heaven. The bad people will go to hell. Let God figure it out, right? And so this moral pretext allows you to effectively do anything in warfare. I'm going to pull this up because this actually happened while I was in Iraq, immediately outside of the base that I was stationed at. Okay. Iraq suicide bombing pet market disabled people. I'm going to show you some of the enemies that we go up against. Let me share this. Let me remove that. Add to stage. Okay. Handicap bombers killed dozens in Iraq. This is what Noah Samsen wants to say is identical to American operations under rules of engagement. Remote-controlled explosives strapped to 2 handicapped women detonated in a coordinated attack on pet bazaars Friday, police and Iraqi officials said, killing at least 73 people in the deadliest day since U.S. sent 30,000 extra troops to the capital this spring. This was February 1st, 2008. Was this an al-Baghdadi? Let's see if it's an al-Baghdadi. Baghdadi. Southeastern Baghdad. So this wasn't by my base, but it still happened while I was in country. I thought it happened in al-Baghdadi. There was other bad stuff that happened in al-Baghdadi, but that's okay. Let's just read this story real quick. Remote-controlled explosives strapped to 2 mentally handicapped women detonated in a coordinated attack on pet bazaars Friday. Police and Iraqi officials said, killing at least 73 people in the deadliest day since the U.S. sent 30,000 troops to the capital this spring. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice said that using mentally retarded women as suicide bombers proves al-Qaeda is the most brutal and bankrupt of movements and will strengthen Iraqi resolve to reject terrorism. The struggle is not over, and there will be more time for the terrible days like this, and I think that will underscore that for the Iraqis. It will make them tougher in the fight. Associated Press records show that since the start of the war, at least 151 people have been killed in at least 17 attacks or attempted attacks by female suicide bombers, including Friday's bombings. Iraqi officials said the women in Friday's attack apparently were mentally disabled, and the explosives were detonated by remote control, indicating that they may not have been willing attackers in what could be a new method suspected Sunni insurgents to subvert stepped-up security measures. In the first attack, a woman detonated explosives hidden under her traditional black Islamic robe at around 10:20 a.m. in the central Al-Ghazal market. The weekly bazaar had been bombed several times since the war started, but recently had reemerged as a popular place to shop and stroll as Baghdad security improved and a Friday ban on driving was lifted. 4 police and hospital officials said at least 46 people were killed and more than 100 wounded. Firefighters scooped up debris scattered among the pools of blood, clothing, and pigeon carcasses. About 20 minutes later, a second female suicide bomber struck a bird market in a predominantly Shiite area in southeastern Baghdad. That blast killed as many as 27 people and wounded 67, according to police hospital officials. The attacks were the latest in a series of violent incidents that have been chipping away at Iraqi confidence in the permanence of recent security gains. Women with Down syndrome selected. So I'm not going to read the rest of this article, but what it says is that Al-Qaeda, Al-Qaeda kidnapped people with Down syndrome from a mental hospital, strapped bombs to them, had them walk into civilian markets populated by their co-citizens. They weren't even attacking American forces, and they killed 70 people for no freaking reason. Noah Samsen wants you to believe that getting into a firefight and then shooting in the direction in which you're being shot and then responding with fire that kills civilians is the same as kidnapping mentally disabled people and then killing your fellow citizens in a suicide attack via remote. Are you insane? Are you a moron? Are you dumb? I have people in my chat who are saying that Noah Samsen should be one of the people who's kidnapped. That's very funny, but incredibly messed up. Listen, man. Listen. I'm just going to say this. If any leftist who watches Noah Samsen accidentally clicks on this, you are watching a moron. You are watching a dipstick. You are watching an idiot. He doesn't understand the world. He doesn't have any professional experience. He doesn't know what law enforcement is like. He doesn't know what the military is like. He doesn't know what the world is like. He doesn't speak extra languages. He's not particularly intelligent. He's not particularly insightful. He is a dumb human being. And he is telling you platitudes in order to get you to buy into a political ideology that makes the world a worse place. Stop listening to him. He is dumb. He is making politics worse. He is making the world worse. He is making you dumber by having virtue of listen to him. Please stop. All right. Anyways, I don't know about you guys at home, I have completed my regular 3 sets of 10. I have completed of regular bicep curls. I am going to move to hammer curls as we continue to watch this piece. If you have your weights at home, please do 3 sets of 10 of hammer curls of whatever weight you are capable of doing. Let's continue.
He uses those exact words. He says they're the bad guys.
They are a designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU. These guys are clearly the bad guys.
The entire video is kind of a lie by omission, simply because of everything we just went over. How none of it is a factor, how none of the people viewing the video that are unfamiliar with what's happening would ever come away with his video knowing the full picture, knowing some of the very valid reasons why someone like Hassan might be critical of Israeli atrocity propaganda, or might support groups like the Houthis for their heroic actions in the Red Sea against a genocidal.
Okay. He's a moron, and we have to pause again. I'm so sorry. Let's let him finish the sentence.
Regime. The biggest issue, I think, is that Ethan manages to do all of this while still calling himself a stalwart ally to the Palestinians.
I've been a stalwart supporter of.
Okay. Let's show further why Noah Samsen is a dipstick. Let's try to calm down. Houthi commercial ships attacked. Here is a list of the so right now, as a matter of fact, let's pull up Google Maps. I need to pull it up on this screen so you guys don't literally see where my house is. If I ever accidentally dox myself, just know that I keep that thing on me. So let's click here. All right, I'm gonna show you guys this, and I hope that my chat will be smarter than Noah Samsen's chat. Okay. This is Yemen. This is where the Houthis are located. This is what they've taken over. They are majority Shiite, despite Yemen having a majority Sunni population. They are allied with Iran. They're receiving supplies from Iran in order to fight Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, Mecca, and Medina are obviously the, how do I phrase this? The spiritual centers of Islam. So Saudi Arabia has been at war with Yemen and doing pretty messed up stuff to them for the past decade because of they don't want a Iranian sympathetic terrorist organization in their back door. Okay. This is the Suez Canal. Okay. It's one of the most important trade routes on the planet because a substantive amount of international trade goes through the Suez. So up here is Israel. Here's the Gaza Strip. Israel is currently doing all of the bad stuff that we talked about with Noah Samsen that we acknowledge is real. Okay. Some of it seems exaggerated, but 90% of it seems legit. Okay. At least legit enough to complain about. So international ships are coming through and passing Yemen, and Yemeni pirates with backing from Iran are firing missiles into random commercial ships that pass by through this strait. Okay? So the Yemenis are assholes. Now, you would think that if they were protesting the Gazan genocide, they would majority target U.S. ships and they would majority target Israeli ships, right? Because we're the perpetrators of the Gazan genocide. Let's take a look at all the ships that they've attacked. Okay? Let's find the ships. There's a list in here, I guarantee you. Houthi attacks on commercial vessels. Bahamas, Malta, Liberia, Panama, Bahamas, Norway, Marshall Islands, Hong Kong, Liberia, Panama, Norway, Liberia, Singapore, Marshall Islands, Malta. 3 U.S. ships. Liberia, Barbados, Marshall Islands, Panama, Belize, Greece, Palau, Barbados, Singapore, Panama, Marshall Islands, Portugal, Panama, Antigua, Malta, Liberia. You get the picture? Do you get the picture? They don't know who they're attacking. They're attacking random ships. You dipstick. They're not stopping the genocide. They're not attacking Israel. They're not attacking the United States. They're attacking random countries. You moron. So, once again, the heroic struggle. Let's see what he says. Does he say the heroic struggle?
The Palestinians.
The Houthis for their heroic, knowing the full picture, knowing some of the very valid reasons why someone like Hassan might be critical of Israeli atrocity propaganda, or might support groups like the Houthis for their heroic actions in the Red Sea against a genocidal regime. The biggest issue.
So, because Noah Samsen is a leftist, and leftists don't believe in things that work, he thinks they actually don't believe in work at all. He believes that firing missiles into Liberian commercial vessels helps the Gazan genocide and is a heroic effort by Houthis. Can you guys just admit how unbelievably stupid that is? I get it. My chat's my chat. They're probably largely going to agree with me. But this has 852,000 views and 100,000 likes. And this guy is a midwit. That's the nicest way that I can put it.
Issue, I think, is that Ethan manages to do all of this while still calling himself a stalwart ally to the Palestinians.
And I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
This is what makes liberal Zionism so insidious. He is using humanistic appeals to things like peace and safety, but doing so in a way that distracts from the actual source of the problem. The problem is Zionism and the genocidal Israeli state. That is what's causing these problems. And people that might otherwise be able to understand if presented with the facts of the situation are simply led astray by people like Ethan, where a more right-wing Zionist might put off the average liberal with extremist claims and overtly genocidal language. A liberal Zionist draws you in with the facade of empathy. He wants to appear empathetic, as if he cares for these people, as if he doesn't ascribe to a genocidal ideology. So, in order to do that, he has to lie, and roping in otherwise progressive people into a death cult. Aside from this video being a nonsensical genocidal propaganda piece, it's also entirely unoriginal. The video is a culmination of a months-long campaign against Hassan and all these other creators and Twitch, the company, to smear them as terrorists and anti-Semites and get people, in trouble. The campaign began as a response to the suspension of the live streamer Asmongold. Asmongold made some comments that explicitly justified Israel's genocide of Palestinians in Gaza.
I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have
Hold on. So now let's take a look at Noah Samsen's own objections to the video. Again, is that Ethan said Hassan is an extremist who supports terrorism and terrorist groups. He does. He said that he's a rape denialist. Noah Samsen denied rape in this very video. He said that their perspective is prolonging the conflict. It does. You're not getting a Palestinian one-state solution in Israel. You're not doing it. It's not going to happen. Twitch has a systemic problem with anti-Semitism. It does. The hummus panel was an indication of anti-Semitism. It was. IP panning Israel could be seen as anti-Semitic. It was. It's the worst video he's ever seen because that's State Department propaganda. Okay. Accusing Ethan Klein of lies of omission. We've already shown how he's done lies of omission. Telling the Palestinian side of the story. He did tell the side of the story. Good for him, I guess. Mindless supporting anti-Semites, anti-genocide. Well, when they're just anti-genocide. Noah Samsen, you've proven that you're mindless. You've proven that you are incapable of using the vital organ that is between your ears. You literally said that a UN report denied rape when it said that further investigation is warranted. And then in the previous thing, it said, we have all of this circumstantial evidence that shows that rape likely occurred on October 7th. You've actually shown that you're a mindless terrorist supporting anti-Semitic person. And then not just that, mindless terrorist anti-Semitic person, he's made equivalent terrorism, the wholesale slaughter of civilians, as justified because those civilians believe in the Gazan genocide, so therefore they deserve to be slaughtered. And then he also made military operations with rules of engagement equivalent to slaughtering civilians. So he is everything he's complaining about. Every single thing that he has complained about, he has done. He's also used lies of omission in order to sweep for that poet. He's buried the lead by now. He's saying that Asmongold is actually the precursor to Ethan Klein attacking Hassan Piker. He's using sanitized language in order to describe Hassan Piker. All he's done is he's taken everything that he's complained about and he's inverted it. He's a douche. He's a douche. That's the most sanitized way that I can describe him. I'm trying to keep my streams PG-13 as best I can so they can be posted to Valor Media, and that's the best I can do. Describing him as a douche is the best I can do.
Genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. They come from an inferior culture. I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't support them.
Following his suspension for these comments, a community of large content creators, most notably the live streamer Destiny, along with his fan base, rushed to Asmongold's defense, whitewashing and justifying his comments.
Meanwhile, Asmongold gets a 15-day ban for having a spicy take on the war.
You have someone like Asmongold who breathes the wrong direction, says the wrong thing, and instantly gets banned.
In this situation, one could, if they were to extend the charitability, could say that Asmongold was probably referring to extremists in the Islamic religion. Extremists in the Islamic religion.
The case of Asmongold's suspension from Twitch was then weaponized against these pro-Palestine voices, most notably Hassan, in an effort to get him deplatformed. To do this, they compiled a number of short clips taken from Hassan's live streams, using them to accuse Hassan of things like supporting and promoting terrorism, allegedly denying.
You did that in this video.
October 7th sexual violence, and
you did that in this video,
and making anti-Semitic statements.
You did that in anti-Semitic statements, maybe not, but he did accuse 97% of Israel's civilian population of being genocidal freaks, and by implication being deserving of slaughter. So I think Israelis and Jews could take that as anti-Semitic. I think it is morally okay to target Hassan sponsors and advertisers on Twitch. Well, guess what? It worked.
Each one of the clips and their associated accusations can be traced back to prominent posts on Destiny's subreddit. Some of the clips were sourced from videos that criticized Hassan from well over a year ago. These clips were initially hosted on a
it was over a year ago, so he no longer believes them. Classic tactic.
Website created by a member of the campaign called HamasPiker.com. Soon after, another website was created, DanClancySucks.com, a reference to the CEO of Twitch, Dan Clancy. Another goal of this campaign was to get him fired from the company. This site also hosts all of these clips with their associated allegations: anti-Semitism, terrorist promotion, and rape denial. Eventually, several major YouTubers in the usually apolitical commentary sphere made videos that signal boosted these allegations to millions of viewers. Most of these videos used the same clips, many of them directly citing this smear campaign's website.
There's a website known as DanClancySucks.com.
Or there's also a website that's been created called DanClancySucks.com that goes over it all.
Another website, Advertise on Twitch, shows a collection of ads playing before the dishonestly framed clips we've looked at, and the contact information of the companies is provided. It auto-loads a preset email with just one click, allowing participants in the campaign to mass spam these companies with the related smears. There were several motivations behind this campaign. Smear campaign's website.
There's a website known as
Let's do it. He's challenging us. Let's see it. I want to go to the terrorism video. Yeah, so the whole point, and I felt like rebutting this earlier, right? But the whole point of those people saying that it's wild that Asmongold got a strike is because Hassan interviewed Timothée Chalamet. He watched the what did he watch? He watched the raiding of a commercial vessel by Houthi pirates. He watched Houthi propaganda videos that show them like fighting the Saudis and glorifying their own terrorist actions. So yeah, I think this is relevant. I want to go to the advertising website. That's what I want to do, because I want to watch the clips. Oh, well, yeah, sure. Let's watch these clips. These ones seem fine. Let's take a look. All right. Cheerleading for terrorism. Twitch star called for new 9/11, dismissed horror of October 7th. Fox News writes. That's a news article. I want to see clips. Streamers facing massive ad revenue drop under Clancy's leadership. Okay. Where's a clip? Proof Twitch are blatantly biased against white people and Jews. Hassan Piker finds pogroms. Can we do this one?
The Maccabi Tel Aviv hooligans are getting...
All right. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
attack right now in the Netherlands after ignoring the minute of silence for Valencia victims and singing racing chants about the extermination of Arabs. Dutch Moroccans are making them aware that this isn't...
It's for the children! For the children!
What the fuck? What is happening?
God, I hate him. Listen to all that dead air. Listen to all that dead air. Dead air, 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 dead air.
Is this ceased to be funny and now I'm in a bad mood? I mean, it's still kind of funny.
Oh, okay. So he took 15 seconds to think about it. Your largest streamer on Twitch. How
The Maccabi Tel Aviv hooligans are
embarrassing
getting
is
attacked
that?
right now.
Literally like 20 seconds of silence after watching a Jewish guy get his shit kicked in. And they're like, oh, well, he was saying something that was anti-Arab. And it's like, okay, where's the clip of him saying anti-Arab? That would be great. I would love to see that. I would love to see, and I'm not saying it didn't happen. Maybe there were Israeli soccer hooligans who were truly chanting anti-Arabic stuff. And then there were a bunch of Arabs who said, this is for the children. And then they just started beating the shit out of Israelis. Maybe that happened. I don't know. Seems kind of messed up though. Let's see if we can get to the advertising website. That's what I want to check out.
DanClancySucks.com.
Or there's also a website that's been created called DanClancySucks.com that goes over it all.
Another website, advertise on Twitch.
Advertise on Twitch. That's what we wanted. Advertise on Twitch. This is the real one. Where's the Dan? Would that work? Where is it? Did he take it down because it didn't do enough? Dang it. I think we missed it.
Actually taken. And the best part is you send it to the brand and they can see their ad playing right before terrorist content. That's as good as you get right there. And guess what? You can't do shit about it, Dan Clancy. Suck my dick, motherfucker. Sit there like a cuck. You and your fucking virgin incel fucking retards in your fucking conference room. And your fucking
Rude.
PR losers and your attorneys that are all sucking each other's dick. Too bad. So sad. Got outplayed by a guy who plays Rust all day. Cry about it, bitch. Anyways.
Rude,
that's the website.
Dan.
Make sure you
Rude.
share it.
Advertise on Twitch.com. All right, let's see if that still works. Advertise on Twitch.com. Okay, cool. Let's get some clips.
It's okay. We got it.
Jasper. Democrat says she's undecided because of concerns about anti-Semitism. Beth?
Yes!
Hi, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Beth.
for remembering we need to bring the hostages home. Of course. The rise of anti-Semitism and violence from anti-Semitism has risen greatly on college campuses and on our city streets.
I mean, you can expand it if you want. Feel free. I would love it if you expanded. Expand that clip. Tell me how that's not rude as shit.
This fall, Xbox and Trolley are bringing new adventures to Sea of Thieves, Elder Scrolls.
All right, we're just gonna watch one more and then we'll get
Warcraft,
back to it.
and
I just
Diablo
actually wanted to
4.
see what he was talking about, basically.
What's with the worms? Buy Trolley and get free in-game
You
content.
can show us the expanded clips, Noah Samsen.
Says she's
it's the same one. All right, that's a little bit of an L, but that's okay. We'll just trust that Dan created a functioning website that shows more than just Hassan laughing at hostages. All right, let's continue.
It shows a collection of ads playing before the dishonestly framed clips we've looked at, and the contact information of the companies is provided. It auto-loads a preset email with just one click, allowing participants in the campaign to mass spam these companies with the related smears. There were several motivations behind this campaign. There were direct material incentives. On YouTube for the past few years, there's a big industry that's exploded in popularity, and it's based on a simple concept. Hassan Piker is bad, and he's dumb and bad and a terrorist.
Hassan is bad, and he did do everything that Ethan Klein accused him of. You haven't shown that he hasn't.
Probably. We can call this the Hassanabi dunk video industrial complex. It's common for YouTubers during low view months to join in on the fun and make these types of videos, taking short clips from Hassan's thousands of hours of live streaming to misrepresent what he's saying, usually parroting the exact same talking points they're getting from the same YouTubers in the same community. They're watching each other's videos and making each other's videos. It's kind of like a perpetual cycle of dumb guy slop. It's interesting to see YouTubers that typically cover TikTok drama and gaming content randomly giving their opinions on genocide and geopolitics, but that's the result of such an ecosystem. It's not about the politics, it's about making money by attacking a guy they don't like because the guy in question happens to be a political content creator. They have to try to do politics. It's really funny to watch, honestly. It's also wild because the political content creator in question is an anti-genocide content creator, and the arguments they're attacking him for are anti-genocide arguments. So these creators, they're positioning themselves in opposition to him and his arguments, de facto positioning themselves on the pro-genocide.
We're the good guys. We're the good guys. We're the anti-genocide squad. Yeah, sure. We apologize for hacking off civilians' heads with garden implements and women getting raped by Hamas, but we're the good guy squad. Do you want to oppose the good guy squad? Do you really want to do that? We're against genocide, okay? We're for launching missiles into commercial ships that have nothing to do with the United States or Israel. We're for women getting sexually assaulted during terrorist attacks. We are for terrorist attacks against civilians, but we're the anti-genocide squad. So do you really want to attack us? Thanks, Noah, you dipshit. Sorry again, Ma. Sorry, Ma. Sorry, Ma. Sorry, Ken. Trying to reel it in. You dipstick. Oh, man. Wow, that's dumb. How much do we have until this is over? We got 10 minutes. 10 minutes, Christian Valeris. You better be lifting weights.
Genocide side. Anti-genocide is pro-genocide. It's quite the precarious predicament they've placed themselves in. Do they realize it? No. Do they care? Probably not. But that's what's happening. That's what they're doing. The success of Ethan's video, which garnered over 3 million views in its first month, is a testament to the algorithmic viability of Hassan bad content. Get in front of a politically illiterate American audience and call a pro-Palestine influencer a terrorist.
Promoting hateful terrorist music videos.
Terrorist propaganda videos.
He literally did that. You haven't shown that he hasn't done that. And if anything, in this video, you've made terrorist apologia.
Terrorist propaganda video.
Collect big fat AdSense check. That's how it goes. And Ethan knew it would do well too and made sure to get a sponsor for the video.
Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video.
Which was a VPN company that happens to be owned by an Israeli billionaire with a history of funding and supporting the IDF. He's not a Zionist though, apparently. Apparently he's not a Zionist, and he's pro-Palestine.
I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
A few years ago, Destiny was banned from Twitch. Since then, he has repeatedly attempted to be reinstated on the platform, and the latest attempt by using the campaign was probably the closest he's ever been in terms of putting pressure on the platform.
We're tired of your site changing the rules every week. Nobody knows what's going on. Get your shit together, unban Destiny, and fucking make a site that people actually want to go to. Dedicated the last 2 weeks of my life basically to Steve's cause.
You're talking about the Twitch thing?
Yeah, destroying Twitch.
Some of the motivations for the campaign are political in nature, though, obviously. Hassan Piker is one of the most prominent pro-Palestine voices on YouTube, and this campaign has been orchestrated by Zionists. The website that started this campaign, HamasPiker.com, doubled as a donation page for a prominent Zionist organization. Since learning about the existence of Israel on October 7th of 2023, Destiny has positioned himself as its #1 cheerleader, showing up to debates to defend the genocidal apartheid state using Zionist talking points and denying that a genocide genocide is taking place. On the Lex Friedman Israel-Palestine debate, Destiny justified Israel's slaughter of 4 Palestinian children in the Gaza beach bombings using talking points plucked directly from IDF spokespeople.
Those kids weren't just on the beaches, as often stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they have operated from. They literally did. You could Google it. You could Google it.
With all due respect, with all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying.
I left Finkelstein's iconic response in there because he is 100% correct. The events of that day were witnessed.
Yo. You can hate Steven. You can think he's a bad person. You can think that he did this sex thing, whatever. Noah Samsen's been accused of a sex thing recently. You can hate Steven. I don't care if you dislike Steven. If you think that Steven is unintelligent, meaning that he is not capable of consuming complex information, distilling it within his own brain, and then speaking complexly about a topic, you're a moron. And I know that this is true because you will never catch Noah Samsen having a conversation, a non-combative conversation with Steven, because he would fall apart like wet tissue paper. The reason why I know he would fall apart like wet tissue paper is because he had one conversation with Vosh and he fell apart like wet tissue paper. The only way that this guy can create content that says what he says without challenge is by being in a video essay format. He cannot be challenged on any idea whatsoever. He can't even articulate what Steven said that was wrong. All he says is that, what is it? Destiny says, hey, 4 kids who got smoked on the beach, they were coming out of a Hamas sewer hole or something like that. And therefore it stands to reason that the Israelis believe that there were Hamas militants coming into Israel. And Norm Finkelstein says, you're a moron. That's not a rebuttal. You can say, well, there's civilians and they want to play on that beach. I actually know the local lifeguards. It's normal for Palestinians to be there. You haven't rebutted the argument. All you've done is called your opponent dumb. And that's all that frickin' Noah Samsen has done. I'm not calling Noah Samsen dumb because I can't articulate why he's dumb. I can articulate why he's dumb. I took notes. Let's go ahead and pull up the notes. He is dumb because he accused Ethan Klein of using sanitized language, burying the lead, lies of omission, and he's done all 3 of those in this video. He is dumb because he says that Hassan is not a terrorist supporter, he's not a rape denialist, and he's not prolonging the conflict between by his naive one-state solution. The one-state solution is prolonging the conflict 100%. Hassan Piker is not relevant to like the negotiations, but his perspective sucks. He is a rape denialist. Noah Samsen just denied rape in this video. Hassan is an extremist who does support terrorism. Noah Samsen repeated terrorist sympathetic talking points in this video. So he's a moron because he's criticizing people for things with which he is obviously guilty. What the fudge? What the fudge, man? What the fudge, man, Noah? Noah, you wet piece of tissue paper, you goldfish. You fail. You fail so bad. You suck.
By dozens of journalists. There is no real dispute as to what happened, except from, of course, the party that slaughtered the children, which is Israel, and in turn, its propagandists, like Destiny.
A group of boys, cousins, playing on the beach. Now, we're running for their lives. Until seconds later, another shell hit. Israel claimed it was firing on Hamas militants at the port, but the dead were 4 young boys.
He's also explicitly called for the genocide of Palestinians.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like I think that Israel should just draw its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like that's about where I'm at.
It's this guy and his community who are the source for every one of the arguments that Ethan makes in his video. Do stalwart advocates...
Oh, this is called the genetic fallacy. So Destiny does say wild stuff. It's part of how he gets people to watch his streams. I'm not gonna, defend him saying like, ha ha ha, I'm pro-genocide. Israel should do whatever it wants. Lol. Obviously, and Steven's been accused of being a sociopath in the past. That's unsurprising to me. But The genetic fallacy is saying that where an argument's origin comes from is what you use in order to dismiss the argument. Noah Samsen is trying to say, because Ethan Klein's points originate from Stephen, therefore you cannot consider them. But that's not how argumentation works, okay? An argument can come from a bad source. Adolf Hitler can say that you should drink a gallon of water a day and it's largely good for you. Adolf Hitler can also be guilty of genocide and slaughtering Jews. That would not mean that drinking water is bad for you. I think that's obvious. I think my audience understands that, but apparently Noah Samsen's audience doesn't, and so it needs to be said.
For Palestinians normally collaborate with advocates for Palestinian genocide? No, they do not, in my opinion. Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, the other main driver behind this campaign and the one spearheading the creation of these smear websites, is also a Zionist. Saltman promoted pro-Israel organizations like the ADL and stopped anti-Semitism, and Zionist politicians like Richie Torres, who shared and boosted the campaign. He consistently weaponizes Zionist talking points, like asserting that any reference to Zionism is actually just coded anti-Semitic language. The implication there being, of course, that criticizing Israel and Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic. That's a very common Zionist tactic. It's like the Zionist tactic, in the West at least. Perhaps the most significant motivation, though, and indicative of the sort of unserious nature of this campaign, is just spite. These people all seem to have deep personal vendettas against Hassan and these other creators that should give one pause when considering the seriousness of the campaign that they're running.
God, he's so cringe. He's like such a cringe loser. I would pay we'd raise $1 million to send this dude to go fight in Yemen, and then all of us would volunteer for the Navy. Holy shit, he's such a cringe.
Destiny has for almost 5 years just obsessively talked about Hassan on his channel. He's made video after video about him. The frequency of these videos increased after Destiny was banned from Twitch. In the span of time since then, he has uploaded almost 80 videos about Hassan out of a total of like 450 videos. So that's at least 1/5 of his working life spent talking about Hassan. In contrast, in the same span of time, Hassan has uploaded over 1,200 videos, and he's talked about Destiny a total of 5 times. 5. 4 of them have come in the last few months while covering Destiny's role in this smear campaign and the credible allegations of sex crimes against him. So that's less than 1% of his coverage. This isn't an internet beef. Hassan has a stalker. With Ethan, I feel like...
So what's funny about this clip, you can find it on Twitter. As a matter of fact, maybe I'll try to find it. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but Steven says, Hassan has talked about me 5 times today. Right? And so he goes to Twitch and he clicks on a live stream, and Destiny Hassan has talked about me 5 times today. And literally as he clicks on the Hassan Piker video, no way, I found it almost instantaneously. Here we go. Watch this. Okay. So Noah Samsen, we just watched this portion of the clip. He accuses Destiny of being obsessed with Hassan because he's done 80 views on 80 videos on Hassan. And I'm pretty sure Destiny has significantly more videos than Noah Samsen says. And then Destiny says, I'm just going to let you guys see it, but it's actually pretty amazing. Oh, what? Why isn't it playing? Can you guys hear that or no? I can't hear it. Why can't I hear it? The audio is live. Oh, I have the website muted. Give me 1 second. Unmute site. Here we go. Sorry. I figured it out.
Hassan talked about me 5 times yesterday. What is this framing? It's actually... I thought it would have been over 1,000 videos, but you know.
His working life spent talking about Hassan. In contrast, in the same span of time, Hassan has uploaded over 1,200, talked about Destiny a total of 5 times. 5. 4 of them have...
Like, Hassan talked about me 5 times yesterday. What is this framing? It's actually unhinged.
Like, I genuinely think Destiny's unhealthy obsession over the course.
I need a break.
So, all right. In case you don't understand exactly what happened, Noah Samsen accuses Destiny of being obsessed with Hassan, which you could argue like Steven does spend an inordinate amount of time hating on Hassan, but Hassan Piker is the largest political streamer in the world. So it makes sense that Steven would spend a healthy chunk of his time hating on Hassan, especially if they used to be friends and they have beef. Maybe he's a little bit too psycho about it, but hey, it makes for fire content, it makes for high viewership, etc. Right? And so Destiny rejects this framing that Hassan has only made 5 videos about Steven. And he's like, he's talked about me 5 times today. What are you talking about? He pulls up twitch.tv. It's live. It is live. And the first words out of Hassan's mouth are Destiny, blobbity, 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 blah. Okay? So the gods, the Twitch and YouTube gods have oriented all of existence around the beef between Hassan Piker and Steven in order to create this clip. Okay? So I hope you can appreciate, we call that synchronicity. It's where the universe lines up in order to create interesting and cool and coincidental moments. That was synchronicity. It's partial evidence of a god existing, okay? Because he has a fucked up sense of humor.
Like I can kind of spot the moment that he started going into this direction, which was the moment that people started calling him racist for saying racist stuff. It was one argument he made where he compared Jewish Voice for Peace anti-Zionist activists to capos.
There was Jewish collaborators with fucking Nazis. that
Ethan,
were
don't do that,
informers.
please. Don't say that the Jews' Voice for Peace are akin to capos. Like that's.
I'm telling you that the mere existence of Jewish voices it's not a leg to stand on. I don't understand that.
The chat started calling him a Zionist freak because that's a Zionist freak thing to say. And then since then, he's sort of constructed an entire mind prison around the idea that he's not racist and anyone calling him racist is actually the real racists. Because Hassan's community is politically oriented and is able to spot the racist rhetoric in question, that means they're all extremists and Hassan is leading them, so he's an extremist.
Oh, I think Noah Samsen's actually like a midwit dipstick. Again, I'm trying to avoid profanity. So here's the thing: is we just watched this yesterday. We watched Candace Owens. Y'all, for real. Let me go ahead and shout out Valor Media Network again. So YouTube, Valor Media Network. Valor Media Network. I'm going to send the thing. But I was live yesterday. I was live for 7 hours. We had 20 plus people in chat, but we, I want you guys to migrate over there. Okay. So I want you to copy this link that I'm about to post in chat. I want you to click on it or copy it and paste it into your browser. I want you to go to the YouTube channel and I want you to subscribe to that channel because I'm going to be going live there 4 to 5 hours, 4 to 5 days a week. And I'm going to be live from roughly 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. We might dial in the hours as time goes on, but that's what we're going to start with, right? And so I want you guys to go watch that because yesterday we watched Candace Owens and we watched ContraPoints talk about conspiracy theories. And we watched Candace Owens specifically talk about conspiracy theories related to the Mossad and Israel and international Jews co-opting the CIA through blackmail for involvement with Nazis. And what was really interesting about that conversation is the American Zionist Council was being forced to register as a Foreign Agent Registration Act entity by the Kennedy administration. And so she was insinuating that because they didn't want to disclose their funding, they killed JFK. That's what she was insinuating. And looking at that, though, the AZC said that their primary concern was that the AJC, which was the American Jewish Coalition or American Jewish Council, I forget, which was an explicitly anti-Zionist organization, would get access to their donors list and as a result attack their fellow Jews who support the state of Israel. And that would evaporate American support for the state of Israel and Zionist support in the Western world. That was the stated goal. So bringing up the fact that there are different factions of Jews and that they have different perceptions on the state of Israel is not racist. Okay. And Ethan Klein saying that, like, hey, just because you have AJC aligned people who are saying things and I'm more AZC, but I'm a moderate, that doesn't mean that you suddenly, like, your Jew trumps my Jewish opinion. Okay. I don't need to talk to your good Jew to have my own opinion. And I think that Ethan Klein is correct to complain about that.
Extremist, and that Hassan and them are all the problem.
Biz D says, what's your take on Candace? I think she's legitimately stupid. I think she's too dumb to lie. But she's a propagandist in that she understands how to create compelling conspiracy theory narratives. She understands that. So I don't think she's a grifter, but I do think she's a propagandist.
That he's a perfect angel, which is the direction he's taken, it seems like.
My only crime is wanting a two-state solution instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist.
And now he's just totally gone off the rails. He spends most of his time cowering in fear behind Instagram stories that people can't respond to. Every single one of the uploads on his personal YouTube channel in the last number of months have been targeted towards Hassan. He spent most of his live podcast talking about Hassan and calling him a terrorist and whatnot.
What is this? Bro, I have not seen a single one of his fucking Instagram stories. I didn't know he was posting about me this much. Oh my God. Every day? Every single day? You're
still a piece of shit today.
There was that one Instagram story where Ethan Klein was having to evacuate due to the wildfires or something, and he managed to make the post about Hassan and about how Hassan probably thinks it's awesome that his house might burn down while his family is in the background trying to evacuate the wildfires. Just wild. Ethan Klein has repeatedly denied any association with this campaign and Destiny or his community. That may have something to do with the recent credible allegations that Destiny is a sex criminal, but this is false.
Okay. People could accuse me of sweeping. It's totally fine. Get out your you don't have to get out your brooms, Chad. I'm just going to say
that may have something
really
to do
funny
with the
about
recent credible allegations.
So Florida streamer Destiny sued over cybersexual harassment court documents. So cybersexual harassment, that statute doesn't apply. It's not going to apply in the case, to our knowledge. We don't have all the details, but to our knowledge, that's not going to happen. And same thing with digital voyeurism. The statute doesn't apply there either. He probably will be partially liable for the civil suit. I've heard from people inside his camp that he's confident that it's going to get totally dismissed, but I have no idea what's going to happen. He could still get hit with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars in penalties. I have no idea what's going to happen, right? But if you look at what actually happened, he had consensual sex acts with women, and he sent those videos to people with whom he did not have permission to share those videos. As a result, those videos got leaked. Okay. It's bad. Nobody's saying it's good. It's bad behavior. You shouldn't do it. Nobody should do it. Bad behavior, right? Okay. If he gets sued and a court finds him guilty and he has to pay money, okay, that's probably some form of justice. Even his most ardent critics don't think that he should be incarcerated, which I think is funny. Even his most ardent critics don't think that he should be beaten. I also find that funny because I do think that he should basically, like, I'd say this to his face. I think he should get his ass kicked and then move on. Like, I think Pixie's dad should beat his ass and then call it a day. Shake hands, walk it off, right? But anyways, so that's what Steven has been accused of. And then also audio recording people in sex acts. The sex acts were consensual. The audio recording was not. That's what he's been accused of. In the past week, I'm not saying that this is as bad, but Noah Samsen was accused by an ex-girlfriend that he dated for several months and he was in an open relationship with, that he lied about having unprotected sex with strangers. That way he could have unprotected sex with her, which is 100% how you get herpes. So it's okay. Like, listen, these are bad things. Men should learn from these people's bad examples. You should be a better human being than both Noah Samsen and Steven. You should be a better human being than Vosh. But what I want you to understand is that most of these people are degenerates, or they're young and stupid, and they're going to do young and stupid and degenerate shit. So when you're throwing rocks at other people's glass houses, just make sure that you're not in a glass house yourself. That's the main thing I'm trying to say. Biz D says the Sherry allegations are real bad if true. I mean, I think those are the worst ones. I think the audio recording without consent, I think, is the worst one, in my opinion, morally, because if you have consent to videotape a sex act and then you share it and then it gets leaked, you can be deemed reckless, stupid, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you're audio recording without consent, that's obviously a clear violation of the other person's consent. And so while they might not be identifiable in the content that's produced, you're very clearly walking into a situation without the consent of the other party involved. What's interesting, I think that you can parse it apart and you can say that Noah Samsen's violations are a less significant degree. However, he violated his partner's consent because his partner said multiple times, if we're going to have sex unprotected, I need to know that you're not having unprotected sex with other people. And Noah Samsen said, yeah, babe, I'm not having unprotected sex with other people. And based off of that information, she consented to unprotected sex. So is it as serious? No. Is it a shitty thing to do? Obviously. Should he be canceled or sued or go to jail or something? No. But it's very dog shit behavior that should not be repeated by other young men. Media Steel Dragon says, yeah, but they market themselves as serious political commentators. I mean, for sure. But you as the audience should not take them seriously. You should get the good information from them as a form of entertainment, but you should not hold them up as prophets or messiah figures. Connor propaganda is to grifting what private hearing is the piracy. Rivera Art 9. You're going to have to repeat that in a way that's like coherent. Connor, comma. Propaganda is to grifting what private hearing is to piracy. If you're talking about like music, private hearing is to piracy. I don't agree. I think you can propagandize topics that you're sincere about. So for instance, if I watch a bunch of Ukrainian helicopter and fighter jet footage that's set to rock and roll music, I can seriously believe that Ukraine is still correct in the war. The Ukrainian pilots who are shooting that footage can still think that they're correct in the war. And the musicians, if they endorse the product, can still believe in the war. Just because they're creating something cool to entrance people within a political perspective doesn't mean that they're being dishonest. I don't agree. Whoo! Media Steel Dragon says, at counterpoints, this is the problem. Connor Destiny doing that disgusting shit to Pixie gave water to these morons and to every right-winger he will debate in the future. I mean, I agree. It was very dumb. But they market themselves. Yep, I addressed that. Connor, I had unprotected sex the other night with my girlfriend. Can we get a W from chat? No, you degenerate. As long as you're monogamous, I guess that's better. But no, we are not gooners in this chat. Geez, you guys are brutal. All right, come on. We got 5 minutes left. Christian Valeris wanted to move on from this content, so let's wrap it up. Sure. Silver Jacket Man says if we can watch that, for sure. Let's do it. Let's wrap this up, though. Let's give this man his time. We literally skipped 15 minutes, and it was still a drag-out slugfest.
That Destiny is a sex criminal, but this is false. Ethan has been caught on his live podcast browsing the Destiny subreddit for arguments to use to attack Hassan. Leaked Discord logs show Dan Saltman admitting to exchanging emails with Ethan and the H3 team personally during the campaign. And even if there wasn't evidence of direct communication, the far more important connection is that Ethan is saying the exact same things, using the same out of context clips that everyone else used to call Hassan a terrorist or whatever. It's been a group effort.
Okay. So if Hezbollah is a terrorist organization that slaughters civilians and fires rockets indiscriminately into Israel, and Hassan Piker says that he's chill with Hezbollah, then he's a terrorist supporter. If he supports Hamas or does apologia for Hamas, and Hamas is a terrorist organization that slaughtered civilians, he's a terrorist supporter. If he supports the Houthis, which he obviously did by giving them a glowing interview, then and the Houthis are firing missiles indiscriminately into commercial ships, then he's a terrorist supporter. At no time in this video has Noah Samsen debunked those facts.
That's just what it is. So just a few final thoughts here. Zionism is Nazism. It's an ethnic supremacist, expansionist, colonial ideology. You can't have Zionism without genocide and ethnic cleansing. That's the end goal of the project. It's what it is. Palestinians are there, and for the Zionist project to be complete, they have to go. Starve them out, bomb them, destroy everything they need to live. Those are the methods. Those are what they're employing as we speak. And like Nazism, Zionism cannot be defeated through reform or debate. It must be destroyed from the outside through efforts made by the Palestinian people, the Palestinian resistance, and coalitions of allies. As history
Guys, I'm not a terrorist supporter. I don't know why you would think that. However, Zionism is Nazism, and it has to be destroyed by outside forces, including the armed efforts of Hamas. Guys, I don't support terrorism, but 97% of Israelis support genocide and are therefore valid military targets. Noah Samsen, you are amazing. I can't tell if you're amazingly stupid or if it's ironic. Like, are you so dumb that you don't understand the words that you're saying, or you don't understand the irony, or do you understand the irony and you're doing it because you're hoping that your audience catches it? I can't believe it. Hold on. I need to hear that again with my own ears. I need to hear that again. Zionism and Nazism and needs to be destroyed by exterior military efforts.
Out of context clips that everyone else used to call Hassan a terrorist or whatever. It's been a group effort. That's just what it is. So just a few final thoughts here. Zionism is Nazism. It's an ethnic supremacist, expansionist, colonial ideology. You can't have Zionism without genocide and ethnic cleansing. That's the end goal of the project. It's what it is. Palestinians are there, and for the Zionist project to be complete, they have to go. Starve them out, bomb them, destroy everything they need to live. Those are the methods. Those are what they're employing as we speak. And like Nazism, Zionism cannot be defeated through reform or debate. It must be destroyed from the outside through efforts made by the Palestinian people, the Palestinian resistance, and coalitions of allies. As history
Who do you think he means by the Palestinian resistance and the coalition of allies? That is crazy pants. Wow. All right. I'm sorry, Christian Blair's. We are wrapping up.
Has shown the downfall of these kinds of racist ideologies as possible, but Zionists cannot be a part of this process. They're Zionists. They uphold Zionism by spreading Zionist propaganda and spending all their time and effort attacking anti-Zionists, even as those anti-Zionists are actively fighting against a genocide that Zionism is the ideological pretext for. In the case of liberal Zionists like Ethan Klein, using his weird personal Zionist crash out as a jumping off point to educate people about the ideology that he adheres to is a great use of time, I think. And Bad Empanada has done a fantastic job with that. His videos have reached pretty wide audiences and exposed them to the reality and history of the genocidal Zionist project. That's a really good thing. That's a really important thing that he's doing. And I think many of you can probably also help out with that. Most of you have smartphones and cameras and TikTok. So go ahead. Start posting about it. Spread the word. Aside from being a morally good thing to do, it's also becoming sustainable. You know, it's algorithmically viable. The Ethan Klein crash out industrial complex is booming. And we can harness it as a propaganda machine to expose Zionism for the genocidal ideology that it is. You may have the feeling, as I often have, that the history books will look back upon these times and those who supported the Gaza genocide with shame and horror. The only problem with that is that these people feel no shame. They're here to make money and to convince themselves that they aren't evil. And the way they do that is by lying, by spreading liberal Zionist propaganda. It's profitable and it's easy and it's acceptable. You're allowed to say that you think all Palestinians should die.
I'm pro-genocide.
And still get invited to Jubilee as the resident liberal. You're allowed to do it and run your quirky, epic, silly podcast and make hundreds of thousands of dollars doing that because the Western media ecosystem encourages it. There will be no justice for the Palestinian people if all we do is watch content about what's happening. Consumption is not politics. There will be no justice for the victims of this genocide unless we all actively fight for it. From the position that most of the viewers of this video have, that's by using the resources and time to continue to speak out, preserve the record of what's actually happened in Gaza, name the perpetrators, and highlight and boost the voices that understand these facts more than anyone in the world. That is, the Palestinian people. Don't stop sharing their stories or contributing to direct aid. I'll leave a document below with some Palestinian voices and outlets that you should follow and campaigns to contribute to. In If I Must Die, Rifat El-Arir tells the story of Yasser Ashur, a young Palestinian survivor of Operation Cast Lead, Israel's late 2008 onslaught in Gaza. During Cast Lead, Israel bombed a UN school, which was also designated a safe zone, killing 44 civilians. Ashur was 14 at the time of the attack, and Israel killed 5 of his classmates and friends. Ever since the massacre, Ashur has tried to honor the memories of his classmates by exposing Israeli crimes. I run a few Twitter accounts with tens of thousands of followers, he said. The battle for justice for Palestine over social media is crucial, and we have to win it. We don't have Israel's billions, but we have the power of the truth. And that's what we have. We have the truth. October 7th blew the lid off the genocidal Israeli project. October 7th is the reason you're here watching this video today. Israel's response to it has radicalized a generation of people by exposing the Israeli state and its backers in the West for what they are: depraved, ethnic supremacist, genocidal lunatics. That's the truth. We have all these tools to speak the truth, and now's the time to do that. So just do it. I don't know. Don't stop fighting for it. Free Palestine.
Oh my God. We literally just got through it because it was so... His monotone just drives me crazy. It's fine. I'm happy he's found success. Good for him, et cetera, et cetera. So let's talk about why I think he's wrong, and let's actually talk about geopolitical solutions real quick. Maps, Israel. Okay. So I can be wrong, and I am, by definition, a Zionist apologist while not apologizing for everything that the state of Israel does. I think plenty of the things that he pointed out are indeed jacked up and should not be done. And I think some of the stuff is legitimately evil, meaning that it's bad and people know that it's bad, but they do it anyways. So this is all of Israel, right? This is like a huge desert. It's Israel all the way down to the coast. We got these rivers, we got these roads, we got Jerusalem, we got the West Bank, all that kind of stuff. So right now, this border is Palestinian-controlled territory. I believe that this area is controlled by the Palestinian Authority, but Israelis are able to travel to it. It's dangerous, but they can do it. And then Gaza is right here. This is effectively the size of Detroit, okay? So if the Palestinians were smart, then what they would do is they would say, because they've already lost, like every single time that they launch a military campaign, they get their shit kicked in and they lose more territory. So clearly, force of arms, they're not going to prevail, right? And if there were allies, the coalition that, you know, Mr. What's-his-face was talking about, Noah was talking about, then the United States would back Israel and kick the shit out of all of the Arab countries that invaded Israel would either get slaughtered by Israeli forces or they would get slaughtered by American forces that interceded on Israel's behalf in order to prevent another Holocaust, right? So what this leaves Gaza, right? And what's happened is Israel has invaded here. They've taken the entire territory. They fought people all the way down. And then Rafah is where a majority of the civilians are currently staying. And all of that, they're slowly moving their way back into these territories that's all bombed out. Now, what Trump wants to do is he wants to, and I'm not saying this is going to happen because it's too complex, but what he wants to do is he wants to take 2.2 million people and he wants Egypt to move them right here in Egypt and for them to become Egyptian citizens, and then for Israel to take all of Gaza. Alternatively, he would want to take 2.2 million people and move them to Jordan and have them become Jordanian citizens and protectorate, or have them move here. But at that point, they're probably going to get cleared out in the future, right? And then he wants to build this into a new Riviera, a rich area that, let's face it, will probably be turned over to the Jews, not turned over to Palestinian Muslims, right? That's the situation on the ground. So if I was a Gazan, right, which I'm not, or if I was a West Banker, which I am not, then what I would say is, Israel and United States, we want to come to a territorial agreement. This border of Gaza is Palestinian and it will remain Palestinian in all of perpetuity. This border, we could figure out like new borders or whatever, but this border will remain Palestinian and it will remain Palestinian in all of perpetuity. We will cease armed fighting against the Israeli Defense Forces as long as we get billions of dollars to make this territory our own, build it up, secure food, secure water, secure security, secure a good social life, secure education, and secure higher levels. And we want to take a massive investment into this so we can make these places as rich and powerful and interesting and cool as Israel or Saudi Arabia or Dubai or any of those other places. That's what the Palestinians could do. But what's probably going to happen, because what they're saying, what Noah Samsen is saying, what Hassan Piker is saying, is that from the river to the sea, from this river right here to the sea, the Mediterranean, Palestine will be free, and that is the only thing that is acceptable. Well, they don't have the cards, as the Trump administration would say. So they're just going to keep attacking Israel, and every time they attack, they're going to lose more territory. So when Ethan Klein says, you're a moron and you're in opposition to peace, Ethan Klein wants to freeze the borders for Palestinians to stop getting killed and for them to develop their current holdings. That's what Ethan Klein wants as a moderate. What these people are saying, Hassan Piker and Noah Samsen, is that Palestinians should continue to fight for these territories, lose, and then lose all of their territories. They can say that that's not what they're advocating for because obviously they think that the Palestinians are going to win, but they're just not. So that's it. That's my geopolitical analysis. You either sue for the borders that you currently have and then develop it aggressively, or you lose everything. Lose everything slow, or develop what you got. So we're going to take a little breaky poo. I already did my biceps. I don't know if you guys did, but I did regular curls, I did hammer curls, and I did reverse curls. For those of you who don't know, out of the 70 of you that are present, regular curls are where you face the bar, the dumbbell towards you, and then you lift it up like so. Hammer curls, you turn it at a 90-degree angle and you lift it up like so. Reverse curls, you tilt it as far as you can in the opposite direction and you lift it up like so. And if you do that once every 2 weeks, you can have a dad bod like me, where I obviously have a little bit more love to give. I have a little bit more meat on my bones, so to speak, but I have muscles as well. So you guys should think about doing so. I'll work on my back momentarily. But chat, tell me where you're at. What else is interesting? What else is going on? We covered Contra yesterday. We covered Noah Samsen today. We could do some Red Pill content, and I have no problem covering Red Pill. I think it could be fun and interesting. But yeah, what do you guys think? What's going on in your worlds? Those are power fists. I wish. Well, Jonah Boy, good. I just finished working out my chest. Excellent. That's fantastic. Matter of fact, let me share a little dono shill. So we had some donos earlier. I know some of you guys are YouTube members. Of course, you're giving me ad revenue. So if you don't have any money, don't worry about donating. However, if you do have money, super chats are always appreciated. And then what's the other one? I need to go to Tay's. Let me copy this link. And then if you don't want YouTube to take a cut, then here is a link to Stream Elements that is linked to my PayPal. You can do a tip, and the tip will come through. It'll be a substantively smaller cut, and I will get the cash, and I will do it. Any gaming, we're not doing gaming, bro. We're not doing gaming. I'm not cutting my viewership by 2/3 so I can look over to you while I'm playing Call of Duty and be like, "What's up, bro?" Like every 20 minutes. That's not a thing. We're not a gaming channel. We're here to work. Teacher, Red Pill. Yeah, we're probably moving to Red Pill though. Dylan Burns is a good dude. That is true. Harmonic Fox. If your goal is to have people de-radicalized, then Zan's content has a reason to exist. I guess. But, you know, his numbers aren't as good as they should be. Have you ever watched Mike Ritland interviews? I haven't. Who's Mike Ritland? I'll Google him real quick. Mike Ritland. Mike Ritland. Every product shop from Team Dog Food. He's a dog food guy? Oh, he's a Navy SEAL and a author. Of course he is. I'm being a little bit of a dick. But we could do that on like Military Mondays or something. I think we just have to stick with the formula, so to speak. So rumble.com. I'm going to go to Rumble and I'm going to check out Erudite on
For them to be shot.
Fresh and Fit. Because apparently she did a good job on their show, and part of the charter of the Valor Media Network is to give young men content to engage with that is that they're already currently engaging with. That's terrible. In an effort to show them that there's a better way to do it. So let's find Fresh and Fit with Erudite. Somebody said it was on March 1st, and I'm looking for that. Where is it? 11 days ago. So it would be last month. Where is it? So if anybody wants to link me the Rumble link via Discords or DM, I can do that. 19 days ago, almost. 30 days ago, almost. Amaranth. It's the Amaranth interview, isn't it?
Want to save up to $6,400 on health insurance annually? With HealthBird, you can. Our platform helps you qualify for subsidies, making your monthly premium $0. Simple as that.
Ooh.
And with the HealthBird app, managing your health.
Everything is great,
effortless.
Phil. Good to see you.
From
Good to see
accessing
you.
visual
I'm
ID
sorry we
cards to
disagree
uploading-
so passionately.
You, my friend, are being
on
scammed into
politics.
paying for your TV channels. Here's how you can watch TV
After the
for
Amaranth
free.
interview? She's not a part of the
They
Amaranth
get
interview?
excited over money.
Okay. Let me find Amaranth. Is it this one? Oh, she's a part of a panel?
I'd like to tell you a story, son.
Let me skip ads if I
Here's a video
can.
of a woman using the Wi-Fi detector to discover the hidden camera in what appears to be her Airbnb, and it looks like the person.
Yeah. Let's see if we can find
Five
Miss
people, for example.
Kyla.
They got like an American base. All right, hey,
All right. I'm skipping the tips. That was like the worst content, bro. That was like the dumbest.
But I'm just
dumbest content was watching them do the tips. I watched it for like 5 minutes yesterday. It was unbearable. I couldn't believe that that was content. We're going to hang out for like another minute with chat. I'm not going to jump right into the red pill just because I need to eat some trail mix. I need to talk to my chat. I need to see what's up. And I'm also going to share my link for the Valor Media Network. And I'm probably going to Photoshop change this thing. Demo scene 2, show on stage. Yeah, there we go. That was easy. Let's delete this one. Boom. Easy. Why didn't you guys tell me it was that simple? What was the other thing? I forget what the other thing that I was going to do was. Oh, yeah. Valor Media Network. That's what I was going to do. I was going to link you guys that. You need to. You don't need to, but I need you to. Okay? I am live with you today because Valor Media Network thought that it would be a cool idea for me to come back to my original channel and get 70 of you beautiful souls over to their network where I will be live 4 to 5 times a week. And so I posted the Valor Media Network in the chat, and you need to click on that and you need to go subscribe to that channel. So if you haven't done so, do so already. We've been hanging out for 4 hours so far today, and I've been having a beautiful and wonderful time hanging out with you fine folk. But if we want to build something that's sustainable in the long term, then you guys need to go subscribe to that channel. If you feel like it, you need to watch me when I'm live. And if you feel like it and have the cash, we need some donations. Christ pill is bigger than all other pills. Well, good for you. Mad at Destiny for fucking up his political career. I mean, I think we all are, right? Congrats on the new channel, by the way. Sure. It's not my channel, but you know, they're enabling me to go full time. So I'm very appreciative for the opportunity. Worst case scenario, in 6 months, I'll be going back to my wage cage job and I'll be doing 40K on the side, and I'll be doing politics on the side. And I'll probably just become like a video essayist, to be honest. And I'll just do video essays as like a side hustle. That's the worst case. The best case scenario is over the course of 6 months, we build up a stream that has a few hundred to a few thousand live viewers. We're making money. And then as a result, we just go full time. So either way, you guys get to hang out with me for 6 months and I get to hang out with you for 6 months. So either way, we're actually going to have a great time. Will media steal Dragon for counterpoints? Why watch Red Pill Fresh and Fit anyways? Is it just because of Erudite, because they are grifting clowns since their inception? No. It's the same reason why we would watch Noah Samsen. If we want to watch people that agree with us, we could watch them and we could get good information and we could learn stuff. But we're going to cut our viewership by 30 or 40% because every 5 minutes I'm just going to go, huh, that's cool. That's interesting, right? That's all I'm going to do. We watch people that we disagree with and that we hate. So if we have people who agree with us, they'll come hang out with us. They'll agree with us. They'll donate money. They'll sub. They'll do all that kind of stuff. We can build up an audience around disliking the same things and being for the same things. And then if we have people from that community who hate us, but they come over and take a look at us and they realize that we have something better to offer, then we convert them to our side. So that's why we are engaging with content that otherwise hurts your brain. I'm sorry for eating, but this is my lunch. Trail mix is my lunch today. Excuse me. Sapien Green. Thank you for the donation. 100 DKK. Considering the extravagant stupidity of the current administration, are you planning in any anti-Trump political activity? I am. So, I am, of course, going to do this channel. We're going to do anti-red pill. We're going to do political analysis. We're going to go after the rightoids. As an example, yesterday we went after Candace Owens. Candace Owens is like the perfect epitome of the stupidity of the Trump camp, right? And so we will be going after right-wing creators. We won't just be punching left. And so, yeah, we'll do that as content. And then I have a gentleman who's trying to build a war chest right now to do a congressional run against a very stupid MAGA congresswoman in the state of Florida. So I'll probably be involved in that if he successfully fundraises. How will you balance this with 40K? 40K doesn't take that much time. 40K is like 5 hours a week. It's not hard to do. Literally 40K is find the content, spend 2 to 4 hours scripting, script it, tighten up the script, shoot it, edit it. So it's like 4 to 5 hours of work on my end, and it's like 2 hours of work on the editor's end. So it's literally like between 5 and 7 hours a week. It's not hard. Yeah. Kadarius Stoney says, counterpoints, are you going to keep sweeping for Harry Sisson? Sure. It's so gross. Stop simping for Harry Sisson. It's beneath you. Not simping for him. It's bad. Don't play women. But that doesn't mean that he deserves to lose his career. It's that simple. If you want to say it's bad, yeah, it's 100% bad. You know what would happen, though? If my daughter or son said, hey, Dad, I met an online media figure who lives in a different state, and we exchanged intimate messages, and I sent them nude photographs, and then they said that they didn't want to be exclusive. I would say, that's dumb. Stop sending your intimate stuff to people that you're not in a committed relationship with. That's the entire resolution of the situation. I don't even think, like I said that I think that Destiny deserves to get beaten up. Harry Sisson doesn't even deserve to get beaten up. He just deserves to be publicly shamed. That's it. Is that where you've been streaming recently? Yes. Although I only started yesterday. Part of the reason why I have been streaming as much in the past 2 weeks is because I've been setting this thing up. I've been talking to the owners. I've been negotiating the contract. We've been figuring out what works. And so, yeah, I streamed yesterday for 7 hours. Today, we're probably going to hit, 7 hours. And we're going to try to hit 7 hours 4 or 5 times a week. Bull Media Steel Dragon says at counterpoints, I agree, but it's like, what else is there to say about them that hasn't been said already? It's the same with Game of Thrones season 8. True. but I've never engaged with the content. So maybe it'll be new for me. Maybe you've engaged with the content, but I haven't. KOE Nation says, do you have anything explicitly pro right wing coming down the pike in terms of content? Explicitly pro right wing? I mean, we were just talking smack about leftists for 2 hours, Phil. You missed out. We were apologizing for the state of Israel. We were covering for their war crimes. We were criticizing leftists. We were defending the military industrial complex. Yeah, you just missed it if you didn't watch that. Harmonic Foss says you could stream 40K content during regular streams. No, absolutely not. You have to find your niche and you have to stick with it. The Silver Jacket Man says, dude, happy for you. I work from home, so I'll definitely try to support you. Well, thank you kindly. I appreciate it. George Soros funded? Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. The original company is Midas Touch. They're already wildly successful by themselves. They probably bring in hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars per month. Valor Media is an offshoot of Midas. So I think they have a treasure chest, a war chest that they're expending on this new media effort. Biz D says, yeah, I don't know what's been going on. I have been too employed lately. Hey, listen, I can sympathize. Harmonic Foss says, people have engaged with the content, but Connor hasn't, so perhaps it provides a fresh take. We'll see. We'll see. If it gets too boring, we'll move on. But yesterday we actually reviewed a piece of content by Andrew Tate, and it was the Vice News interview of Andrew Tate. There were some new things that I did learn. There were some aspects of the war room that I thought were actually pro-masculine, but then literally the documentary just reveals that he's a rapist. Like, he's just like I already knew that he was a statutory rapist because he had sex with a 15-year-old, right? I already knew Andrew Tate was a statutory rapist. However, in the video, they interview two women who have near identical stories that basically say that they were in a consensual relationship with Andrew Tate. Then he sexually assaulted them without their consent. He was aggressive and physically abusive during those sexual assaults. And then one of the girls had voicemails from Andrew Tate saying, yeah, can't believe you're complaining about it. You're dumb. You know, I've done this to plenty of women. No one complains anywhere near as much as you. I can't believe that you're mad about a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Get over it. And you're my property and this, that, the other. So he literally just raped a woman that he was in a relationship with and then left a voicemail saying, yeah, get over me raping you. It was actually crazy. It was legitimately crazy. So he's actually like he's like a forcible rapist. You watch the ContraPoints recent conspiracy video, Talking Day says, yeah, so I mean that's cool that you're asking because that's literally what we covered yesterday. Now, it was only the beginning. So we covered like the first two chapters, but I think it's really good content. Taking Day. So Taking Day, I'm going to link this in chat. If you click on it, go subscribe to this channel. You'll be able to catch me live 4 or 5 times a week. And then not just that, but that video specifically, the first 2 hours are news coverage, but an hour after that is covering the ContraPoints video. And then we use the ContraPoints video in order to cover a Candace Owens video. So I think that you would think that that was fire content. Should be good. So yeah, take a look at it. Now, let me eliminate this. If you guys are ready, I'm ready. We are all going to take extreme psychic damage. So let's do it. Let me know if you have volume. If I need to modify anything, I will. But Erudite right here. So let's do a little bit of intro. Okay. My name's Connor. I run a beautiful channel named Counterpoints 40K, which breaks down the science fantasy and science fiction universe of Warhammer 40,000. It's moderately successful, and I'm very proud of it. I am going live on the Valor Media Network, which is a new network under the Midas Touch umbrella that is about politics analysis, culture war analysis, and red pill analysis in order to try to create a good space for men to learn how to be men and talk about interesting things that aren't pure politics. Okay? So even though I go for politics, it's not a pure political channel, right? Red pill is a movement of men who believe that the best way to control their lives is to opt out of society, to get rich, to sleep with beautiful women, to be non-monogamous, and to control how and when and if they have children. And it's a materialist, in my opinion, Satanist, meaning self-worshiping, and hedonist philosophy. It has become wildly popular with young men who are rebelling against the feminized society that we are a part of. That doesn't mean that it isn't toxic and evil. And so Fresh and Fit, Myron and whoever this guy is, I forget his name, but Myron and this guy are the heads of a Miami-based podcast in which they invite a dozen random women, a third of whom are not particularly intelligent, and they will debate them on culture war issues. And so what we're going to do is, I think that Amaranth isn't as unintelligent as a lot of people assume she is, just because she has large boobs and she makes money off of her sexuality. And I know for a fact that Kyla is not dumb at all. So it should be an interesting conversation and contention. We're going to give it a shot. If it runs dry, if it's not that interesting, if it's not that cool, we'll find something else to take a look at. But the point is to find at least some red pill content daily and engage with it. So yeah, take a look at it and we'll figure it out. I'm not a fan of broicism. So true.
Saying that's a pretty insane. Thank you.
Yo, I don't
What's different
want.
now than when you were in your 20s?
Is it all? It's not all
More-
donations,
She's just
right?
more free spirit.
They go
I'm
into an-
29 years old.
Now I remember now.
All right, here we go. I want to get past the
So
donations
that
because they're
definitely-
terrible. Let's pause. Obviously, like the panel setting is a little bit rougher, so maybe we'll do it, maybe we won't, maybe we'll find something that's a solo person. But yeah, like all this is just dudes being rude to women. So I don't really know how to engage with it. It looks like they're talking about whether or not men are attracted to youth, and all the women immediately conceded that yes, of course, men are more attracted to youth because a woman has less trauma. The woman's more likely to be free. She's more likely to be less judgy, all that kind of stuff. And attracting men hasn't been an issue for this gal. Well, now Myron is insinuating like, oh, well, that's because they just, bang you and then leave you or whatever, which leads into the concept of like sexual marketplace value. So with sexual marketplace value, the concept is that we all have a value, right? Where we could rate ourselves on looks. We could rate ourselves on financial success. We could rate ourselves on charisma and social ability and all that kind of stuff. And the truth is that we're all going to end on a spectrum of 1 through 10 on all of these different categories. Well, what happens as you get older, probably as a man, but definitely as a woman as well, is that since youth and lack of trauma and lack of responsibility is oftentimes valued in a sexual partner, what happens is as you take on trauma, as you age, as you're less physically attractive, et cetera, your sexual marketplace value, something that some of these guys talk about, it decreases over time. There's also this concept called the wall, which is basically that a lot of women can get away with just being hot in their 20s and they can't get away with it in their 30s. And so oftentimes these shows are kind of like revenge porn against 30-year-old women who are still attractive, because it's men just saying, oh, you're about to hit the wall, you're about to be ugly, you're about to not be interesting to men anymore. Therefore, you're still pretending like you're young, dumb, and hot, but you're about to be infinitely less valuable than you were in your early 20s. And so it's kind of like, again, I said revenge porn. It's kind of like a sadism porn, I guess, in order to call attractive, flighty, dumb women who got away with being attractive, telling them to their face that they're bad, they suck, and their lives are going to be terrible soon. That's kind of the concept behind the content. So what did Connor think FNF was? Well, I mean, I thought it was this. The only intellectual debates are one with other male guests that respect enough to have a convo that's interesting. I wonder, so I was hoping to give Kyla a shot, because apparently she does talk a lot in this conversation. And also Amaranth is not a stupid person, allegedly. And so I wanted to see, what they had to say in this conversation, but maybe we would just go back and watch a Destiny video. I don't know. So the Silver Jacket Man says, give me a girl with trauma any day. If I have a relationship that ends without her setting all my suits on fire, I consider it a waste of my time. Listen, okay? There's also a trope that crazy women are more fun because it keeps the emotion, it's like an emotional roller coaster, and it makes the relationship more spicy, more interesting, et cetera, et cetera. That's absolutely a concept within male circles. However, I think that Christian Valerius literally just said it, right? He says, I'm too old to deal with that. Listen, me too. And the truth is, a wife is going to keep you on your toes, right? She's going to make sure that the trash is getting taken out. She's going to make sure that the dishes are getting done. And I'm saying, like, she's going to make sure that you help out, right? Make sure the trash is getting taken out, the dishes are getting done, you're taking care of the boys, you're going on adventures, you're going hiking, you're going to the duck derby, you go to the science center, you go to the museums, you go to Disney. And so that the adventure is not, hey, let's go get a hotel and hang out and get drunk and do whatever. It's, hey, we're going to go spend time as a family and go do this crazy thing that is going to be great memories for the entire family. And what I recommend is you find a partner who, sure, like you might be able to have those more romantic, more intimate, engagements with. But in my opinion, if you're looking for like a lasting relationship in a family, you also need that person that you can do the normal adventures with. So yeah, it's kind of funny that we pause the content. I feel like we're having a better conversation than what they're having, but we'll see if we can get into it a little bit. But yeah, you got to have both, right? You got to have both. You have to have the physical attraction, and you have to have the family compatibility.
Price is right.
Yo, that's kind of crazy. I think she either said 4 million or upwards of 40 million. How much does Amaranth make in a year or a month? That's fine too, because we can multiply by 12. Is making $100,000 a month on Twitch, but 1.5 million a month on OnlyFans. Holy crap. So I wouldn't be surprised if she said, like, I'm not going to do a hardcore scene for less than 40 million, because she makes 10 so she makes like 15 million plus 2. She makes $18 million a year. So yeah, so I appreciate her saying, like, hey, 99% of people are not going to achieve the financial success that I have. So, that's really funny because this is what happened in the last show that I watched. Okay. Last show that I watched, they were doing this geography quiz, and they were like, name 3 states, right? Or name 3 countries, but you can't say Canada, Mexico, or the United States. And what was funny is 2/3 of the girls were able to do it. So it's obviously like, I was kind of telling you, it's like revenge porn. They're trying to, bring on these hot Instagram ladies who share their bodies on OnlyFans in order to attack them, basically, as a form of like revenge porn for incels and volcels. However, like 2/3 of the women weren't dumb. So it was actually kind of funny because they were dunking on the ones who were dumb, but the 2/3 got most of the answers correct. It was kind of cool. And then same thing here. Like, these chicks are doing OnlyFans, so obviously we have like a different moral calculus. But you have this woman who they're like, "Hey, would you do porn? And what's your price?" For me, let's just put it this way: that I got a price, right? So I have a price, and I consider myself a moral person. So the fact that you have this gal who will stick by her guns in the show and say, no, like, I don't have a price, I don't share that kind of thing with the world. That's awesome. That's great. Right? So good for her. And the other gal's trying to add these caveats, like, I would do it with someone that I had previously had a relationship with, and I would need to be faceless, because she wants to protect her anonymity. So no, these girls aren't as dumb as they're pretending it is. Only 2/3. I mean, listen, they are intentionally recruiting people who don't know countries, right? What's my price? Well, now I'm thinking about the fact that Ken Harbaugh is going to watch this later. I don't know if I can say my price on stream. It would have to be enough in order to enable me to do everything else that I've want to do in my life, right? It probably have to be a few mil, right? And then I think part of the reason why Amaranth is so easily able to deny is because she already has that money. She doesn't need to work for it. She doesn't need to do anything. She could literally take, if she's making $18 million a year, Uncle Sam's taking 40% of it. That still means that she's walking away with like what, 9 million, 10 million, somewhere in there. And so as a result, if she's making $10 million a year, she does that for like 5 years. She's sitting on $50 million. She can live off of the interest for the rest of her life. So yeah, that's why she's able to decline. A porn website said, hey, we will pay you hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to shoot porn. And she said, that's not enough. It's because she already has money to walk away from everything. Matt Roofer says, my number would have to make me independently wealthy so I could not have to be in public ever again. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So now we know you have a price. Next question would be if it was giving or taking. Giving, not taking, you know, and let's just say there's limits to the style that I would agree to. Let's put. Ved Sunil says, am I brainwashed by the concept of hoflation? No, you're not. I think that it's true that simultaneously the women who they will share pictures of their body, they will share videos of their body, they will share solo content for very cheap. They'll share it for $5 a month, right? But then they'll come onto these shows and they'll be like, well, how much for like a hardcore scene? And they'll be like, oh, a few $1 million, right? But I think it's different. Yeah, Hearshot says, hilarious that they think they're worth millions. I mean, that's literally the appeal of the content is watching women justify why you can see them totally nude doing solo stuff for $5 a month, but in order to do something else, they need to be paid millions. But I think that this is probably because you are asking someone to compromise their values in some way, or at least pass a line that they said they otherwise wouldn't. And they don't want to be in public saying that they would compromise their values for, you know, $5 grand, $2 grand, 10 grand. Right. And, you know, there's some people who are shameless about it. And there's some people who still try to have some self-respect about it. So while this might not be as interesting as women being like, oh, I'll do it for $2,500 or, oh, I'll do it for $5 grand, which would be funny. That might be good content, and it might be realistic. Like somebody shows you 10, 20 grand and all you got to do is XYZ ABC for 20 minutes. You know, if you're poor, if you're broke, that 10 or 20 grand might become a lot more attractive. So then the question kind of becomes like, what are these women's financial circumstances where they feel like they can negotiate that, right? If they're already making a few $100 grand a year, they don't need to do anything, right? Ved Sunil, and by the way, I think we need to say this because it is like mildly uncomfortable. Like I'm an almost 40-year-old man and I'm watching 20-year-old girls talk about like how much they'll sell their nudes for, right? We're engaging with this concept. We're engaging with this content, not because we're trying to encourage or demean anyone in this context. What we're trying to do is we're actually trying to pick apart the dynamics between males and females that makes this content relevant. Because, you know, they got all of these views or all of these shows on YouTube get a few 100,000 views. This one has 2.5K likes. It has 10K live. I don't see if somebody sees it, they can point it out to me. But I don't see the views on this. But I'm assuming these guys get hundreds of thousands of views per episode. So it's somewhat culturally relevant. Also, they're surrounded by potentially hundreds of thousands of dudes who I believe genuinely dislike women. Yeah, literally. They're swimming in social, political shark waters, basically. Harmonic Fox says, I honestly don't see the difference between what they do and what Red Pill content creators do. Same stuff, different toilet. Well, this is considered Red Pill. Fresh and Fit are absolutely Red Pill creators. Corn isn't spreading an ideology that distills animosity, hatred for the other sexes. I think it can. I don't think it does so intentionally, but there's obviously like, you know, BDSM and slave stuff that can be quite abusive.
I'm happy with
That's a real answer. She has bills to pay. She's got things to do. Oh man, Sean Kaplan, I appreciate you catching up 1.5 speed. Thanks for catching up, bud. Matt Roofer, Korn creates a caricature of human sexuality and unrealistic expectations on how humans interact with the opposite sex. I agree completely. What's weird is that there's obviously Korn categories that try to like simulate real relationships, and then they always make them like taboo or worse, right? So the what's real and what's fake is getting different. And what's interesting is like, so for instance, with PV, I went up to the Cincinnati event, and there was Jasmine, who I think is an OF creator, and she was there, and she was very nice. She was a law school grad. She's obviously intelligent. She knows how to talk, all that kind of stuff. And it was interesting to kind of square, like, here's this person who's talking about politics, birth control, school, ambition, social life, et cetera, et cetera. And yet, you know, in a lot of eyes, people would just call her a prostitute, right? So just because people are sex workers or prostitutes doesn't mean that they're like unintelligent, irredeemable people, right? Christian Valera says, small caveats for sure. So not the same quantity that Red Pill does. Red Pill produces men like Andrew Tate. Absolutely. This is a little dry, I guess. So I might move on to something a little bit more like linear, right? Like a solo person talking, because we could engage with a solo person way faster than we can with a panel. I think that's the problem with the panel environment. This is the second time I've tried it. It doesn't move fast enough, and there's not enough meat on the bone. So that's why we might move to like solo Andrew Tate or solo. I'm trying to think of another Red Pill creator that does solo content, but we could do more solo work because the panels are a little bit slow. I hate to jump into like a segment and then bump it off, but I think the panel thing just doesn't work. Somebody mentioned Pearl Davis. Who else do you think would do good solo content? We could check out like Andrew Tate, I guess. We did some stuff yesterday, and I also understand that he's been banned off a lot of platforms. So we could do an Andrew Tate segment, but he's kind of shadow banned. So I don't know if he's as relevant as he is. He's also going down for, you know, sex crime stuff and beating up his new girlfriend. We could do Pearl Davis. Like what do you think is, I'm going to take a break and go back to chat and just kind of see what we should do, because I'm not going to lie. That's the second time I've tried panel stuff. And I'm just going to tell you the problem with the flow, at least from my perspective as somebody who's like reviewing the content. With Contra, she was flowing through ideas and there were some lulls, but I could always pause every 3 to 5 minutes and share something, some kind of insight, right? Some kind of comment, anything. Same thing with Noah Samsen. Every 3 to 5 minutes, I can pause and I can say, hey, that's interesting that they said that. This is what I have to share. And so it feels like there's a reasonable flow. Whereas I feel like with the panel, because they have 20 different people and they're all asking people the same question, that what ends up happening is I end up having to wait for kind of like everybody to answer the same question because they're all dealing with the same concept. And so as a result, we're just sitting here for 10, 15 minutes as they all kind of address the same issue over and over and over again, in not a particularly intelligent or insightful or weird or dumb or funny way. And so it's just not as easy of content to engage with. And so I'm kind of looking for recommendations. I think that Andrew Tate was interesting. At least the documentary was interesting because it started out slow. And then he actually did start sharing things about his philosophy, personal development, business, all that kind of stuff. And so there was a lot of meat on the bone in the middle and end of the segment, but I'm kind of looking for meat on the bone right out the gate. You know what I'm saying? So is there a relevant Red Pill solo person who covers things in a way that feels like you can get into some meat quickly? My dog is scratching his head, but he's missing and kicking the wall, in case you were wondering what that sound was. Yeah, panels are a bit tedious. Yeah, that's what I was noticing. Like a middle school lunchroom table, exactly. Christian Blair says, Destiny FNF videos. One in particular is a debate panel with him, Sneako, and an older guy I can barely remember. Sneako has new videos that brings back the flair of his old videos. Interesting. Andrew Wilson does. So what do you guys think we should do? Should we do a Destiny Fresh and Fit from like a year ago? Should we do new Sneako video essays? Should we do some Andrew Wilson content? What should we do? Because I'm looking for some guidance and some feedback, because we should do Red Pill content every day and just to engage with it and also get like our teeth sunk in. But I feel like the panels are a miss, in my opinion. I don't just want to drag out content that I'm barely engaging with. That just doesn't feel particularly fun. All right, I see 2 or 3 Andrew Wilsons. I got QC John. I got Cameron Mosley. We can give him a shot. Like Andrew's a friend. Yeah, do something newer. Andrew Wilson on his show or whatever podcast. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Andrew Wilson is a sometimes rude, sometimes very funny, abrasive personality. So could be fun. Andrew Wilson. Let's find his show, though. Is it just The Crucible? Yeah, I guess so. Then let's do videos. He was talking shit to Lav a couple of days ago. It's not Pixie's fault. Do you want to do Lav? That could be funny. I need help. I need help picking. Stop screen, share screen, entire screen with audio, and then this. All right, help me out a bit, chat. Help me out. Add to stage. I would be Destiny if this happened. 15 minutes. Him talking to Lav is up here. Not Pixie's fault. 20 minutes. I'm scared of you. 50 minutes. Andrew loses his mind. 20 minutes. I do this all the time. What? All right, hold on. Pixie. Okay, let's do it. Let's do the Pixie one.
So I guess there's probably a bunch of stuff that we can talk about before we even dive into the small Twitter exchange that we had. This whole Destiny thing. that's been pretty funny.
It's pretty crazy. It's crazy. Even when you don't think I'm gonna be right, I end up being right. Is the moral of the story.
Yeah, I think that this can show a little bit of contrast, though, right? So years ago, I had a discussion with Mr. Girl on the program. I always felt like he thought that I ambushed him, even though I was pretty upfront with him about what I wanted to discuss in DMs and things like that, and that I had a different position than he did. But I had a conversation with him when he had released the Destiny Manifesto. You remember all that?
Yeah.
So he'd released, so he'd released this ridiculously long, insanely long manifesto, and he did it all via text instead of inserting video clips, and there was all sorts of crazy shit with it. But stupid me, I actually took the time and read the whole thing. I actually read the whole
His
thing.
book. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Should have just
So
watched
anyway,
Chud
I had him on
Logic.
to talk about it, and we ended up getting into an argument about halfway through.
I think I remember a little.
Yeah, because I said that
The women had culpability.
Yeah, major culpability, and that it wasn't just a. So from my prism, my worldview, they're all bad people, not some of them. And you can all we're arguing about is the degree. It's like a bunch of thieves stole a bunch of, and then one the other one in the back for his share of the treasure. It's like, sure, okay, well, yeah, you're a badder person, I guess, but none of you are good people here. And that's still the same take I have on what's going on with the Coomer, right? With the Coomer gremlin, is that yeah, he released these nudes to some broad that he was trying to bang, obviously, and he probably did it without consent, right? He seems to have admitted that is the.
We're already 2 minutes in, so let's go ahead and break this down for the people who might be unfamiliar, especially the Valor Media Network. They're going to have no idea what's going on. So my apologies for not giving you an opening segment, just to, I guess, do an intro. My name's Connor. I run the channel Counterpoints. I run the channel Counterpoints 40K. Counterpoints 40K breaks down science fiction, science fantasy. Counterpoints breaks down politics, culture war, red pill, all that kind of stuff, or at least that's what we're going to do once we get our product flow figured out. Andrew Wilson on the left-hand side, he used to go by the handle Big Papa Fascist. It's not because he's actually a fascist, I think. It's just because he's a Christian theocrat, and people were scared of fascists several years ago. They were literally like, the word was like Voldemort. It was like the boogeyman. So him embracing the label allowed him to be a controversial figure in the debate scene. He started going on to, he had his big break, in my opinion, on the Whatever podcast, where he started becoming their heel, where he started talking smack to women's faces about promiscuity, about OnlyFans, about the modern dating market, about having kids, all that kind of stuff. And him being the villain on that show ended up getting tens of thousands of views. So he started going on that show very frequently. He built a following as a result. He's very successful now. I'm very happy for him that he's successful, despite the fact that we disagree on plenty of things. Lav on the right-hand side is someone who had a hookup with the streamer Destiny several years ago, and she was a part of a takedown hit piece that showed off Stephen Bonnell, who is a very famous streamer, showed off that he was like mildly sociopathic and kind of reckless in his sexual engagements. And so that document was released by a creator named Mr. Girl. It kind of was heavily criticized at the time, but 2 or 3 years later, I guess it's like 2 years later now, Stephen had sexual improprieties that were released that further validated the accusations of like sociopathy and sexual recklessness. And so Stephen has been heavily criticized, borderline canceled. A lot of his orbiters stopped engaging with him as a result of this. And Lav kind of came back. She was a part of the original report. She came back 2 or 3 years later and was like, yep, I was right. He was a sociopath and he was a sexually reckless degenerate. And, I was right. You were wrong. Tee hee 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 hee. So they've kind of set that up conversationally, but I just wanted you to understand that frame before we continue this conversation. And conservative liberalism says there are weird subcategories of red pill, aren't there? This is Christian nationalism version of the red pill. Yep, absolutely. Get your brooms out, class. We don't have to. If you want to call, if you think that Destiny isn't a particularly nefarious actor, you can say so in chat. I'm not gonna like argue with you about it. Harmonic Fox says, isn't he a theocrat, Christian nationalist? Absolutely he is. I do wonder if Andrew Wilson hides his power level similar to Flint says. I don't. He's actually not racist, which is very funny. He's actually very progressive on race. He's just not progressive on anything else. As a Christian Greek Orthodox nationalist, wouldn't he support a theological takeover? Oh, yeah, he does, but he says that openly. Harmonic Fox says, poor Lav. Connor gives this awesome explanation for Andrew, and Lav gets in. She's hooked up with Destiny. Yeah. Lav isn't known for anything else. Well, she was a pop star, and she was an OnlyFans model. I think she was successful on OnlyFans. I think she was successful on TikTok, and I think she was moderately successful in pop music. She had a song that a lot of people liked. Anyways, moving on.
The case.
Yeah.
But these women were all gravitating in his orbit because literally they are jockeying for position using his clout, right?
Sure.
I mean, that is just factually the case.
I'm gonna do back workout while we're listening.
I think it brings into I obviously I think the women are culpable as well. I think that I was culpable for the way that things went down with me and Steven. I obviously made myself within proximity to him for the fruits of it, obviously. And obviously it didn't turn out very well for me. But I did ultimately put myself in that position. I've been very open about that. With Pixie, I think it's a little different. I do think Pixie is very naive. It's a matter of how. I mean,
you really think so?
Yes, I do. I mean, and I've said this.
Oh, hold on. Harmonic Fox, you said Billie would probably be like, who? Yeah, but it was Billie Eilish. Billie Eilish was the person who shouted Lav out. And I'm pretty sure that she was, she like overdosed at one of Billie Eilish's parties or something like that. I forget the exact lore. But I appreciate Lav kind of taking some level of like, yeah, I wanted to be in Destiny's orbit because I wanted to be around a famous person. I think everybody typically wants to be around a famous, rich, wealthy, successful person who does something that you want to do. So I'm happy that Lav is able to admit that, but I'm not sure where it's going. So let's let them dig into it a little bit more.
Kind of, I've said this to be funny, but I do actually believe that Pixie might have a learning disability or is intellectually disabled.
Wow.
I don't think that Pixie can have a conversation like you and me are having right now. I don't think
Come
that she
on.
has a modicum of self-awareness. Like, I think that she really struggles with like bigger picture things. It could be autism, it could be something else. I'm not her doctor, I'm not her psychiatrist, I'm not her psychologist. But I do believe that if you are a man getting involved with someone like Pixie, I think you are. But that's you know, I obviously think that she knew what she was doing getting involved with Steven. Obviously, she had proximity to political, you know, gain. But then also you have to take into account like what these women are running from when they're running into the arms of Steven, right? Like I was running from hopefully like a career away from work, right? Like this is like a golden beacon to me that I could maybe just move on from doing like OnlyFans onto, you know, having a political career. And that seemed like a better idea for me. And I think she's running from poverty also. So I think
Okay. Okay. I don't know Pixie's financial situation. I genuinely don't. I don't think that you can live in Miami for a prolonged period without having somebody back you financially. Now, maybe your parents don't want to pay all of your bills. I have no idea what Pixie's situation is. I literally don't. I have no idea who she's living with, how much she's paying, how much she makes per month, how she makes her money, whether or not her parents are supporting her. I have no idea. But if you're going to say that Pixie is so naive and so unintelligent that she is incapable of having conversations and she's running away from poverty, I think you need to substantiate that. And I think this is like incredibly, like, if you know more, I would love to know more, but it feels like you're just kind of like hacking at another person. And I don't know if you have sufficient information to make these judgments. Now I'm open to be corrected. Like maybe Pixie fled Puerto Rico because I think she's from Puerto Rico. Maybe she fled Puerto Rico with nothing but the t-shirt on her back. Maybe she's fleeing domestic poverty because she can only eat ramen. Maybe she has a learning disability or something that like Lav insinuated. But these feel like wild things to say about another human being without knowing more about their situation or giving evidence for why you're saying it. Doesn't she live with De Laguna? Yeah. And Lauren De Laguna, believe it or not, like you can think that if you're a DGGer, you can think that Lauren De Laguna is evil. You can think she's manipulative. You think that she's going after Steven's money. I don't care about your moral indictments of Lauren De Laguna. Lauren De Laguna has if I remember correct, she has an undergraduate degree in mathematics. Even if she's not smart, where you're like street smarts or something like that, she's probably wildly intelligent. She also took and passed the JD in one state. There was like an error where she did something she wasn't supposed to do during the test, and therefore they like scrapped her test or something like that. And then she went to a different state, I think Florida, and passed the bar there as well. And so I'm not saying like the bar, like we all know plenty of dumb lawyers, but I'm saying like you don't get a bachelor's in mathematics and a JD and pass the bar twice without having some level of intelligence. So make whatever moral judgments you want. I don't think you can call these women unintelligent.
I don't think it's evilness, right? Like I don't think that it's Pixie's like, oh, I'm trying to get as much money and fame out of this as possible. I don't think that that's what women are doing. I think that there's a reason why they're going into this sort of thing. There's a reason why women clout chase, right? It's to secure something because it's better than what they have currently. So I have a little empathy for them in that way. But to let him film it, holy, like yeah, that's another thing. Like you've got to be so to let a guy like Steven have access to a video to any guy, sure. Yeah. To any guy who I think probably isn't you're like not married to have something like that.
I wouldn't even do it if you were married. It's just
I'm a fairly sex negative person, just being real. And basically like I kind of agree with this consensus. I think that if you are engaged in promiscuous sexual affairs, you should not film your sexual exploits. If you're in a committed relationship, you know the person, you trust the person, et cetera, you guys trade a few text messages, you trade a few videos. I understand that's part of our social landscape, but they need to be the kind of person that you know that when you break up, they're going to treat you fairly and they're going to be willing to delete those things, right? It's actually kind of I feel like that's obvious, especially amongst conservatives. It's fairly obvious that like you should not share videos or pictures with somebody you do not trust, to not delete them when you guys break up, if you break up, right? And you should know somebody well enough to do that. So, you know, I get it. It's a conservative perspective. Not everybody's going to like all my sex negative takes, but that is my sex negative take.
It's just bad.
guess-
Just bad precedent, right?
I think maybe that's true. I mean, if you're being the most cautious, sure.
Well,
but certainly
are
not
you
someone-
aware that there's so I adamantly disagree with you here. So there is a crew which exists, a life ruination crew which exists kind of absent the orbit, but within the orbit of destiny. Part of that crew, a lot of these people actually live together. Lauren De Laguna is one. Pixie lived with Lauren De Laguna.
Well, QC John says, I've been married to my wife 20 years and still filming it just feels really awkward. Maybe I'm a little bit younger. I'm in my mid to late 30s. I think that saucy text messages are a little bit more normal, especially for the generations that grew up in the thousands. Because even if you couldn't send pictures in the thousands, you could still send saucy text messages, I think is the most polite way to phrase it. And so as a result, I think that only as time has gone on, with the advent of pictures and videos in cell phone communications technology, it's become like a more normal way of flirting is to engage in talking about the topic, talking about what you want to do together, talking about when you want to do it, talking about this, talking about that, flirting, and being very forward with what you want to do with each other, and then maybe sending pictures or videos. I would say it's a very normal behavior. And again, I'm approaching my 40s, so I'm older. So I don't think it would be good advice to just tell young people to never do it. I think that would be like a conservative in the 1980s or 90s saying like, well, just don't have sex. Well, logically, can you get STDs or pregnant if you don't have sex? Of course not. So in some ways, that's obviously good advice. However, there's plenty of people who are going to engage in sex. And so you should give them the best advice available for people who are going to engage with it. So maybe start your advice with like, don't do it. It's dumb. And if you do it, you're taking a huge risk. But then follow that up with, if you do it, then you should have substantive amount of trust in the other human being that they are decent enough to delete the photos or videos if you guys break up. So Silver Jacket Man says, I'm super sex positive, but I hear you. Videoing myself with others is not my bag unless they were famous. Like powerful famous, like Angela Merkel or something, just because I need proof. Okay. I promise that if I hook up with Angela Merkel, we'll film it. Okay. I still find sending intimate photos weird. Well, I mean, that's okay. Let's just face it. Men are not as attractive as women physically. I don't think. I don't understand the appeal of male physiology. I'm sure there might be other men or women who do. But I agree with you that it does feel awkward because I just don't think the male form is as attractive as the female form. Weld QC John says, I'm 43. Dirty texts are fine. I'm just talking about cameras in the bedroom. It'd be my luck. Someone could back my Wi-Fi. All right. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully not. Harmonic Fox says, like, I don't want to be somebody who wants to become a therapist, try to get a job, and then have someone out there like otherwise pretty normal text. Remember when you sent these to your partner? Yeah, for sure. For sure. This combo is trash. I should have suspected that Lav would just lie. Well, we'll see. We'll see. They're just getting into it. They're still like chipping around the edge. Real talk. You know what creeps me out? When friends show me stuff of their GF and wives. Yeah. I think that's something that's a little bit more normal, Silver Jacket Man, with kind of my generation and older, because oftentimes it was so rare to get those kinds of things that, especially when you're younger, I think you want to show off your exploits. But I think that especially as you get older, especially, because my wife is the mother of my kids, I'm not sharing that with anybody. And I think once you're in a committed relationship or you have kids, your willingness to share that level of intimacy drops off precipitously. So I don't know if your friends are like don't have kids, or if they're single or whatever. But they're trying to show off. They're trying to say, I'm attractive enough to get this attractive of a person, and therefore I want you to be impressed with my exploits. And they could be doing it subconsciously. They might not even be consciously thinking about it. Yeah. I didn't know that was normal. Ew, sorry. Well, the thousands were a different time. I'll put it that way. Let's give them some more rope. Let's see what they have to share with us.
There's a multitude actually of these creators who live together and engage in life ruination tactics of various creators, often with lies. So, for instance, Lauren De Laguna was running around saying that a person who was an audience member of mine was basically soliciting her for and stalking her and all sorts of things, and then admitted to me privately that that was not the case, and that she just wanted to get some like kind of revenge on this guy or something like this. And I published those DMs, and she didn't deny it. She just got really upset, right? And so now I've become public enemy number one for her because I wasn't going to let her ruin somebody's life. But these people do operate as part of a crew or like a minor syndicate or something like this for the purposes of both gaining clout and destroying men's lives. And Pixie is definitely a part of that crew. So the idea that she's like this naive girl and things like this, I kind of reject it. I've met her in person. I've debated with her several times. She has a degree in philosophy, a minor degree in philosophy.
You have to be you could be a baked potato with a degree in philosophy.
Well, I mean, most non-STEM degrees you can be a baked potato and get, right?
Sure.
C's get degrees, as they say. But I don't think that these women are non-culpable victims, but rather they also run their own small syndicates, life ruination syndicates like these. That is factually a thing that they do. And
Do you really believe that it's calculated? I mean, I think
Yes.
Lauren De Laguna is another woman who is deeply mentally unwell, who definitely has more, maybe I wouldn't say evil, but has more
Machiavellian.
nasty things going on in her personality.
Oh my God. Okay, so hold on. We have to critique Lav. Okay, I try to play nice. I really do. I try to play nice with Lav because she has a lot of people who I think attack her very viciously, and that I never want to add to that. I never want to feel her to feel, or anyone in that orbit to feel like, oh, I'm just annihilating Lav's personality because I'm trying to be cruel. That's never how I want to talk to a human being, right? However, you can't be throwing elbows like this and then expect people not to throw back at you. And what I mean by that is that Lav has said that Pixie is dumb, she's naive, that anybody can get a philosophy degree minor, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you can say that and you can believe it. But if Pixie or friends of Pixie come back and they call you a dumb whore, they say you deserve the excoriation that you've taken over the internet. If they join a dog pile and start beating the crap out of you, then you can't complain because you've already viciously called them a moron. I called Noah Samsen a moron because he's a moron. And if somebody comes after me, then I'm just going to say, you're a moron and you're following a dumbass who doesn't know how to read. So I will not lose any emotional stress over people who like Noah Samsen not liking me. But if vast swaths of the internet disliking you is something that causes you emotional stress, you cannot throw elbows this hard and not expect it to come back. Same thing with Lauren De Laguna. You just said that Lauren De Laguna is like a malicious person. Like, you could think that Lauren De Laguna has taken Machiavellian moves in order to, you could agree with Andrew that she's done life ruination, quote unquote, and gone after other men. But when you say, oh yeah, she's like a Machiavellian manipulative piece of garbage who has a lot of personality flaws and mental illness. If she hears that, she's going to come at you hard. What are you doing? What are you doing? But it's bad tactics. It's bad mentality. It's bad etiquette. It's crazy. Christian Blair says, you don't have to like Andrew. I don't, but he isn't known as a liar, and that is coming from his political enemies like Destiny. Yeah, I have not caught or seen Andrew Wilson say a bold-faced lie. What I have seen is him double or triple down on an incorrect position in a debate, but it's a debate, right? Lav's about to draw the ire of President Sunday. Yeah, he's an autistic cruise missile. Lav has his history of talking smack and lying to people who criticize her. Lol. Talking smack about Pixie leads me to believe that she has a vendetta against Pixie and Lauren. Yeah, probably. Does Lav have a degree? I have no idea. I have no idea. But here's the thing. I think Lav's intelligent. I think she's capable of consuming complex information and then recontextualizing it and sharing insights. I think she's an intelligent person. I think she has a problem like building up a philosophy, though. And that's always been my criticism of her.
Understand why, you know, she's scorned because Destiny didn't want to pursue a relationship with her, but I really do think Pixie probably just got caught up in that mess. I really do believe that Pixie is a victim in all of this, of Lauren De Laguna, of Destiny, of, you know, I think that she should probably, I mean, maybe I'm just being people have said that I'm being mean when I say that I think that she's intellectually disabled, but I genuinely, truly do believe that. So
but wouldn't people, I mean, it seems reasonable to think that because you have this kind of spiteful relationship with the Coomer
Come
Gremlin,
on, man,
that it is politically expedient at the moment for you to say that about this chick for the purposes of right now she can enact a sense of revenge that you yourself cannot.
Well, I've actually been pretty open about the fact that what I think that Destiny did is not that bad. I think that it's
Come on, man. Come on. Listen, I'm all for her adopting this position, but you have to remember that, like, I don't know, 2 months ago, January, right? January 20th. So like January 21st, somewhere around there, her and Queeman were on my stream now bear in mind, it was probably majority Queeman who was doing it, but they were like demanding that I call Steven a sex predator. And then I've seen Lav call him Harvey Weinstein since then. So the fact that she's now backing into the position that, like, no, it's actually not that bad. It's like, hold up. What changed? Right? Like, you need to be able to articulate what changed. Maybe we need to give her an opportunity to articulate it. That's bananas. That is a complete inverse of the January 21st or whenever I talked to her and Queeman.
I think that if he filmed Cherry without her knowledge, which is
Oh, Pondering Politics with the $10 just popped in to congratulate you on going full time. Thank you, buddy. Very much appreciated. Everybody go check out Pondering Politics if you're a Democrat. He has some of the best political analyses for what the Democrat Party needs to do. And I'm sorry that you came in. We were doing hard politics in the morning. We were doing some Noah Samsen political breakdown. It seems like people were more excited about the hard politics and the Noah Samsen breakdown, whereas they're not as excited about the red pill segment. But you know what? We're at least going to get through the next like 5 to 10 minutes. But thank you for being here, and thank you for the donation, Pondered. I do appreciate it.
Has been alleged by Cherry. I think that's pretty bad.
But with Cherry, wasn't what was factually going on with Cherry that she turned her husband into a cuckold and was sleeping with Destiny in order to like do the how Stella got her groove back arc. She was saying the way that she got back into enjoying, according to her early post, was because she was plowing the Coomer Gremlin while married. And so how does a person how does a normal person, a normal human being take this and contextualize it and not think you, right? You lady, you awful, horrible person, you got exactly what you deserve. You know what I mean? Like, how do you not contextualize things like that?
I mean, I don't think that what she was doing, I don't believe in open marriages anymore. I don't believe in open relationships anymore whatsoever.
Yeah, what happened with that anyway?
What in my own situation?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, you don't have to dive into specific details.
I wanted different things. He was a very modern man, very, whatever. Much love to him. Literally nothing but respect and love, but we just wanted different things. So I am in a relationship with someone else who's great. We are in a committed monogamous relationship. And I am happier.
Okay.
But yeah, that's it. There's really no drama there. It just is what it is. But yeah,
Good. I'm actually I'm genuinely happy to hear that. Okay, I really am. So with Lav, believe it or not, she was dating a gentleman by the name of Connor, and different Connor. He's like the CFO of Ridge Wallet or something like that. They were in a relationship for a while. They were talking about getting pregnant. That obviously didn't work out. And then I think, if I'm understanding what she said just now, is that he wanted to continue the more open relationship thing, and she wasn't interested, and she wanted things that are a little bit more traditional. And so as a result of those differences, they broke up and moved on. So obviously it's Lav. Anything can happen in the next few weeks, next few months, next few years. However, if she's in a committed monogamous relationship and they're happy and they're working together towards shared goals, that's great. Honestly, God bless. Like I hope they do well, as much as I might be critical of her criticism of other people.
I have no idea about that whole thing, but I do with the Pexi thing in particular. I think that you know, if you guys were like sort of sending it to each other, I mean, I don't think it's that crazy to show someone. That's what I mean. I just wouldn't let anyone film themselves having sex with me, and then hold on to it. Like I would just never do that. So I think that that's she obviously is culpable in that because she allowed that. And then also, I don't think he wasn't the person who leaked it like publicly, right? Or we don't know. I guess we literally don't know.
No, he well, I don't. Nobody's really accusing him of that, but rather that
Yeah.
he was privately sending people these videos, and then based on the private sending of the videos, this chick claims that her, you know,
Yeah,
her
something
Discord
weird
was
like that.
hacked. Chances are actually pretty good that here's what actually happened. At least the cursory investigation that I did into it, which wasn't very much, just kind of what's known. You can piece together most of what happened. Destiny gets off seemingly on sending videos of him plowing men and women to other women. He seems to get off on doing that. And so what he did was he's probably
I was wondering if I should like pause and back away, but then Lav had the reaction that I kind of had, where I was just like, I'm gonna like it just for that reaction. Good Lord.
sent these to several different people who he considered inside of some kind of trust circle. I think that this particular woman just thought that this would blow Destiny up. And so she claimed she was hacked when likely she actually wasn't hacked, and then just posted these to the one place that you would post them, right? Kiwi
Of course.
Farms. And then said, "Oh my God, I'm a victim too. I was hacked.
Yeah.
Oh no," you know what I mean? In fact, this is such a prevalent thing.
Andrew has such a skeptical mind
in this industry to fake that you've been hacked, that I've actually gotten emails from professional companies that have requested that I release a tape between myself and my wife and then leak it through the culpability of I was hacked. Kid you not.
All right, I'm good. It's not that I don't appreciate going over the drama. It's just like, we know what happened. We know what their perspectives are. I'm happy for them, et cetera, et cetera. So then the question kind of comes is, what should we do next? So the whole thing is news, politics, red pill. We did the news. That was the early morning. We did politics. That was a Noah Samsen video. We just did red pill. It was only 10 minutes. It wasn't that rich. And to be honest, we weren't getting like very philosophically deep. We were just kind of getting I guess, kind of a breakdown of the drama from their perspectives. Whereas I'm trying to get into like the philosophy of the red pill. So is there a channel that kind of does that? Is there something that's more deep than every woman is dumb? You know? Because I'm a little bit out of steam, but I do want to do a full day, right? It's only 7 minutes. People were saying Rolo, and then other people were like, is red pill even as relevant as it was before? And I think the answer is kind of no. Sneako 18 hours ago. All right. This could be interesting. I think this guy is like a Christian guy who hates Islam. I kind of want to give this a look. That is something I don't necessarily know, Lo. Where are the women that like to watch vids with me and former girlfriends, partners? Yeah, they're degenerates. Okay, yeah. I don't know if you guys would be interested in this, but this is this could be interesting. I think this guy is a Christian who's very hostile to Islam, and I know that he would be watching a bunch of Muslims debate Muslim stuff. This could be fun. Let's take a look. Let's see if it's good.
TikTok time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. Your friendly neighborhood philosopher here, D Wood. And you can't see them right now, but with me, we've got Jai and DOC. Could you guys talk so I can see if this... I'm telling this guy that he is on very, very...
Used to be. This is...
Gotta suck for Sneako, like zoning out.
What? Come on, give me the content. What? I thought we were going to get like a reaction video. What are we doing? What are we doing? Man, why is it so hard? Why is it so hard to just find good content? You think it would be easier. All right, let's give this a shot. I like Abba and Preach.
Today's topic, a blast from the past. Straight from the kingdom of cucking.
I think the ultimate challenge for my 20s is going to be shifting away from social media and all the politics that I've got myself involved in to be able to make what I really want to make. I think we've yet to see an artist come directly out of the social media world, and I want to be the one to do it. When I was streaming the other night, my community started saying that art is liberal and gay. In streaming, I've cultivated an audience that shares little to no interest with me besides UFC and all the dude activities that are popular in media. Most of the people that watch my streams only like movies like The Joker, Fight Club, The Matrix. I spend so much time in galleries and museums because nothing else instantly gives me so much inspiration. As I get older, I come to realize that there's really nothing more uninteresting than talking about than money, business. Many men are afraid to discuss anything else or step foot in a place like this because art is supposed to expose and highlight our vulnerabilities. I love streaming, but part of the reason I hate it is because you end up becoming a jukebox for people who want to hear the same talking points over and over again, especially when your audience is 98% male. They want to hear discussions about women and self-improvement so that listening to you feels like they're progressing, but most of them never apply any of it. They just like hearing the greatest hits. Sometimes streaming now feels like being a 7-year-old rock star who's playing hits from the...
No! What? Did Sneako just come back from the grave? Did we get the actual good Sneako? Do you guys understand that he has this fantastic video called Fake It Till You Make It, and it's like this like earnest, beautiful piece of art talking about how he doesn't feel like a real man, he doesn't feel like an adult, and all he can really do is fake his emotions and fake his ability to be an adult. And so as a result, he's just trying to do that as much as he can until he matures enough in order to be a man. What? Hold up. No, did Sneako grow up? What happened? Somebody's got to tell me something. Is anybody paying attention to this? Does anybody have a pulse on it besides him? You can do debate with NSE was about feminism, and towards the end, one of the debate opponents threatened to fight her. That would be pretty funny. Pretty level-headed, intelligent, right? It is a part of the Red Pill content. I love the conservatives that say, get politics out of my music and then listen to Bruce Springsteen. True. He's touching an audience capture and pretending he's been acting like a retard for a decade for that reason alone. Lol. Hold on. You guys are being infinitely more skeptical. Homath React would be fun. I know I'm familiar with Homath Twitter. I'm not familiar with Homath YouTube. All right, so I'm sorry that we're jumping from content to content, but this is actually wildly interesting to me. You guys are way more cynical than I am.
80s. I'm beginning to understand why bands like Radiohead refuse to play their most famous songs like Creep. I'm a widow. Yeah, maybe in 1993, but it's time to grow up.
Okay. Thoughts? When was that taken? Huh? When was that film? A week or two ago. I mean, it's a flip flop. The way I would characterize this guy, this character is he's a crock. He's not a flip flop. He's a flip flop company. Been making his money on flip flopping like that. And it's not so much that being on the fence or being you're leveled. No, you're in between. You're sent. No, is that it's one extreme to the other. It's not no leveling. It's always like boom bop, boom bop, boom bop. Whatever we not said about this kid, it's the same thing that repeats over. It's a cycle that repeats itself, and then he's gonna go into another tangent. This is just that.
So you don't support your fellow Haitian brother?
No. And there's a lot of people a lot of fellow Haitian that I don't support. You don't support your fellow African.
Africa's a continent.
I don't care.
But my fellow Ethiopians, I support them every time I see them.
No, that's not true.
Go.
That's not true.
Go.
Is he
Weekend.
playing drums?
Johnny,
Hey, Bo, I see you do your thing.
that's right. Johnny Somali's.
He's Somalian. That's not the same thing.
No, he's not.
Yes.
Anyways, all that to say, no, it's just what else are you gonna see? It's just a flip flop. One thing doesn't work, you switch it up. It doesn't work. You explored everything, and you done pissed off everybody with that lore. So you switch it up. Like what else? What else is new? How many times did this guy flip flop?
Well,
how many times did this guy flip flop? How many times?
How many times do you have to flip a pancake when you making it?
Maximum twice. Because the pancake got two sides. Motherfucker, this pancake is burnt.
It is. It's burnt out straight up.
Yo. Silver Jack Man says, God is my witness. Before I leave this mortal coil, I will fix Abba and Preach's creaky floor. Is that a creaky floor? I thought he was literally playing a drum while he was talking. The only reason why is it really their floor? Okay, I have no idea. All right, the reason why I'm laughing is Preach could totally be correct. Maybe I haven't paid enough attention to Sneako in order to criticize him, but I saw the original fake it till you make it Sneako talk. So at least it is a fire alarm. Yo, they got 2.2 million subs. This video has 531K. They need to fix the floor if it's the floor. What? Yo, I gotta see. I gotta see if he flipped. This is interesting. Now I want to be.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I want to be a Sneako collaborator if he's actually being real. Let's see. Let's see.
Yeah, some people might say it's growth. There's nothing wrong with changing your opinions. I think when you change your opinions that much in 4 or 5 years, I have to question whether or not you should be giving any advice.
Yes.
Okay.
Listening to Sneako is funny because it's watching somebody water a garden and then plants grow and being like, yo, fucking stupid plants. Like, bitch, you planted some cactuses. Come to find out the bitches stink. Yeah, your audience thinks art is gay because you made them think that shit's gay. Yeah, your audience only likes UFC and all the other shit because you told them hypermasculinity is the best thing possible. Being a man is about being able to defend yourself, this, that, and the third.
You explained to me that the masculine man is supposed to protect you, but you can't even protect yourself? That's kind of, it seems to me like you're failing at.
Oh, color me surprised. They don't like art galleries.
It's like, hello, see?
Now you're doing the Muslim grift.
And even if the people that are calling me a Muslim grifter, even if I am grifting and everything that I talk about is promoting Islam, it's a net positive for the world.
Congratulations. Art in Islam, a lot of it is haram. Yes.
A lot of it.
If you replicate living animated things, that's considered haram. Like you're doing all these grifts and then you're getting mad at the people coming to follow you for them adhering to the beliefs that you told them to adhere to.
No. It's you are pissed off whenever they are not into something that you shame them into thinking.
Yeah.
It's not even so much that, oh yeah, it's really a thing that like that's what I'm into. No, you shame people when they don't think like you.
Also, I'm gonna give the other take. Yes, arts are liberal. You guys made fun of all the liberal arts students who went to school for that shit. Arts are liberal.
It is.
It's about self-expression. It's about pushing boundaries. Conservatism is about the opposite of that. That's why all the greatest artists come from hyper-liberal places. Vast majority of the time, at least in them as personalities, they generally are. They think of your favorite artists. They dress flamboyantly. They dress oddly. They sing about things that are complicated, things that are taboo.
Or even when they don't come from that, they are the polar opposite from where they come from.
That's the definition of being progressive. This makes me think of like when a woman says, I want a traditional man who's progressive. It's like, okay, what the fuck are we talking about? You want a conservative man who's progressive. You want him to pay all the bills, but at the same time, you want him to tell you that go get a job, girl. You don't have to clean up the house. You don't got. It's like, how do you guys? You are the.
Okay, I get the vibe. All right, they don't like Sneako. They think he's an a-hole. I'm sorry for jumping around with attention deficit disorder, but when I feel like a piece of content is kind of repeating itself over and over again, we get it. All right, they think it's fake. They think it's not true. They think it's lame. And all right, let's go check. Let's do a little bit of research. All right, let's figure out. So iconoclasm is such a dumb doctrine in any religion? I mean, I agree, which is funny because that was one of the first things that wrecked Christianity in its early centuries. Abba released a super racist video against Indians. I'm not surprised, to be honest. Think he'll leave Islam? I hear that group is pretty chill with apostates. Yo, so hold up real quick. Let's address chat real quick. That was from conservative liberalism. Islam can be chill. All right. It can be. Now, the problem is that Islam itself says that Islam cannot be chill. Okay. But Muslims can be chill. And so if you check out the early books in Islam, in the Quran, it effectively says that in order to be a Muslim, you have to believe in God, the last day, and that Muhammad is God's messenger. That's what you have to believe in, and you have to do good works. So I believe in God. I don't believe in a last day as in like a literal day where God comes down and judges everyone. But that's what they're referring to. But I'm going to be a smartass, and I'm going to say everyone has a last day. We all have a last day on the planet in which we're alive, and also planet Earth and all of life in our galaxy will have a last day. So I kind of do believe in the last day. I believe that Muhammad is God's messenger in the fact that he is one of many prophets that has come down, who has had religious revelations, that he tries to speak moral truth into the universe in order to make the world a better place. For instance, despite being a pedophile himself, he did prohibit incest, and he did prohibit cousin marriages, and he did prohibit infanticide. Okay. So, you know, he banged a 9-year-old, not great, but he did stop infanticide and incest and banging your cousin. Right. So, and then what was it? And do good works. And I try to do good works. So I would say I'm like a 75% Muslim, right? I'm like a 80%. I'm more Muslim than Sneako's Muslim, right? And so I think Islam and Muslims can be chill. They just often aren't. And so I'm going to show you fake it until you make it. Because honestly, it's good. And I would be one of the people who I would say, Sneako, if you got like a few million in your checking account, then go be an artist. Like what the hell? Like go do your thing. If you got the money to do it, go do it. He has the talent. Cousin marriages are allowed in Islam. They have stipulations, but it's allowed. Yeah, well, let's just say first cousin marriages are a little bit more tough, I guess. Do we believe we get our own planetoids? No, I'm not a Mormon, right? You squinted pretty hard at some of those interpretations. Well, you know, progressive conservatism. I pretend women are people. They're Jonah Boy based. Conservative liberalism. Islam theologists may take issue with that squinting, but we'll go with it. I mean, they might, because I'm giving it a positive spin. Is Joseph Smith a prophet? Yeah, 100%. So hold on. Let's check out. There's got to be a way that we can get into a good piece of content. I feel like we did the panel, we jumped out. We did the Andrew Wilson thing, we jumped out. Because the truth is, there's not a lot of meat on the bone. So we got to find something with meat on the bone. And this, I think, fake it until you make it is actually just good content. So let's watch this. We're going to watch the whole thing. It's only 4 minutes. We can survive. So yeah, this, if I remember, this is good art, and this would be something that if Sneako returned to, I would think is good. He's riding the bike backwards. It's funny.
Yo.
What? Is there a point to this video? Eat a dick. The title is "Fake It Till You Make It," and you've not said one word about it.
Yeah,
quoted a commentary, but it sounded corny. No, it didn't.
Not trying to brag, but the #1 requested video I get is people asking, how do I be confident, Sneako? The answer is the title. If you're not confident, you gotta fake it till you make it, pussy.
All right, it's not aggressively corny, but I might listen to that. Then, all right, then what are you gonna do with all the footage that you shot?
Which footage?
The rest of the ice cream truck bullshit. See, what does that have anything to do with fake it till you make it? Well, you could think of it as like I'm faking out the viewers' expectations. Haha, got him. Got him. Guess you could say I faked it till I made it. My God, this is corny. This is corny overall. This is corny.
It gets better.
Dude, you know you can't post this, right? Yeah, I know. Come on. There's no substance here. Doesn't make people think.
Right, fine.
It's barely even funny.
It's gone.
Barely. Fine. For real, what does fake it till you make it actually mean to you? It means I've been faking it my whole life. It means that even though you
Might not be confident, you might not always feel good about yourself. Maybe you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about half the time. Pretend like you do. Everybody is faking it on a day-to-day basis. People always ask about my confidence because it's documented pretty well on my channel. I went from,
if you don't stare at my pimple the whole time, I know it's very distracting. And now that I mentioned my pimple, you're going to stare at it the whole time.
To being known for saying whatever the fuck I want. My confidence is my persona. Talking to girls used to be the most terrifying part of my life. But today, they call me a fuckboy. And that's a good thing if you didn't know. The trick is simple. Just imagine you're Bruce Lee or James Bond or Kill Bill. Whatever fictional character you admire, walk around like that's who you are. Batman isn't wondering where to put his hands when he's standing still at a party. Indiana Jones made it cool in my private middle school when I got tired of being the lil nerdy ching chong to the rich white boys. And that morning when I slipped on my light up Skechers, I wasn't just a horny 12-year-old, but I was Bruce fucking Lee. I was gonna 1-inch punch the next bully to do the squinty eyes at me. Of course I got my ass kicked, but I learned a valuable lesson. Act the way you want to be. And after a while, you'll forget that you're pretending.
Hold on. Do you understand how good that is? Okay. So I understand it. Like Jonah Boy's saying he got way more famous after the switch up. You know, this didn't really succeed as much as it should have, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But do you understand that this is legitimately good advice to young people, and it's an insightful and self-aware story? Do you understand that? Like, Sneako is capable of being insightful. He is capable of being a good artist. He is capable of being self-aware. And so when I saw him talking about art, I was like, oh shit, this might be like the real guy. You know, you would see it sometimes when he was talking to Destiny or whatever. He would talk like a real human being for a little bit, and he would talk about like his insecurities and what he was doing and this, that, the other. And it was great. It was great stuff. To me, the most like good Sneako content is when he's being honest, right? So I'm not saying like there's probably whole parts of his personality that are fake, right? I'm not saying, and you know what? You guys who are being cynical in the chat, and Abba and Preach could be totally right. He's changed up so many times. He's done so many grifts. He's gotten so used to lying about who he is and what he is and all that kind of stuff. He might only know the fake it part. Like he might be so used to faking it that he never stopped. And so as a result, he never actually matured, right? I think that's entirely possible. However, if you look at what he said in this video, Sneako is trying to be an artist. If you're not confident, fake it till you make it, you pussy. Okay? Yesterday, we were watching the Andrew Tate video, and basically there were a whole bunch of men who paid $5,000 to fly out to Romania, and Andrew Tate said, your next challenge is I'm going to put you in a ring with a professional fighter, and you're going to get the shit kicked out of you for like 5 minutes, and that is your next step into manhood. Now, a lot of you guys might find that corny. You might find that stupid. But for me, there's so many things about fear and anxiety and the willing to fight and being willing to get your ass kicked that is actually like incredibly positive for your psychology. Okay. So if you told me I have like neck issues and shit, and I would still do that, I would just want to wear a mouth guard. But the point is, like, think about that. If you had to go fight someone who you knew was going to kick your ass, you have to tell yourself so many things. You have to say, I'm going to walk in there. I'm going to do my best. I'm going to guard my head. I'm going to throw some punches and some uppercuts and some elbows. I'm going to try to throw some kicks. If this dude beats my ass, then, I could die. I could get injured, but it's not that big of a deal, because if I do survive, then I'll have learned more. I'll have competed with somebody that makes me sharper. I'll compete with somebody that makes me more intelligent. I'll compete with minus the brain damage, right? So the whole point of that, though, is to overcome your fear so you're not afraid of doing things that are new and scary. And so when you call yourself a pussy, or you call somebody else a pussy in order to get them to do something, then that is actually, like, at least in my opinion, for the masculine mindset, that's incredibly valuable. Suck it up, buttercup. Go do it, right? And so Sneako admits that he's been faking it his whole life. You might not be confident. Pretend like you do. Everyone does it. And this is how that is insightful, because everyone has to start from somewhere. Special forces guys are not born special forces guys. Olympian athletes are not born Olympian athletes. Okay. The best shooters in the world are not born the best shooters in the world. They have to have the confidence to start. And so what do you do when you're scared, when you're the new guy and you don't know shit? You just say, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to go do some cringe. I'm going to go be a man. I'm going to go handle my business. And if I screw it up, then it is what it is. Right. And so Sneako says, confidence is my persona. Talking to girls used to be terrifying. Imagine that you're a fictional character. And he mentions Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones was my role model, man. Indiana Jones was my role model. He's a confident guy who goes into wildly dangerous situations. He either talks his way out of it or he fights his way out of it. Now, he's a fictional character, of course, but that sense of bravado and bravery and strength and willingness to fight and willingness to die for your principles, that's something that everyone should emulate. That's something that everybody should care about. And so, he says that he was tired of being nerdy. He pretended he was Bruce Lee. He got into a fight and he got his ass kicked. But you act the way that you want to be. And I almost guarantee you that Sneako has done things that were challenging that made him a better man. And so after a while, you'll forget that you're pretending. Do you know what's funny about this? Is after a while, you don't have to pretend anymore. If you get good at martial arts, you don't have to pretend anymore. If you get good at shooting, you don't have to pretend anymore. If you're scared of animals and you go and you pretend that you're not afraid, and then you work with a whole bunch of animals, I'm talking about like horses, dogs, all that kind of stuff. After a while, you're not going to be afraid anymore. And so faking it until you make it is genuinely good advice for young men. So that's why if Sneako, I don't know how consistent he'll be with that message, but if he's genuinely saying, I've cultivated an audience that is actually contrary to my values. I used to be an artist and I used to care about art because it's deeper than a lot of the other things. I've tried to become a man for the past decade and I've done a lot of like pro-masculine things, but it's boring to me now and I want to mature. If he's sincere and he follows up with that, that's awesome. All right. So, y'all can be cynical. Y'all can be more cynical. I have no problems with you being more cynical. I would instantaneously praise him for that if he was sincere. Vegeta. People are listing they're listing Dragon Ball Z characters. Or Wolverine. Wolverine's a classic. So assuming this is legit, which is a big assumption, that is where you can get me. You can knock me out with if he fakes it or if he's too big of a coward to follow through, I could eat crow. But just because somebody that you don't like actually tries to do something that you do like and then they back off of it, that doesn't mean that the thing that you wanted them to do is bad. It just means that they were too cowardly in order to figure it out. He is not your savior. Of course not. Of course not. None of these people, like every human being is a false messiah or a false prophet in some regard, right? So I'm telling you what I believe. That doesn't mean that I'm not wrong about things, right? Intuitive Jackal says, video recommendation, how Stoicism became the world's greatest scam. Ooh, I'm going to add that to like a list. I don't know if I'm into that today, but that sounds like good content. Goku and Spike Spiegel all the way. True. Corey Campbell says, congrats on going full time. Thank you, buddy. You know, we're at like chilling out like 40 people cross platform, but people are working. They're doing this. They're doing that. There's other people that are live. No problems. And I think we peaked out around like 70 earlier in the day when we were doing hard politics. So, you know, not a bad day overall. Not a bad day overall. I feel like there's a lack of actual decent femme role models. I don't know, like my generation, who do we have? Billie Eilish. I don't really look up to her. Well, I mean, I agree with you, but I think there's a lack of male role models as well. Spike and Vegeta, true. True. Who do I look up to? See, you got to think about it. You got to think about who's your male role model. I look up to women of old, Joan Baez, Joni Mitchell, and Sinead O'Connor. Sure. Conservative liberalism says, I'd praise it too. I just want him to acknowledge the harm he's done by pretending to be something he never was and to comprehend the harm that's caused. Sure. But I wonder if he could drag any of his current followers into a more mature perspective. That would be interesting. Peter the Great. Boom. There you go. It can be a historical figure. It could be Alexander the Great. It could be Peter the Great. It could be Napoleon. It could be, who's another one? Julius Caesar. It could be Augustus. It could be Mark Antony. It could be Heraclitus. Heraclitus is a personal hero of mine. John from Halo, despite being an incel, he's one of my heroes. Doom Guy's one of my heroes. Who else is one of my heroes? Titus is one of my heroes, right? So Sanguinius is one of my heroes, 100%. So Aragorn is a classic. Walk into the tavern wearing a duster jacket and a hoodie and pretend you're Aragorn. Listen, that's a vibe, right? That's a vibe. Comac 234 says, who is this guy even talking to? I'm live on YouTube as well. So there are other folks who are on different social media platforms who are watching right now. Incel versus historical mass murderer. Yeah, maybe not Genghis Khan. Okay, maybe not Genghis Khan. All right, so we did check out Sneako. I kind of want to see the is he on Rumble? Did he get a contract for
I feel like it has
Rumble? Sneako reacts to Fresh and Fit exposing Neon's girlfriend 7 days ago, 1 year ago, 22 hours ago. Where's the Sneako art thing? I want to see if there's a more extended video. But I thought he said, wasn't that within the past 2 weeks? I thought it was within the last 2 weeks. Suicide is cringe. Atheism is cringe. So true. Jeffrey Epstein was Israel. Nice. Good job. All right. I'm not seeing the, oh, dang it. No, he's still doing everything else, huh? Dang it. Sorry. Muslims didn't do 9/11.
Oh my gosh, put it out! Mom, hurry!
All right. Hold on. I'll share the cringe with you. Oh, this sucks, chat. All the cynics were correct. All the cynics were right. Oh, no.
Hurry! Towel, yes. Hurry, I'm trying to open it with the towel.
Here's a video of a woman using the Wi-Fi detector to discover the hidden camera.
We'll skip this ad. Give it a second.
And it looks like
to Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, but admitted pedophile Chris Tyson is. It is what it is. Muslims did, because I'm still flabbergasted how liberals don't think that this midget wearing bell bottoms is not an industry plant. Then all of a sudden it made sense when I saw Pokimane said only white people didn't like it. Because for woke people, Kendrick Lamar is a hero. He puts fat black women in his music videos, even though he's married to a skinny light skin. He makes music about transphobia to get woke people on his side and then blames white people for everything. And there's a reason Pokimane will never get canceled for being racist to white people. And it's the same reason Kendrick Lamar wins Grammys for giving woke people the victim mentality.
Both of them know they're feeding their fans bullshit, but the industry rewards bullshit. It's not a secret anymore. The Zionists that control the industry use wokeism and nationalism to redirect their hatred towards whites and Muslims. Let me explain. Because
Bruh. What was that? Yo, that is one of the wildest sentences I've ever heard. Hold up. The Zionists, the people who support the state of Israel, they use wokeism, so they use progressivism, and they use nationalism to attack whites and Muslims. That's just code for Jews, right? That's just Jews, right? He's saying Zionist instead of Jew, right? Because I don't know if you guys know this, but like Jews are like actually like a pretty varied group of people, and there's definitely progressive Jews and there's definitely conservative Jews, and they definitely disagree about shit. Oh man, fell for it again award. This is my first. Yo. Oh no. All right. Sorry, I'm sorry for laughing so hard. Let's just see if he has anything else for us. Oh, that's brutal.
it's not working anymore. The shift became crystal clear when Selena Gomez cried on her Instagram about Mexicans because illegal aliens were being deported by the thousands. Selena Gomez is American. She doesn't speak a word of Spanish. And the internet saw right through her bullshit and clowned her so hard she deleted the post. But the next week, Ye started selling swastika t-shirts and only received a fraction of the hate. That's never happened before. Then Ye doubled his sales on Yeezy and his streams went up like he dropped an album. The only backlash was some of his team made statements of resignation. And then I realized, why have I never seen a tour manager quit because of Antichrist symbols? For decades, artists are paraded around and even awarded for using satanic imagery. And nobody ever quits. They justify it and say it's artistic expression aesthetic. Lil Nas X twerks on the devil. Sam Smith simulates hell on earth. And the Olympics mocks the Last Supper with transgenders, but woke people are taught to draw the line at the swastika. Why? This is why we are.
What the fuck? Wait, what? Is he doing buzzword salad? What was that? So hold on. And by the way, the reason why I clicked on this is because Muslims didn't do 9/11. We haven't gotten there yet. Okay. All right. Hold up. Let's see if we can figure this out. Okay. So what was the original thing that I forget what the original thing I was laughing about because it was so stupid. Oh yeah. So the Zionists have backed progressivism and nationalism in order to attack whites and Muslims. Okay. I would view these as two separate things where progressives can at times be anti-white, and what would the other thing? Americanism can absolutely be used in order to attack Muslims, 100%. And he can talk about how, what is it? Like conservative Americans should be more in line with Islam. I think that's an okay point. But to pretend that this is like a unified effort is absurd. Christian nationalists hate Muslims because they're a competing Abrahamic faith. Progressives hate whites because whites won't debase themselves to the egalitarian equity hierarchy of the progressive giga equitable like anti-hierarchy, right? These are separate problems with separate groups that are criticizing different groups for different reasons. This has nothing to do with like a coalition effort, right? And then he just said, how come everybody hates the swastika, but they don't hate satanic imagery? The reason why people hate the swastika is because it's represented of 6 million to 10 million people being slaughtered for immutable characteristics, effectively their ethnicity and their religion, which is viewed as one of the greatest evils that humanity can do, is slaughtering people for bad reasons and reasons they can't control, particularly men, women, particularly women and children, right? And so that's why the swastika is bad. Why is satanic imagery tolerated? And it's because America has been built around the concept of like freedom of conscience and freedom of expression. And so Satanists are looking for a way to be edgy against the dominant culture, which is or was Christianity. And so it's like safe edgy. But I don't think that there are that many Satanists who are running around slaughtering people, or at least even if they do, they're like ignorant Satanists. They worship themselves. They have an ego, but they don't have like a doctrine of Satanism. They just, yeah, I'm sorry. This is like literally incoherent slop. This sucks. This is like a huge disappointment compared to Fake It Till You Make It. This is terrible. Yeah, his view will be Bin Laden was a CIA dude and something Mossad betting now. Yo, I need to like DM this guy. I think I have him on Discord.
They're seeing the far left and the far right go so extreme, they're finally meeting right in the middle, agreeing on freeing Palestine. There's an overlap of people who are starting to realize who the real oppressor is. For decades, the right wing has had paid operatives like Alex Jones and every American politician like George Bush to tell you that it's the Muslims. Then inevitably, the right wing raises so much uproar about the declassified JFK and Epstein files that when they're finally released, they realize JFK was assassinated for opposing Israel? Epstein literally was Israel? Maybe the real terrorists weren't Muslim after all. Then the left wing correctly opposes the genocide and colonization of Israel. And they begin to see the double standard of how they've been able to scream about white supremacy for years, but get silenced for the other kind of supremacy. The curtain was lifted, and we will never be able to unsee what's behind of it. Act accordingly.
What a dipshit. Bruh. What? Where's Rumble's metrics? Okay. 6K, 9K, 13K, 13K. I'm not going to hate, right? Like he's on an alternative platform and he's posting regularly and he's making regular content. And, you know, let's face it, my political stuff is smaller than his. But man, that is some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life. That was brutal. I wanted him to love art and to begin like earnestly self-expressing again. And he got me. He got me, bro. He got me. Wow. Damn, fellas. I got owned. I got owned in the marketplace of ideas. I got destroyed. Brutal. Brutal. Oh, I got owned. Man, he didn't even bring up the dancing Israelis. I'm so disappointed. True. It wasn't even it wasn't what I wanted. I'm not gonna lie. All right, hold up. So, all right, I'm gonna plug Valor Media Network again. So we bounced between 40 and 70 people today. We did hard news in the morning. The stats were pretty good. We did some news breakdowns in the afternoon. That did pretty well. Red Pill was not as interesting to my base audience, which I do find interesting, but I kind of want to praise you guys a little bit. That means that you guys aren't as dumb as the rest of the internet. So no, we don't have to do more Red Pill. That was enough for me. You know, I don't need more. Yeah. Christian Blair's. I'm gonna I'm gonna think on that. So what's funny is I think you're the second person to say that red pill has kind of died out. And I mean, I've heard that sentiment repeated in other places, but the truth is that like we need something to replace it, right? So hold on. Let me ask you. Let's brainstorm a little bit, okay? What do you guys think? The diagnosis, okay? This is from Democrats. I'm a Rhino Republican. I'm anti-MAGA. But the diagnosis from Democrats is effectively that young men got suckered in by dummy false prophets who talk to them about how women are terrible and society is terrible and the economy is terrible and this, that, the other. And the best thing to do is to follow people like Andrew Tate or Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson or basically like these conspiracy theorist psychos, right? That's kind of what the narrative is, at least on the left wing, is that men have been suckered away by false prophets. But young men need good prophets, right? They need people to teach them how to wipe their butt, wash their junk, lift weights, shoot guns, take care of their family, work, all that kind of stuff. And so the young lost generation needs guidance. But where's the young lost generation, right? We just looked at Sneako. His stats were meh. We looked at Fresh and Fit. Their content sucks. That's the second time I've tried a Fresh and Fit panel, and it was terrible. We tried Andrew Wilson. It was okay. I don't hate on Andrew Wilson, but obviously he has a niche. But it was just like a drama video, right? So where are the fellas who are lost? What are they doing right now? Are they all Christian nationalists? Are they all Trump sycophants? Anti-Semitism by who, though? Is it these leftoids? Because the truth is that that whole thing, that segment that we did earlier where we went after Noah Samsen or whatever, maybe we could budge a few people from the anti-voting left to the voting left. But I think that would mostly be Republican fodder, where Republicans would be like, yeah, this guy sucks, right? TikTok sucks. Horseshoe theory. Yeah. Help me brainstorm. Michael Kaminsky says, I think Trump is the current content well. He might be. Simping for Trump or criticizing Trump? Is that where it's at? I'm asking because, like, obviously, if we go to Pondering Politics right now, by the way, don't know if he's still chilling in chat, but Pondering's channel, excuse me, if you go to there, it's like Trump sucks, Elon sucks. But he's kind of elevated his rhetoric to deal with mainstream politics. And I'm not going to lie, some of that stuff is so dry. And it's not him, it's the content. Like, Trump press secretary dies inside as Fox News reporter grills her. Okay. Trump admits he illegally deported man to torture prison. 2 hours ago, 7K views. That one should be popping, but it's not. Watch Trump confirm Elon will resign. He wants him gone. That's interesting, but it's still Trump. If I look at like Luke Beasley too. Luke Beasley, Trump, press secretary, JD Vance, Bannon, more Trump, Zelensky, MTG versus Crockett, Secretary Hegseth, skinny Alex Jones. Yeah, it's all mainstream. It's all mainstream politics, which I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, where's the lost young men, right? They went to Asmongold. Ooh, maybe Asmongold would be interesting. But where else I see IDF members doing Fortnite dances? True. Trump probably has become the de facto replacement. Interesting. You guys are kind of, but that's like boring, right? For me, it's boring anyways, because it's like Trump sucks. Okay, now what? Right? Like, I don't mind covering that during the hard news segments, like in the morning. I don't mind like pulling up whatever crazy stuff is going on and being like, okay, yeah, this guy sucks, and this particular thing sucks. Okay. He often streams during the same time as you, same with Lonerbox. That's Hutchinson. Sure. Hutch and I can talk in the future for sure. What's the hold on. There was something that somebody said that I think is worth it. Asmongold. Let's see if Asmongold has anything interesting. Yeah. We might align on more stuff, but sure. Asmongold could be a good content farm. Sure. Okay. Let's check this out. So, Asmongold. Here we go. Remove ad. Asmongold says Elon Musk is right. And who is it? This is, who is it? Come on, Jon Stewart. It's Jon Stewart doing a Zoom call complaining. This could be fun. Let's take a look at it.
Elon Musk was right.
All right. Listen. If we go to the left, we can obviously milk Noah Samsen and Hassan Piker. Listen, we peaked out at like 70 something when we were milking Noah Samsen. So if there's a right-wing person that needs to be milked, then maybe he's perfect. Maybe we milk Hassan Piker on the left and we milk Asmongold on the right. Maybe that's the plan. Because that's what makes these people resonate. They speak the truth, say things that make sense, but then sometimes come to wild conclusions. Charleston White. Okay. Hold on. We're gonna have to give this a watch. I understand that there's a reflexive instinct to not be interested in dumb people, but you have to understand what happens with chat, and you have to understand what happens to like donos and metrics whenever I talk about somebody that chat dislikes. So I get 2 or 3 people who say, oh, this guy is dumb and I hate him and I don't want to watch him. But then when we start watching him, I see chat pop off and they're like, oh, this guy sucks. And then they engage in chat articulating why they think he sucks, right? So I can't fully believe chat when they're like, oh, don't watch that. This guy sucks so bad he gives me psychic damage. Because the truth is that sometimes it's fun to hate on people. So let's take a look. Let's see if we can get something out of it.
Issue the notice of funding opportunity within 180 days. That's step 1. Step 2, which all 56 state applicants completed, is states who want to participate must submit a letter of intent. After they do that, they can submit a request for up to $5 million in planning grants. Then the NTIA, step 4, has to review and approve and award, again, planning grants, not broadband grants, planning grants.
And it's still at the NTIA. It's still at the first step.
All right. So the NTIA.
And I'm already bored. I already know what this is. This is applying for broadband, and there's 15 steps to it. Let's find a better one. Holy crap. Really? Why does everything suck? Man. Okay. I know this one could be funny. Let's do this one. This one could be funny. The shoe video? Yeah, but it's like an hour, right? And thank you, Possum Nation and Sloth the Shovel, for saying congrats. I appreciate it, sincerely. I know this one could be funny. Let's do this.
Baldy was wrong when he said race swapping only happens in one direction. And this is how Netflix portrays a 13-year-old knife murderer in the UK. The second image is the person it was based on. I think it's very obvious that what they're doing. It is. It's very obvious. And I think that the problem is whenever you do something like this, everybody can see the reason why you're doing this. So this is the trailer for. This is the new propaganda that's being released. I think it sounds a lot like propaganda to me. That's being released in the UK. Let's take a look at it. Let's watch it.
This is kind of cringe so far. I think it's about like a stabbing suspect or something, and he's like an incel. So what I would love is if Asmongold expanded on this concept. It's obvious what they're doing. Okay, so let me articulate what I think. I know what's going on. All right. Oftentimes in Western societies, when we're talking about male violence, there are definitely white folks who commit violence. If you look at the stats, we are half the people who commit violence. But it looks like Hispanic and black folk inside the United States of America per capita commit more acts of violence. And so it's safer to have a white male violent protagonist, because if you do that, then it's kind of viewed as like, I don't know, neutral, I guess. Whereas if you put it on a black guy, then it's, oh, you're stereotyping black people as being more violent. And then if you put it on a Hispanic guy, then you're like, oh, you're engaging in xenophobia because of immigrants and this, that, the other. And so if you make your villain a white guy, then it's more socially acceptable, I suppose, particularly in the modern environment. Now, the problem with that is that we went in the 1980s and 1990s, we went from having cartel bad guys, which still happens in TV a healthy chunk of the time, to be honest. We went from black gangsters, which did happen and still happens some of the time. We went from Russians. Those were the bad white guys, right? We went from those predictable bad guys to now it seems like a lot of shows, even if it doesn't serve the story as well, they will pick a white bad guy, right? Just as an example off the top of my head, the new Buzz Lightyear movie, I wanted to watch that and enjoy it because obviously being a space ranger is cool. And I wanted to enjoy it with my children because being a space ranger is cool. You get to fly in a jump pack, you got a laser on your wrist, you're flying spaceships, all that kind of stuff. Well, what ended up happening is they took Zurg, who was obviously a play on Darth Vader. They still could have left him white, but they made it so that it was a time-traveling Buzz Lightyear, right? Zurg, instead of being Buzz Lightyear's father, who was just like an evil mad scientist, they made it Buzz Lightyear himself, which is so dumb because it's like you're supposed to look to the enemy within or the evil within. And it's like, man, I'm trying to have a good time with my kids. I'm not trying to teach them like some philosophical treatise on how to recognize the evil within yourself. I want a character that he can look up to that is fighting sweet space battles. And instead you give us this like metaphorical, you can try to do good things and you become evil as a result. And it's like, Jesus, you want me to explain that to like a 7-year-old? Like, what the hell? So anyways, it's not like a huge deal, but it is crazy annoying. And so with this thing, at least in my opinion, the reason why they went with a white protagonist is because, or white antagonist, is because there are white incels. There are white people who resent society, who think they're ugly, et cetera, et cetera. And if you just had a black kid doing this, then you would probably get accused of being racist because you're portraying white teenagers as violent. So even though reality has black violent teenagers who commit stabbing attacks, the story is more palatable, right? That would be my presumption. I would be curious what Asmongold has to share about it, but that is my presumption. The Wire did black criminal characters phenomenally well, but that was way back already. Yeah, dude, The Wire was literally like one of the most in-depth. They made compelling villains. Like half of the crew, half of the actors were black gangsters who dealt drugs and killed people, and they were phenomenally interesting human beings who were trapped in incredibly difficult situations. The Silver Jacket Man says, or so goes the claim, at least I don't know if it's actually based on that incident. Sure. Yeah, you have to take everything on Twitter with a grain of salt. Harmonic Foxes, I often read and listen to music or write and work on my own music or spend time with my partner at work. Cool. The British PM said he endorses showing this in every school in the UK, so the shakes around this got a little bit higher. Some say the race thing is a misnomer and that it's more of an attack on men. Yeah. I could view this as like an anti-male thing. But the question is like, do these kids exist? And I think the answer is yes. But do they commit stabbing because of incel hatred of women? Well, I think that's part of the story. Marla was one of the best villains. Jonah Boy. Marla was one of the best villains, I think, in any series ever. But let's see where this goes. And I'm interested to see what Asmongold has to say.
Bro, like, yeah.
Yo, if you're a cop, if you're a teacher, do not stay seated when you have somebody get up in your shit for that exact reason, because they can pop you before you can get your hands up, right? So if somebody does that to you, literally put your guard up, back up, stand up and say, hey, are we throwing down or what? Because the thing about it is, people might think like, oh, you look like a punk because you're guarding your face. It's like, no, you look like you know you could get fucking popped, right? Excuse my French. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Ma. But yeah, no. I'm serious. If you're ever working in social services, if you're a cop, if you're a firefighter, if you're an EMT, somebody gets up in your stuff like that, it is not a bad move to guard your temples and your jaw, back up and stand up. Okay. And say, hey, are we scrapping or what? Right. Just a little worded advice. She never watched Surviving Edged Weapons. So true.
Yeah, that's real weird. Is creators of Netflix adolescents that they show at the parliament in schools that causes discussion and wants to make things change on social media's toxic influence and misogynistic influence on teenage boys? I'm never going to take any of this shit seriously at all until they start holding other girls accountable for the toxic shit that they do. Men are not the exclusive purveyors of being toxic on the internet, right? This is not it. Now, obviously, the thing is that you're caricaturing this type of a person. And I do think that a lot of like young guys, yeah, correct. Yeah, it's like, I don't want to hear about how, you know, men are toxic and this is some kind of terrible fucking thing that's happening. Why do white people feel like we need to extinct ourselves? Well, I don't think this is about being white, right? But yeah, in general, yeah, I'll take, but the others are bad. Well, yeah, I mean, like the thing is that a lot of guys, so this is what happens, right? A lot of guys go on the internet and
RC says half the kids in school listen to gang music and influenced by it. So nowadays, which cause all the crime and knife attacks and sometimes grooming gangs. No. Okay. Listen, I was listening to Tupac Shakur and I was listening to T.I. in high school. You know, I didn't go shoot up the local mall because I was listening to Pumped Up Kicks in high school or college. Okay. Culture is obviously music, culture, TV shows, movies. You are what you eat. So when you eat bad food, you're obviously going to get fat. When you consume bad media, it's also going to rot your brain. But at the same time, I guarantee you grooming gangs has infinitely more to do with like societal dispossession and Pakistani racism against white girls who are in the foster care system. Like anti-white racism has infinitely more to do than with grooming gangs than it does hip hop music, right? Ved Sunil says you should watch William Costello. He has a good take on this. He is a researcher who studies incels. Ooh, that does sound like good content. Excuse me. Christian Blair says mixing in with red pill culture and Andrew Tate advocacy, not good. Then again, at least they ain't shooting each other for the most part. Yeah, okay, I can see it. His research shows that incels are more prone to self-harm rather than harm to society in terms of violence. I mean, I agree. But that doesn't, like, one, that's still a problem and we need to fix it. And two, the times that it does go ballistic is, you know, very, very, very bad. I'm thinking about what is it? The Perfect Gentleman, the guy who hit a bunch of people with his really nice car and shot up a bunch of people in what is it, like Santa Barbara? And then I'm trying to think of what else, but like Dylan Roof, even if his attack was like race-based, that dude 100% looked like an incel. The guy who shot up Sandy Hook, that dude, even if his motivation wasn't incel, he was 100% an incel. So when involuntarily celibate men who feel like they're cut off from society do lash out violently, it can be quite horrific.
they find people like Andrew Tate or like any of these other bullshit internet dads, the reason why that happens is because they don't have real dads at home. And the reason why I think they don't have real dads at home is because any traditional sense of masculinity has been completely removed by society and been replaced with this bullshit. So it's really a second and third order effect of why this happens. Like, you hardly ever see people that come up and do this kind of stuff that had a man involved in their life growing up that was a positive influence. The majority of like boys and young boys that go and do this stuff and like get into like acting weird like this kid did, the majority of them were probably raised by single moms. They don't have any positive male influence in their life at all. That's like a guiding force. It's like if you watch a monkey or a gorilla, you'll see the little gorillas fucking with the big gorillas, and then the big gorillas set the little gorillas straight, and then the little gorillas become big gorillas, and they do the same thing. That's the circle of life, right?
Unfortunately, I don't disagree with Asmund Gold. Listen, I get it. Hassan Piker and leftoids might be able to hate on this. I can't. I do think that at the end of the day, we're kind of, little hairless gorillas. I do think that we need positive male role models in order to check young males. I do think that oftentimes when you look at incels and volcels and neets, They are people who either don't have positive masculine role models in their lives, or they rejected the few positive masculine role models they do have. So unfortunately, as much as this is a very simplistic explanation, I don't disagree with him. Oh man, gym classes to tire out the boys. So true, Possum Nation. So true. And dodgeball, man. Dodgeball, lacrosse, football, baseball. I hate soccer, but soccer, airsoft, all these things. That's actually part of my reason. I know this might seem like a leap, but please follow me on it. I feel like the reason why I hate modern Darwinian get good bootstrap economics is because I want the guy who works at 7-Eleven to be able to work 50 hours a week. I want his wife to work part-time 20 hours a week. And then I want them to have their weekends. Like I want the dad to have 20 hours off a week, 24, 20, I guess 48 hours off a week. And I want the wife to have like 4 days off a week so they can actually enjoy and raise their children. I want them to be paid enough that they can have hobbies. They can ride bikes. They can do catch in the backyard. They can go to the park. They can go to the science center. They can go there. They can do this, and they can afford it. Because right now, if you have men who are working 60-hour weeks and you have women who are working 40-hour weeks, and together they're working a cumulative amount of 100 hours a week, those people are so tired and so grumpy and so poor and so broke and can't afford anything that they can't take care of their kids. And that's why their kids suck. It's because they don't have parents. So, yeah. Asman, the most articulate midwit. Listen, that's going to be my title soon. Christian Valera says nihilism and extreme violence. Indeed, indeed. You'd have to mine for the misses. True. You might watch and read along with most of his videos, I guess. Like, remember Cool G Rap? I think the dude was a legit criminal and wrote songs like Hey Mr. Mister, No Way That Flies Today. True. Fudge me, I was completely wrong. I'll hold got hit wrong award. Sandy Hook, Adam Lanza was 20. I don't know why I thought he was 12 to 13. Because he looked like that, because he didn't have any muscle mass on his body. There was also a psychological pleasure men who feel weak get from feeling intimidating to others. Yes, and guns are the easiest way to be scary. You don't have to lift weights. You don't have to eat right. You don't have to do cardio. You don't have to learn a skill. All you have to do is get a gun and point it at people, and you are scary. That is why incel, volcels, neats, nihilist, cynical pieces of garbage with guns are some of the most dangerous people on the planet. 100%.
And so if you don't have the big gorillas around to keep the little gorillas in check, then you have situations like this. So I actually do think it's the case. And I think,
as a matter of fact, this is literally true, because that cop walked up to the window and then walked away. If that cop was in the room, there's like a 0% chance that kid would have bowed up on this lady.
I think that all of the different elements of any form of masculinity has been totally taken away from men as well. And I think that any form of aggression that men have, even like kind of a casual male aggression towards each other, like banter and stuff like that, has been demonized. I think that any type of, coarse communication, like saying things in ways that are, quote, not PC, has been totally neutered as well. And so you have a society that's totally removed all of the things that men, and especially young men, do and able to do when they're young in order to establish and build a sense of identity and camaraderie. And you don't have any of that. That's why you have a lot of people going to the internet and seeking out spaces like this. That's the exact reason. So when you look at why this happens, it actually is. This isn't bad. It's not like but the other side does it too. What I'm saying is that the constant demonization of men, masculinity, and any form of coarse or like basically problematic behavior that young men do, demonizing all behavior that young men do that's aggressive or coarse at all as being problematic and it needs to be stomped out.
He's looping.
That's not going to make it go away. It's just going to make it go on the internet.
Eon Flux says, God, it's annoying when he has a point. So true, but he is looping. So I was going to say 30 seconds ago that I was like, why does everybody assume that he's stupid? Everything that he just said is perfectly coherent. But then he like looped, which is fine. Like listen, I probably loop. but let's see if he can make a different point, right? Because that was a 2-minute clip. We got 12 minutes left. So if he just loops again saying the same thing, where it's like, masculinity has been vilified and all of the hard parts of life have been chipped away and men aren't allowed to be men anymore. If he says that again, then I'm going to dip out, because the truth is, like, we know that you said it, we acknowledged it, we're good.
And that's what's happened. You're overestimating? Really? I don't think I am. I don't. What do you guys think? Do you guys think I'm right about this? Because I think this has been a domino effect. There's been a lot of dominoes for this. He's underestimating. Yes. Do you think it's partly why more young men join the army? I think that the fact that, like, you look at the amount of people that are joining the army now, men join the army. There's a lot of reasons why they join the army, right? Some do it to pay for school. Some do it because it's a family thing. Some do it for any other reason. But, like, it's undeniable that after Trump and Pete Hegseth took over the fucking Department of Defense, military recruitment went way fucking up. You want to know why that is? It's because those guys represent that traditional, coarse, aggressive, and very politically incorrect view that a lot of young men are attracted to.
Ugh. All right. Now we fact check. Fact check time. You said you weren't going to fact check. Is military recruitment up? Yes, military recruitment appears to be on the rise, with the Army reporting record high recruitment numbers in recent months and the Air Force also seeing an increase in recruitment. All right. All right. That's cool. I'm good with that. Listen, I hate to do it, but we're going to back up. We're going to back up Asmongold. Oh no. Lesbian military recruitment advertisement. Okay. Let's do this. And then YouTube. New Army recruitment ad. 2 months ago. Okay, so this was... All right, so let's look at this. We did like a... So, hold on. We got the... Hold on. We have a vaguely white, Hispanic, Asian. He's very nondescript in his features. Brown eyes, dark hair. I have no idea what this guy is. Filipino. We got a vaguely Filipino guy in an army jacket. He turns into a cartoon with helicopters. We got a black gal. She turns into a cartoon. We got a black guy. He turns into a cartoon. We got a white girl. She turns into a cartoon. Cartoons aren't exciting, by the way.
This is the story of a soldier who operates your nation's Patriot missile defense systems.
Missiles are cool.
It begins in California.
California is automatically coded gay. My apologies to California.
Girl raised.
Sorry, Ken. Sorry, my mom. It's just true, though.
By two moms.
Two moms!
Although I had a fairly typical childhood, took ballet, played violin, I also marched for equality. I like to think I've been defending freedom from an early age.
Yeah, this is crazy.
When I was 6 years old, one of my moms had an accident that left her paralyzed. Doctors said she might never walk again. But she tapped into my family's pride to get back on her feet, eventually standing at the altar to marry my other mom. With such powerful role models, I finished high school at the top of my class, and then attended UC Davis, where I joined a sorority full of other strong women. But as graduation approached, I began feeling like I'd been handed so much in life, a sorority girl stereotype. Sure, I'd spent my life around inspiring women, but what had I really achieved on my own? One of my sorority sisters was studying abroad in Italy. Another was climbing Mount Everest. I needed my own adventures, my own challenge.
Yeah.
And after meeting with an Army recruiter, I found it. A way to prove my inner strength and maybe shatter some stereotypes along the way.
Shatter the stereotypes.
I'm U.S. Army Corporal Emma Malone Lord, and I answered my calling.
Shatter the stereotype. I'm being mean, okay? My apologies, Ken. My apologies to my own mother. Yeah. That's I'm just gonna say it. Okay. That is not appealing to me in the slightest. Okay. 2 moms, California, joined the Army because she wanted to prove that she was strong. Okay. I mean, cool, I guess. But where's the violence? Where's the weapons? Where's the winning the country's battles? Where's the technology? Where's the I don't know. Where's the cool guy stuff? Where's the guns? Where's the muscles? Right? Where's the dragon? Where's the sword? You know? So let's see if we've done any better. And then somebody did say that the numbers have been going up steadily for 6 months. Well, that doesn't mean much to me because right now, that would still be immediately post-election. So April, the election was in November, right? So April is 4 months plus 2. That would be the election. So to be fair, you're not the target demographic. Listen, bud, I might be 40 now. I might have a broken body now, but I have a broken body because I was a white, straight male who was angry as a 17-year-old, born during the War on Terror, and I wanted to join and serve my country. And I didn't really want to kill anybody, but I did want to serve and actually do something. So shifting threats. Yeah. Let's check out this one, and then let's check out shifting threats. Iron sharpens iron. So one man sharpens another. That's already dope.
Not far from here on the hallowed grounds of Fort Liberty near the intersection of Rock, Merritt, and Ardennes, destined to the green marble is a quote from the 35th President of the United States. And it reads that the Green Beret is again becoming a symbol of excellence, a badge of courage, and a mark of distinction in the fight for freedom. President Kennedy also challenged us and challenged our nation to go to the moon, not because it was easy, but because it was hard.
All right.
I talk a lot about an article I read a while ago in which the author wrote about how today's youth, well, they're lazy. They're lazy in language and communication. They don't seek hard work, nor have the endurance to see it through. They are nor gritty or resolute, and they lack ambition. That article was from an op-ed in the 1938 edition of the Chicago Tribune.
Based?
The youth the author talked about went on to parachute behind enemy lines in France and stormed beaches like Omaha and Utah, ultimately becoming the greatest generation. And as great as that generation was, I believe that...
Listen, this is Moto. It's good enough. Yeah, so this is Moto, but it's not for me. Again, I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of gay. True. Hold on. Let's find the last one. Somebody was saying shifting threats. Let's do shifting threats. And we are hitting kind of the end of my energy levels. So I understand people are not as interested in watching military recruitment ads, but I want to see this because I mean, this is obviously a shift. This was released 2 years ago, but the Marine Corps is known for not shying away from the difficulties of service as a part of their recruitment pitch because they do want to recruit the hardest people.
The future is threatened by enemies often unrelenting.
This is what I'm talking about. Collapsing cities
and unpredictable.
Guns.
Sailor Marines.
Amphibious landings.
In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical.
Enemy drone down.
Because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater.
Sending coordinates now.
See?
When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant. Marines.
Yeah, man. That's the bee's knees, all right. Where's the smoke demon? True. So true. All right. All right. Well, we're still around 40 folks cross-platform. I do appreciate you guys hanging out with me. We are hitting around 7 hours, though, and so that one's better. True, it is better. It's got VTOL aircraft. It's got transports. It got guns. It got amphibious assaults. It's got tanks. It's got explosions. It's got collapsing cities. It's got bombs. It's got F-35s. Of course, that's cool. You want to talk to like cool, or you want to get young men jazzed about warfighting. You need to show them tech. You need to show them blood. You need to show them sweat. You need to show them tears. You need to make them challenged. You need to tell them that you're going to make them better people. Yeah, that's what it's about. It's not about my two gay moms got into a car accident. It's like, all right, cool story. Like, cool. I'm happy we got, another lesbian lieutenant. That's cool, I guess. HIMARS are dope. It's true. All right. But I'm going to share this one more time because tomorrow I will not be live on Counterfire. So I will be live on the Valor Media Network. I'm also going on Tim Pool on Friday. I'll be doing a debate with Fabian Liberty. And so Fabian Liberty and I will be debating. I'm sure I'll debate Tim Pool as well. So I'm flying up to West Virginia, I think on Thursday. So yeah. But if you just jumped in, or if you're watching the VOD or something like that, Valor Media Network is an offshoot of Midas Touch. They're trying to create a more positive space for dudes to hang out. They agreed to give me a shot over the next few months in order to try to go full-time live streaming. Of course, I'll still be doing Warhammer content. Of course, I'll still be doing political content. I'll be chopping these up into segments. I'll be trying to do 10-minute videos here and there. I'll try to get some content onto this channel, but we need to figure out the content pipeline that is most effective for us to start making money. So we need to figure all that out. And it's only the second day. So, it's a little tough to know exactly what we're doing. But so far, the formula for me anyways has been hard news in the morning, pop news and politics in the afternoon, and then red pill to finish out. But to be honest, red pill is, I don't know, it's kind of a bust. I want to figure out how to get into like, what are young men who are lost consuming so we can engage in that content? People are saying Asmongold, but then Asmongold was talking smack about this BBC program. And I was like, okay, he's yapping over here, so I don't want to just listen to him loop over and over again. But he's here. I agree with him. So it's kind of that's not exactly something I can sink my teeth into as well. Christian Blair says, at Counterpoints, what is the topic with Fabian and Tim Pool? The topic is going to be whether or not the modern welfare state created the modern woman. So that's what it is. My answer is going to be, it certainly didn't help, but it also didn't do it, right? Because we have countries that have significantly worse welfare states than the United States of America, significantly poorer welfare programs. And they have as bad of issues as we do when it comes to single families, divorce, unaccompanied males, all that baloney. And then when it comes to, there's some countries like Germany, for instance, that have significantly more generous welfare states, and their rates of divorce and single parent households are substantively lower. It's obviously culture, right? And so from my perspective, I'm going to argue it's a correlative issue, not a causative issue. And we should be talking about, instead of like trying to put the genie back in the bottle, what really created the modern woman is the sexual revolution, the pill, and abortion, which probably is not going away completely. And so we have to contend with like, what is a modern relationship? What is a modern marriage? What is a modern partnership? And we need to contend with it. We can't put it's Fabian Liberty. So his idea is going to be, we're going to cut welfare, and then all of a sudden, all women are going to become tradcon wives. It's like, no, number one, you're not going to be able to cut welfare because it's so popular. And number two, even if you did, the birth control, condoms, and the sexual revolution would still exacerbate all of these factors that you're complaining about. So that's pretty much my game plan. If you guys have any feedback about that line of argumentation, feel free to give it back in the chat. Also, if you want to do at counterpoints in the chat, go ahead as well. You can ask me questions or comments or concerns before I dip out. And then I'm going to go to my Discord again. So I do appreciate, we did have several donations throughout the day. I do appreciate the people who did donate. Thank you kindly. And then also I'm going to link a link in the chat that is a straight donation link to me. So YouTube doesn't take a 30% cut. Twitch doesn't take a 30% cut. This is just a link to do a donation if you feel so inclined. So I'm going to thank, who is it? Michael Smith for $20, Sapient Green for 100, DKK, and then Pondering Politics for $10. I do appreciate your donations today. And then I already answered all those questions. So thank you for that. Ved Sunil says, then you should check out Louise Perry, The Case Against the Sexual Revolution. Okay. The third worst political ideology. True. Fabian is actually pretty fun when he's not talking politics. I believe it. He could be a fun guy. Harmonic Fox says, my brain switches two opposite things in my mind all the time. I'm not wired properly. Listen, happens to the best of us. Harmonic Fox says, a modern relationship is two consenting adults that share similar goals in a monogamous relationship and only has sexual relations within those confines. I mean, I agree that that's what I think is probably the best model. There's still going to be men and women who break that model. There's still going to be single families. There's still going to be this. There's still going to be that. And one of the examples that I think needs to be examined is broken families meshing. What I mean by that is I have two examples in my extended family and friend network where I knew an unhappy couple that had a kid and then they got divorced. And I was kind of sad because they were both individually fantastic people. And then the woman met a fantastic man who also had a child, but he was also in an unhappy marriage and she didn't want her kids, basically. So what ended up happening was you had two broken homes. Well, both of these people were phenomenal and they got together, and then the mom is treating all of the children like her own. The dad is treating all of the children like their own, and they're raising a happy family unit. That's dope. We should encourage that. And then that's one example. And then the second example too is literally that as well. One female with two teenage kids, and then one male with one teenage boy, although they are different ages. So it's not like they're not going to like hook up or anything because there's like a 10-year age gap. But the truth is that they got together and they created a successful family unit. And so instead of like, I don't know, going on red pill shows and calling single moms a bunch of dumb whores who deserve what they got and they should be canceled and nobody should date them and all that kind of crap, and nobody wants you and you shriveled up and you're past your prime and this, that, the other, why don't you say, hey, listen, you got to play to your strong suits. You got to watch your kids first. You got to find a man who's good for you, who maybe they even already have a family of their own that is broken, and you guys need to build something together. Why don't we say that to single parents, right? I think that would be infinitely more positive than what we're doing right now. Are your streams going to appear on Valor? I'm not seeing them. Yeah. So if you go to Valor right now and you go to the live tab, you can see Going Full Time, News Online, Politics, and Red Pill, streamed 23 hours ago. That's me. So that was yesterday's show. Today's show was on my channel. And yeah, more money in making fun of single moms and hoes. I agree. I know. But we're not just in the business of making money. We are also in the business of making the world a better place. Therefore, if we can make some money while also making the world a better place, we need to. So give me one more question, because I'm at 6:58:04. I am 2 minutes away from having been live for 7 hours. And so I want to hit the 7-hour mark before I jump out of here. Still not in a rush to join the Marines. Yeah, of course. Not everybody is going to be the people that they're looking for, but you're looking for, there will be women who join, but you're looking for young, aggressive men and women who are tough, who want to fight the nation's battles and wars. So I want an army ready to shatter stereotypes. So true. So true. Are all women high body counted? Not in my experience. I think that it's reasonable by the end of high school for most women to have 1 or 2 bodies on them. I think that by the end of college, it's probably reasonable to expect them to have 3 or 4. I would just look for a woman who has already engaged in serial monogamy, right? So she didn't go through a hoe phase and bang like 20 dudes within 6 months. That's probably not going to be wifey material. If you find one that is wifey material, good for you. But, you know, I would view that as a red flag. However, if you have a woman who dated a guy for a year and a half, it didn't work out. Dated a guy for 6 months, it didn't work out. Dated a guy for a year and a half, it didn't work out. Dated a guy for a year and it didn't work out. And she's 22 and she's got 4 bodies and she's an otherwise fantastic human being, then that is not a problem in my book. I think that's totally fine. Try Fresh and Fit Destiny versus Rolo and Michael Sartain. Yeah. We'll give Destiny a shot. See what's up. Sapien Green says, and by the end of military service, they have tens, if not hundreds, of bodies. I don't know which ones you mean. I don't know if you mean homicide or if you mean promiscuity, but you know, either way. Astronaut Farmer 07 for $20 in with the last the buzzer donation. Thank you, King. I do appreciate it sincerely. I didn't see you earlier in chat, so if you need content, go ahead and rewind. We went through plenty of things today. Particularly, I think the hard news and the Noah Samsen segment, I think are going to be the best segments. I think the rest of it's kind of trash, but you know, that's what we do. We're learning how to stream. We're learning how to make segments. We're learning how to balance content versus pursuing high metric content versus making good content versus trying to encourage people to be better human beings. We're figuring it out. The Silver Jacket Man said, here's my tip. Don't ask people about body count. What you know can't hurt you. Just use protection. I disagree. I disagree heavily. You don't have to ask if you're dating casually. Of course, you don't have to ask about body count. But if you're looking for your wife, you should probably know each other's history. Been traveling on airplanes all day. Well, thanks for dropping by and thanks for dropping a dono. I do appreciate it. And then Astronaut Farmer. I know I just said it, but I want to make sure that you're aware. I will be on Valor Media Network. I linked it several times. You can also just type it into the search bar. I will be live on their channel probably eventually 5 days a week, but starting out 4 days a week. I just went live here today to basically let you guys know that I had migrated. So go check out Valor Media Network, follow it, and we'll hang out more, especially when you're not traveling. Thank God the Andrew Wilson segment is over. Laugh my eyes off. Listen, yeah, it wasn't for everybody. I'll tell you that. Andrew Paris says you should get Andrew Ukrainian Anna on. Yeah, she's a good gal. We'll talk eventually for sure. I'm trying to leave the one-on-ones to the weekends because the truth is that if you do a calm one-on-one, you're always going to lose like 10 to 20% of your viewership at minimum, just because they're looking for a debate or they're looking for a React Andy segment. So calm one-on-ones, generally speaking, are not particularly algorithmically popular, but they're still valuable. You pushing full-time streaming? Yeah, Matt Roofer. I got some people asking questions that I think I just answered it. I'm not dogging you at all. I'm just telling you what's up. Okay. So there's a channel called Valor Media Network. They're an offshoot of Midas. They are willing to support me for several months, probably 6 months, while I'm going full time, so we can build up a channel, so we can build up an audience, so we can do it. And no offense, there's a lot of streamers who all they do is they go live every day and they do decent content. Some of them don't make that good of content, and they still have a very large audience and they still make a lot of money. So I think that part of the game plan is just being consistent with streaming over the course of 6 months. And so as a result, we're going to be consistent streaming 4 to 5 times a week for 6 months. And then hopefully by the end of that 6 months, we have a substantive audience that is capable of subsidizing my material needs. So, yeah. So if you want to support that, go to Valor Media Network, type that into your YouTube search and subscribe to it, because I'll be live there tomorrow. I'll be live on Thursday. I'll be live on Friday. Harmonic Fox says, forgot my email and password. How do I send money? I want to fund stuff like this like it was NPR. I don't know if you need an email for the stream elements, Dona. Let me link it. I appreciate the donation. Let me copy the link, send it here. Here you go. Here's a stream elements link if you want to use that. I don't think you need an email or anything substantive. Just debit card, credit card, or routing and account number. But anyways, thank you, Astronaut Farmer. Thank you, Pondering Politics. Thank you, Sapient Green. Thank you, Michael Smith, for your very kind donations. Thank you, Harmonic Fox, for hanging out with us almost all day. Thank you, Matt Roofer. I think I saw you in the morning and you came back. Thank you for coming back. Thank you, Sapient Green, Christian Valeris, Dude Man Sue. Thank you, Andrew Paris. Thank you, Silver Jacket Man. And then I know I saw Ved Sunil. Thank you for engaging with chat. I do appreciate it. It was fun. It was fun hanging out with you fine folks. But I have been yapping. Intuitive Jackal, good to see you again. I did see Well QC John earlier as well. I have been yapping for 7 hours. That is enough for me. I am going to go enjoy my family. Destiny is live. Go enjoy him. If you still watch his content, go enjoy other creators or just take a break. But I parasocially love you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I hope you have a great day. Bye for now.